Chapter 11, 88 Buying Goods. The thrashing ground outside the stockade had become the market. Ramshackle sunshades sprouted in chaotic disarray. Bare-chested rebel soldiers swaggered through in groups, some already drunk. Groups of refugees were driven onto the open ground like livestock. Those brought to market were mostly women and children. Rebel officers and soldiers had plenty of women and young boys to slake their lusts on, but some wanted sons to carry on their family lines after years without, or wives if they had none. Kang Yao himself, though a general for years, had been wifeless until only recently, acquiring a wife after the Dengzhou mutiny. Young women with passable looks received better treatment. Fearing sunburn would lower their price, they at least had a shed over their heads. Ordinary coarse-handed farm women could only kneel by the walls awaiting selection. Each was disheveled and filthy, sallow and emaciated. Here there were both public goods and private goods. The latter were mostly young women, typically looted by soldiers and officers, used until the novelty wore off, then brought out for resale. Beyond the human market, piles of miscellaneous goods occupied even more space. Stalls spread across the ground overflowed with objects. Everything was for sale here. From tattered clothes stripped off piles of corpses to gold and silver toys, jade ornaments, farmers' tools, merchants' abacuses, actors' wardrobe chests and instruments, even coffins prepared by wealthy families. Anything found in homes, yamens, shops, or temples had been looted and displayed. Some items even bore mottled earth stains, burial goods dug up by bandits who had raided wealthy graves amid the chaos of war. Those who came to buy included not only rebel soldiers, but all manner of daredevils thriving in these chaotic times, rascals who would snatch coins from a boiling pot, gathering like flies on a corpse to scrape up advantages. Recently, a batch of human traffickers had risked the sea journey from South Zhili, currently buying up young women in bulk. Buyers and sellers alike clutched clubs and swords. There was no order here. Disputes over price leading to drawn blades were frequent. As for theft and robbery, they were commonplace. Just a few steps from the market's edge, one could see bloated corpses covered in flies. Rows of blackened heads hung inevitably from wooden poles. Huang An frowned. Like Cao Qing and Zhu Si, he wore a Lingao-made pig-snout mask as instructed by the medic. Even so, the stench of corpses constantly drilled into his nostrils. Their strange appearance occasionally drew gawkers, but no one dared make trouble. The rebels were a rabble, and even Li Jiacheng couldn't effectively control every stray soldier, but the consensus was clear. People under the Kimu brand were not to be trifled with. The rebel commander guarding the market knew that if he provoked Master Lu, this place would be slaughtered from top to bottom, so he had strictly ordered his subordinates. Anyone showing disrespect to Kimu Island visitors would be dragged out and beheaded immediately. Master Huang, a sturdy man wearing a ragged military vest with chest exposed, approached and clasped his fists. He was the head guard of the market, originally a servant by Kang Yao's side who had also taken the surname Kang. Now that Kang Yao was vice-marshal, he had naturally risen with the tide, scrounging a guerrilla rank and specifically leading a squad to run the market here. After exchanging greetings, the squad leader asked, "How about it, Master Huang? The usual rules or—" "The usual rules, of course," Huang An replied. 300 able-bodied men. You count them first. Last time you cheated us, stuffing in so many old, weak, and sick. Over 40 died before we even arrived, not even worth the grain they ate on the way. If anything like that happens again, Master Lu won't give a single grain." Saying this, he produced a blue stamp and handed it over. "Look at you." Though Kang Gorilla was servant-born, he seemed self-taught in the art of business, smiling profusely as he made excuses. "That last batch was definitely not me deceiving you. How would I dare? They were all genuine able-bodied men. It's mainly that they stayed in the human pen too long, didn't eat enough, and the weather's been hot. Walking all that way, how could a few not die? If you ask me, had I not picked especially strong ones for you, at least half would have died before reaching the island. Never mind them. When the marshal marched a few days ago, men collapsing from heatstroke littered the entire road. This sun is poisonous. Let's set that aside. This time you have to select properly. If too many die on the road, next time we'll ask you to deliver the goods yourselves, Huang An said. Good, good. I'll go prepare the goods right now. Will you inspect the women and children yourself as usual, sir? Yes, everything according to the usual rules. Kong Gorilla immediately summoned a personal attendant, instructing him to lead Master Huang to the human market to select people. This wasn't Huang An's first time on this errand. Born a refugee himself, he understood the importance the elders attached to population. And he knew the chiefs differed from other powers, valuing women and children especially, often prioritizing their evacuation first. The first batch evacuated from Kimu Island had been women and children. He had also vaguely heard that the chiefs were particularly interested in Shandong girls, especially those tall women with broad shoulders and long legs suited their preferences best. So when selecting, he couldn't help sizing them up carefully. He walked along choosing. Those he fancied he pointed at, and Yuee and Cao Qing would stamp their arms with the carved blue stamp. Nearby rebel soldiers would bring the person out and corral them separately. For those stamped, whether women personally selected by Huang An or men casually swept up by Kong Gorilla, the stamp meant having a life, as long as they survived to the transit station. If they had children or family, one stamp saved the whole family. By rule, the entire family could follow. Thus people frequently begged those stamped to falsely claim them as kin. If a single man was stamped, women would immediately offer themselves as wives. In the past they had used hanging wooden tags, but somehow everyone learned that following these men meant eating full meals. Tags were quickly snatched or stolen, causing fights and cries of injustice, even resulting in deaths. Eventually they switched to stamping. Master Lu's instructions were simple: prioritize natural feet, height over 1.5 meters, healthy women under 40. Whether they had children didn't matter. As for children, as long as they weren't disabled, all were wanted. The natural feet requirement proved harder to satisfy. Shandong's foot-binding customs differed from Jiangnan's. In Jiangnan, rural women worked the fields, so they generally didn't bind their feet. But in Shandong, foot-binding was widespread. Even farm girls rarely had unbound feet. Thus the natural feet prerequisite wasn't mandatory. Other conditions were relatively easier to meet. Huang An walked and selected. In the human market, women and children stared at them with wide eyes. Though rebel soldiers prevented rushing, whenever Huang An's gaze turned their way, they involuntarily wanted to stand and lunge forward, until forced back by rebel swords and spears. This terrifying, desperate gaze, this begging for life, sometimes made Huang An afraid to look, especially seeing the orphans in the market, miserable beyond words. They were unclad, lying or sitting, extremely weak. Small and frail, with no one to care for them, they occupied the very bottom of the human pen's food chain. Huang An sighed while trying to take every child who looked reasonably healthy. Every person he took from here meant one more life saved. But reception capacity in Zhejiang and on the island remained limited. The special service boats could only carry a few hundred people each trip, so Lu Wenyuan had given him a quota of maximum 1,000 people per journey. Finally, he went to the small sheds. Sold in these sheds were generally women of better appearance or from middle-class families and above. Although buying such women couldn't be done at bulk price and required paying silver cash, inside they often found women matching the chief's aesthetic preferences. Chief Zhu allocated him 20 taels of silver each time specifically to purchase such women. The guide price given was 3 taels per person. Special guards watched outside the shed. Only those displaying silver to demonstrate sincerity could enter to inspect goods. Huang An had visited a few times before. The guards knew his background and didn't question him. Yuee, however, was entering for the first time and couldn't help looking around curiously. Suddenly his whole body shivered and he tugged at Huang An's clothes. Huang An turned and saw Yuee blushing crimson, head lowered, afraid to look. Huang An recognized the signs. The lad was likely still a virgin, unable to handle the spring scenery within the shed. The shed wasn't large but was packed with people. Under the sunlight, the smell of sweat hung overpowering in the air. In the center was an empty space cordoned off by rope, entry strictly forbidden. The women for sale were stripped naked one by one and pushed inside for buyers to inspect. Looking from outside, the rope was permitted, but touching was strictly forbidden. Otherwise, swords and spears would provide enforcement. Huang An knew some buyers from out of town were extremely particular, rejecting even those with slight scars on their skin. A young woman with excellent figure, looks, and skin sold for at most 5 taels, not merely a tenth of the purchase price in Jiangnan, but in Jiangnan, buying a girl would never permit such inspection. No wonder traffickers from South Jili risked their necks to come here for goods. Under ordinary circumstances, Huang An might have teased the lad, but the spring scenery here was a tableau of boundless misery. These women had first lost homes and families, then suffered repeated rape and abuse by rebel soldiers. Tortured into stupor, they appeared dull-witted, doing whatever told, acting with complete shamelessness even under the gaze of a crowd of men, letting people critique them. Even someone experienced like himself couldn't muster interest for jokes. End of chapter. Chapter 1189. Yuee and Zheng Yuee. Huang An was a major client here, purchasing several women almost every visit. Upon his appearance, people immediately cleared a path. Accustomed to the scene by now, he paid it no mind. Just as he was selecting according to Chief Zhu's standards, Yuee suddenly slapped his arm and called out nervously, "Brother Huang." "What is it?" Huang An started. "Isn't that Moon Maiden?" He pointed. "What?" Huang An followed his finger and saw, sitting blankly behind the side of the rope circle, a young woman, similarly naked and with disheveled hair. It took him a moment to place her. Wasn't this Zheng Yuee, the daughter of Cao 5 from the Dengzhu water camp? Zheng Yuee was a rather well-known figure among the families of the Dengzhu water camp soldiers. Cao 5's wife had died young, and Yuee was the eldest daughter with several younger siblings below her. She had managed the household single-handedly, which developed a bold and capable personality. Not only did she dare curse loudly in the streets, but she would roll up her sleeves to pull hair and tear clothes in fights with neighborhood women. She had once smashed open the head of a loafer who molested her with a water jar. In short, she was someone who never let herself be taken advantage of. Because of her reputation and heavy family burdens, Zheng Yuee, though not bad-looking, had remained unmarried. The Cao and Zhu families lived close by, and Yuee had developed some interest in her. He often came around to help with heavy work, and through flirtatious glances both understood the meaning. But whenever Yuee considered the 5 or 6 siblings she would bring along, realizing the burden of becoming this brother-in-law would be considerable. Both families were ordinary camp soldiers, and military pay couldn't support a family. He had remained indecisive. Huang An had spent some time with the Zhu family and heard Yuee muttering about this. He hadn't expected her to be captured too. At this moment, this small woman famous for her boldness had a swollen face and dried blood at the corner of her mouth. Her body was covered in whip marks as if she had just been tortured. Her eyes were vacant, and a foolish smile hung at the corner of her mouth. The shrewd, bold expression that had once animated her features was entirely gone. She seemed nothing more than an idiotic fool. "Master Huang, see anything you like." The rebel steward watching nearby noticed his fixed gaze and immediately approached. "This woman," Huang An nodded slightly. "Oh, seems her name is Yuee or Zheng," the steward said, recognizing her at a glance. "The base is decent, but she's a bit crazy. Went mad a few days ago, got whipped before she settled down, otherwise General Zhao wouldn't have dumped her." "How could she be crazy?" Yuee rushed to ask, only realizing his slip when Huang An's glare cut him short. This was a rebel den. Even if confident, it wasn't a place for loose talk. The steward didn't seem to mind. How? Parents killed, couldn't process it for a moment and went to pieces. What new trick could it be? Looking at her body, she should be a maiden, probably wasn't a husband or son killed. Seeing Huang An and his follower showing interest in this woman, he seized the opportunity. Master Huang, if you like her and think she can still be of service, take her for 2 taels of silver. I'll count it as doing a good deed. One like her, if not sold, stays as a camp whore and sooner or later gets used to death anyway. Huang An hesitated. 2 taels was indeed cheap, but looking at her appearance she had fallen into idiocy. The chief's first rule in selecting people was no disabled ones. Besides, buying her with silver meant she would likely become a concubine or maid for the chiefs. How would he explain bringing back a madwoman? Yuee kept tugging at his sleeve. Huang An knew the lad harbored strong feelings for Zheng Yuee and wanted to save her. If he didn't buy her, Zheng Yuee would fulfill the steward's prediction, sooner or later raped to death. The death of one helpless woman didn't count for much here. The moat outside the market was choked with corpses. She wasn't necessarily more pitiable or more worthy of rescue than the women still suffering in the human pen. But Yuee's expression made refusal impossible. Yuee's elder brother Zhu San had been Huang An's sworn brother, beheaded for stealing from government granaries alongside him. After Huang An infiltrated Dengzhou, Yuee had followed him through life and death. Any way you looked at it, he was a true brother. But this was using public office for private gain. Huang An knew the Australian temperament well. Everything had rules, everything followed systems. They particularly emphasized discipline and obeying orders. Still looking at Yuee's expression, then at Zheng Yuee still wearing that empty smile, Huang An hesitated a moment before asking, "You want me to save her? After saving her, are you willing to take her?" "I am willing. In her condition, she may not be able to cook or raise children. Are you still willing?" "I am willing," Yuee answered without hesitation. "In that case, I'll help you buy her," Huang An said, then spoke a few words to the steward. The steward immediately agreed to knock off a few more fractions of silver. Having done such a thing, explaining it back home would be difficult. Huang An thought for a long while, then steeled himself. The silver would come from his own pay. Though he didn't know the exchange rate between circulation notes and silver, his savings were considerable, probably enough. Let his Dengzhou military merits offset the disciplinary breach. Thinking this, he felt at ease. He selected 5 or 6 more women, spending his 20-tael quota. After the stamping was done, the two walked out. Only after walking several dozen steps did Yuee call out, eyes reddening, "Brother Huang." "Say no more," Huang An patted his shoulder. "I didn't do it for you." Just as he spoke, something touched his foot. He looked down to see a woman curled in rags who had crawled to his feet. Skeletal and barely human, she used all her remaining strength to thrust a ragged bundle under his feet, pleading in a voice so weak it was scarcely audible. "Have mercy. Master, give him a way to live." Huang An looked closer. Inside the ragged bundle was a dead child, likely dead for some time, face covered in flies. He couldn't help recoiling in disgust, hurriedly taking several steps forward. He led Yuee walking quickly ahead as if fleeing. After walking several dozen steps, he felt it was too cruel and turned back. Even if the child was beyond hope, the woman still drew breath. Rescuing her for a few full meals might revive her. Having violated discipline once, he didn't fear violating it again. But when he returned, the woman had already breathed her last. 2 laborers were dragging her by the feet toward the corpse disposal trench. Her hands were still clutching the dead child tightly. The sunlight was blinding. Huang An felt a bit dizzy. He looked at this market filled with wailing victims, a hell on earth, and thought of Lingao. That was simply another world. He couldn't help but raise his eyes to the scorching sky and cry out, "Senate, when will your rain and dew cover the earth?" The population Huang An had purchased had already gathered at the designated place. Over a dozen large straw sheds stood there specifically for their use. Cao Qing led several dozen militia managing the operation. Stamped refugees were sent here. After stamp verification, each person was first issued a straw hat, reusable. Then 2 rice biscuits mixed with bean flour were distributed to give the refugees some strength, followed by a bamboo tube of weak salt water. Walking without water under the summer sun would cause mass heat stroke. Most had to walk on the return journey. Women purchased with silver naturally received different treatment. By rule, there was a light mule cart they could ride in. Huang An had brought over a dozen standard military two-wheeled transport carts drawn by single mules or horses. The carts were laden with relief rations for exchanging population. On the return trip, they transported children and the frail. Beyond population, the market sold all manner of goods. Lu Wenyuan naturally wouldn't miss such opportunities. Huang An's task was to place orders for items he spotted. Specific payment and inspection would be handled by Zhu Mingxia personally. Unlike buying people, wealth tempted hearts, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't encounter desperate men willing to risk their lives for money. According to the Planning Commission's purchasing guidelines, first priority went to livestock: horses, donkeys, mules, oxen. Besides capturing large numbers of military horses and pack animals, the rebels had looted massive quantities of livestock from the populace. The rebels possessed so many animals that when they later fled Huangxian, Shandong touring censor Zai Sanbin was able to organize a sizable transport team to supply grain for tens of thousands of government troops, just using the donkeys and mules the rebels had discarded, fully replenishing his stocks in 3 days. The rebels valued livestock highly as well, but lacking any comprehensive logistics system, they relied entirely on locust-style eat-all, loot-all supply methods. Animals received neither good feed nor rest and would soon be overworked, fit only for meat. Recognizing this opportunity, Lu Wenyuan negotiated with Kang Yaod, agreeing to exchange silver or grain for the rebels' excess livestock. These animals were also sent to Zheiyuan for local grazing. Summer grass was lush, and with proper care the animals would quickly recover their health. However, livestock sent to the market remained limited. For most rebels, slaughtering animals for meat was the simplest solution. So oftentimes Huang An had to settle for second best, purchasing animal byproducts like hides, hooves, and horns. These were raw materials needed by Lingao industry. Originally, Lu Wenyuan also bought animal bones, but stopped after discovering rebels mixing in human bones. Today the market had a large pile of merchandise. The Planning Commission was keenly interested in metal objects. These were obviously looted from commoners and shops, heaped together in a jumble. All kinds of utensils were mixed inside. Huang An even spotted several temple bells. End of chapter. Chapter 1190. Ideological education. The prices here were absurdly cheap, especially when paying in silver. Silver, in fact, was the most welcomed currency. As long as you produced silver, anything could be had for a fraction, sometimes mere hundredths of its original price. After inspecting the goods, Huang An took the purchased population back to the island. The journey went smoothly this time. No one collapsed and died. Upon returning, he reported the purchase of Zheng Yuee to Zhu Mingxia. Zhu Mingxia smiled and patted his shoulder. For this matter, we'll just deduct 2 taels of silver from your pay. You meant well. As for that girl, hand her over to the medics first. When there's a ship evacuating wounded back, send her along. Once she's in Lingao, have Dr. Deng at the General Hospital take a look. Deng Boyan of the Ministry of Health General Hospital and the Senate's only psychiatrist, Jiang Qiuyan, had jointly established a Ministry of Health Mental Health Center. In truth, a plaque-hanging institution existing mainly to show presence, taking in some mental patients. When the two had time and interest, they would offer some counseling. For someone like Zheng Yuee, Zhu Mingxia felt it was at most an acute stress reaction under intense stimulation, something seen in the military as well. Some psychological counseling would likely help her recover. Yes, thank you, Chief. Huang An saluted, then hesitated. Chief, I have a question. Speak. Zhu Mingxia didn't mind. The commoners of Dengzhou and Leizhou are suffering terribly. Human lives here are simply worse than pigs and dogs. Huang An spoke with visible agitation. Dengzhou was his homeland after all. His eyes couldn't help reddening. Our Fubo army's military force is so powerful. Why don't we just wipe out this gang of rebels directly? Why do we still have to do business with them? Zhu Mingxia started slightly. Until now, naturalized officers and soldiers of the Fubo army had never questioned their commander's orders. To them, the Senate was a godlike existence. This was a dangerous sign, he thought. As a Dengzhou native, seeing his homeland in such misery naturally made it unbearable. Of course, he could suppress the question with a single sentence, but Zhu Mingxia paid great attention to ideological and political work. Moreover, Huang An was an officer, a future backbone of the Fubo army. The reasoning needed to be explained clearly. Sit down. Zhu Mingxia pointed to the chair in his office. Huang An hesitated, saluted, and sat. You believe our Fubo army is very powerful, correct? Reporting to Sir, yes. Huang An started to rise to deliver a proper report. Zhu Mingxia waved his hand. We're having a heart-to-heart talk now. No need to follow regulations. Do you think our northbound detachment can attack Dengzhou and defeat the rebels right now? Whatever stands in our way will be crushed like dry weeds and rotten wood. Li Jiacheng and Kong Yaod are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. Zhu Mingxia thought the man certainly had a talent for idioms. No wonder they called Shandong the hometown of sages. We can indeed defeat the rebels now, but what happens afterward? He asked. Huang An hesitated. What after defeating the rebels? He truly hadn't considered it. In his mode of thinking, such matters were for the higher-ups. After a moment of stunned silence, he said, the common people live and work in peace. Zhu Mingxia looked into his eyes. Live and work in peace. You yourself are a Dengzhou native. Did Dengzhou's common people live and work in peace in the past? The answer was obvious. In the Dengzhou-Leizhou region, the poverty of the people and the hardship of life were infamous right up to the Republic era. Even in ordinary years, people starving to death or fleeing famine was commonplace. Huang An hesitated. Though not living and working in peace, surely it wasn't this miserable. As he spoke, he remembered the various tragic scenes he had witnessed at the market these past days. His eyes welled up and he hurriedly wiped them with his sleeve. Zhu Mingxia patted his shoulder. You're right. Without Li Jiacheng and Kong Yaod, commoners could at least starve to death in peace. If they couldn't survive, at least they had the option of fleeing famine or selling their children. Are we defeating Li Jiacheng and Kong Yaod just to win the common people such a world? Of course not, Huang An said quickly. If everywhere could be like Lingao, that would be good. Like Lingao? Zhu Mingxia nodded. Even if not exactly like Lingao, having a peaceful environment where they can farm securely and live their lives, commoners would be very satisfied, wouldn't they? Yes, Huang An said. Common folk aren't afraid of being poor or suffering. They ask for nothing but peaceful days. But you know that peaceful days don't come easily, Zhu Mingxia said seriously. You're an old naturalized citizen, an old soldier. You know how Lingao Hainan's peaceful days came about. Huang An nodded. He was a veteran of the Second Counter-Encirclement Campaign and the Pacification War, still remembering those days and nights of fighting. How many comrades did we sacrifice? What price did we pay to let the people of all Hainan Island enjoy the peaceful days you envision? Zhu Mingxia's voice grew impassioned. Do you know where the rifle in your hands, the clothes on your body, the shoes on your feet, and the dry rations you eat come from? Provided by the Great Senate. This was the standard answer provided by Wei Awen, but when Huang An gave it, he felt neither absurd nor laughable. He believed this from the bottom of his heart. Correct. It is provided by the Senate, but also earned by the diligent labor of the vast naturalized citizenry. Workers toiling by furnaces in factories, farmers laboring under the scorching sun, sailors driving ships regardless of life and death, miners working desperately in coal yards. Only then did Hainan Island have the peaceful days you speak of. Zhu Mingxia employed a string of lyrical parallelisms to strengthen his persuasiveness. Defeating the rebels now would be easy for us, but what about afterward? Don't forget there are also the great Ming's government troops, whose harm to the people is no less. Even if they don't harm the people and leave quickly, Is it enough for the people to continue living peaceful days of starving to death and fleeing famine? Of course not, Huang An said firmly. Soldier chaos, bandit chaos, exorbitant taxes. This great Ming world is already ablaze everywhere, full of devastation. Suffering people are everywhere. As the Senate's sharp sword, we must broaden our vision, hold the whole world in our chests, vowing to save all the people under heaven. He waved his hand with full emotion. Huang An's passion was kindled as well. Save all the people under heaven. Though he had long sensed the Senate's ambition, he had never heard an elder reveal it so bluntly. A powerful emotion surged through him. The heroic spirit of achieving great deeds instantly overwhelmed his pity. Correct, for all the suffering people under heaven. Zhu Mingxia nodded solemnly. So our primary work is to silently accumulate strength. Maximizing the collection of population from Dengzhuleju to strengthen ourselves is what we should do now, not seeking momentary gratification for the suffering of one locality's people. That is only petty benevolence and petty righteousness, not the great benevolence and great righteousness that considers the whole world. Yes, I understand. Huang An jumped up excitedly, standing at attention and saluting. Serve the Senate and the people. After Huang An departed, Zhu Mingxia took out a handkerchief and wiped his brow. Educating a person was truly no easy task. He watched Huang An's retreating figure with complex emotions. Mr. Speaker, the Executive Committee enlarged meeting will begin in 15 minutes. The Senate Speaker's private secretary, Caiyan Hongwang, wearing a female clerk's uniform, opened the office door and spoke respectfully. Very well, I'm coming immediately. Caiyan Shuiding tidied the documents on his desk. He retrieved a briefcase from the wooden shelf on the wall, then took a stack of files from the safe in the room. No longer reinforced concrete, but a genuine steel plate riveted safe, carefully counted them, placed them in the briefcase, and snapped the lock shut. Then he scrutinized his reflection in a full-length mirror on the wall, checking if his clothes were crisp and unwrinkled, smoothing his hair. Caiyan Shuiding placed great importance on his image, and was the only executive committee member with a full-length mirror in his office. In America, he had enjoyed watching politicians shape their public personas, from hairstyles and clothing to demeanor. Now he found himself involuntarily practicing the same. Today's meeting had actually been convened to discuss his elder military-political proposal. The White-Silver Plan had passed the Senate vote and officially entered the Executive Committee discussion stage. Ever since late 1630, when Caiyan Shuiding first proposed on the BBS to rob the Spanish galleons transporting American silver to Manila off the Philippine coast in 1631, this proposal had garnered extremely high popularity. Hoisting the Jolly Roger, wielding a cutlass, wearing an eye patch to board enemy ships, then stepping on chests of silver while forcing crew to walk the plank. The imaginations of many sailing ship party boarding action enthusiasts had instantly expanded without restraint. Although history buffs had pointed out that standard pirate Jolly Rogers hadn't appeared yet in 1630 regardless of color, no one paid attention to their spoilsport replies. And the treasure figure, claimed to be up to 1,000,000 taels of silver, made many people's pupils instantly assume the shape of silver ingots. Only because the timing wasn't ripe had this extremely popular proposal been postponed until now. However, those interested had been following this plan all along. Information collection for the operation had been ongoing. Implementation details had been discussed at several small gatherings aboard the Feiyun. Over more than 2 years, through the collective brainstorming of a group of people, constant data collection, and small-scale wargaming, the simple plan had been continuously refined, forming a feasibility report with detailed content and concrete figures. End of chapter. Chapter 1191, Manila Galleon. The Executive Committee meeting room was packed. Beyond the Executive Committee members themselves, nearly every ministry and commission head had come. This was a typical enlarged meeting. The ostensible reason was naturally that the matter was of great importance, a national policy-level operation. In reality, everyone knew how many people's childhood pirate dreams this carried. Even several people from the financial department showed up. Their stated reason was to assess the operation's costs and returns, including what impact this large influx of silver would have on the Senate's fiscal situation. The Directorate of Finance was preparing to gradually promote circulation notes in yellow zones like Guangzhou starting at the end of 1632. This would inevitably require a certain amount of precious metal reserves. Existing precious metal circulation, roughly sufficient for import needs, would appear inadequate. This silver revenue thus became quite important. Large wooden tubs stood in the four corners and central open space of the meeting room, giant ice blocks emitting white wisps of cool vapor. Even so, the room remained uncomfortably warm. The executive committee meeting room was originally configured to accommodate 25 people. Now with nearly 40 squeezed in, the heat from too many bodies left everyone dripping with sweat. But the atmosphere was enthusiastic. No one minded. As executive committee chairman, when Daisy announced the start of the meeting, Caian Shuading carried his carefully prepared briefcase of materials to the podium and signaled for the curtains to be drawn, not for secrecy, but because he needed the projector. Comrades, I will now give a brief report on the operation to seize the Manila Galleon. With that, he opened his laptop and projector. He first explained the origin of the Manila Galleon. Manila galleons departed from New Spain, the Spanish-American colonies, every February or March, arriving in Manila between May and July each year. 2 galleons were dispatched each time. Manila galleons were royal vessels. The primary purpose of the voyage to Manila was to transport subsidies for the Governor-General of the Philippines, that is, the Spanish colonial government's administrative expenses. The amount varied annually, generally between 200,000 and 300,000 pesos. In Philippine colonial revenue, the largest portion came from silver shipped from the Americas, followed by taxes and license fees collected from local Chinese. However, compared to the colonial government's huge expenses and pitiful local income, without the royal subsidy, the Philippine government couldn't sustain itself. In letters to the king, the Philippine Governor-General cried poverty every time, demanding more subsidies. I found detailed figures for the royal subsidy obtained by the Philippine colony from the Americas annually from 1630 to 1634. Last year it was 203,915 pesos. This year it is 232,569 pesos. We know each peso weighs approximately 37 grams. Calculated this way, that's over 8 tons of silver. This figure wasn't particularly electrifying, so Caian Shuading had more to add. Although the royal subsidy itself isn't enormous, the Manila Galleon also transports non-royal property, payments for goods purchased in the Philippines by New Spain viceroys and merchants, and payments for goods sold in the Americas by Philippine merchants. These latter 2 amounts are very substantial. Smuggling trade between the 2 colonies of New Spain and the Philippines is rampant, including the Governor-General's own participation. Massive quantities of Chinese goods are shipped to the Americas via this route. Though we cannot know exactly how much silver each ship carries, historically Manila galleons were captured 4 times. 1 yielded 1,000,000 pesos in coins, 2 yielded goods worth about 2,000,000 pesos, and 1 botched job still produced hard currency worth 400,000 to 800,000. So the silver coins and goods carried each time are likely worth around 1,000,000 pesos. If we do this right, capturing just 1 ship gets us at least 500,000 pesos, very likely far more. We know most silver flowing into late Ming China came from American silver in the Manila trade, so the Manila Galleon cannot possibly carry only the official silver coins. This data caused a stir among those present. The potential haul was too tempting. What is the armament situation of these ships? Navy Chief of Naval Operations Chen Haiyang asked. He concerned himself more with this issue. According to our information, there are 2 Manila galleons in 1632, the flagship San Luis and the San Raimundo. However, Detailed tonnage records don't exist in the available data. Cai Shuiding pressed a key, displaying the next slide, a side-profile structural diagram of a Spanish galleon. However, judging from available data, these ships must be galleons. Please look, this is the typical structure of a galleon. He pointed at the slide. I found the composition of the Spanish Far East Fleet in 1627. We can use the largest vessel among them to estimate the equipment and personnel situation of these ships. Far East Fleet flagship, Galleon San Ildefonso, 1,400 tons, 41 guns, total crew 651. Slightly smaller, Galleon Santa Teresa de Jesus, 1,150 tons, 39 guns, total crew 495. Galleon Peña de Francia, 1,000 tons, 34 guns, total crew 437. Because this fleet simultaneously carried troops for land combat missions, nearly half the personnel aboard were Army soldiers and artillerymen. The Manila galleon wouldn't carry so many troops. So we can estimate these two ships should be around 1,000 tons, 40 guns, 400 soldiers and sailors. Besides gold and silver, the dozens of light and heavy cannons and dozens of tons of copper aboard are also a considerable fortune. If we can tow the ship back, the timber and sails are quite useful as well. Wuda revealed his planning commission colors the moment he spoke. Exactly so, Cai Shuiding nodded. As Defoe said, a ship is a floating treasury, especially this kind of scheduled liner between two colonies. The various goods carried aboard also represent a fortune to us. According to your data, our Navy can defeat the treasure ships relatively easily. After all, our muzzle-loading rifled guns have effective range, rate of fire and penetration far superior to the Spaniards' culverins and demi-culverins, said Lin Shen, attending as a non-voting delegate. Your primitive contact fuses can't be used. We want capture, not sinking. The Spaniards, conversely, can use various shells without scruples, but since they don't have explosive shells anyway, deploying the 900 ones against them poses no problem at all. When the English fought, the Armada, typical engagement range was only 100 meters. Chairman Wen summarized confidently. Broadly speaking, the elders had great confidence in their naval vessels. Moreover, so far, whether the 854 or 901, they remained lonely experts at sea, never having truly tasted blood. Only a few 900 ones had performed shore-fire support missions in Shandong. However, the main problem is actually search and discovery. Cai Shuiding projected a map of the Philippines. From known data, the treasure ships approach from the Philippine Sea to the east, pass through the San Bernardino Strait between Luzon and Samar, enter the Sibuyan Sea, then pass through the strait north of Mindoro to reach Manila. Isn't that almost exactly Coward Curita's route in reverse? I believe we can choose the strait north of Mindoro, the Sibuyan Sea, or the San Bernardino Strait for interception. Someone immediately raised objections. Don't even consider the first two interception points. Philippine islands and straits are as numerous as ox hairs. Where will we get such detailed hydrological data? If we run aground, we'd be stealing a chicken only to lose the rice. Even Nimitz ran aground there driving a small destroyer in the 20th century, and was forgiven only because the hydrological data was simply too complex. I think we might as well just take Manila and directly receive the colony. The Philippines has abundant natural resources. Taking Manila wouldn't be hard. The Spaniards don't have many troops in the Philippines. Seeing the discussion drifting toward a Manila strategy, Ma Qianju finally spoke. Let me state my position first. I do not approve of taking the Philippines. It disperses resources too much. Secondly, although I don't understand naval technical issues well, some important impacts must be considered first. We currently treat Zheng as our main opponent and strike target. Hitting Spanish treasure ships might add an enemy. Although we fought at Bapu, that wasn't an overt act. Moreover, we all know massive amounts of Spanish silver are flowing into China at this time. If we enter a hostile state with the Spaniards, will we lose this source? When Daisy surveyed the attendees, I think old Ma has a point. I personally feel it's better not to make too many enemies right now. Even if we can occupy Manila, we don't have the manpower to occupy and develop the Philippines at present. This time is just to grab a score. One can never have too much silver. As for avoiding hostilities with the Spaniards, I think it comes down to secrecy. Everyone might as well discuss this issue in detail. Of course, if secrecy fails, killing everyone to silence them is the simplest option. Old Cayenne, what do you say? Taking out the treasure ships will deal a severe economic blow to Zheng. We've discussed this before, Cayenne Shuiting said. As for complete secrecy, implementation has difficulties. Our guns and ships are very distinctive, and we can't guarantee every sailor will keep their mouth shut. If we have to tow the ship back to port for dismantling, maintaining secrecy becomes even harder. End of chapter. Chapter 1192, Preparations. Then we can only destroy both the people and the ship at sea, leaving no trace, take away what can be dismantled and transported, and simply abandon the hull. But don't expect perfection. Killing everyone to silence them is easy enough, but can we guarantee every participating Navy and Marine soldier will keep their mouth shut? Besides, it's a pity to abandon a large galleon with considerable transport capacity. Ma Qianju turned to the finance department. What impact would 230,000 pesos have on our finances? Chengdong flipped open a small notebook and answered. This income would greatly increase our precious metal reserves. We currently need to import massive amounts of bulk commodities, especially grain. Industrial exports cannot yet fully offset our foreign trade deficit, so the more silver and precious metal income we obtain, the better for us. Especially with the future promotion of circulation notes, we inevitably need to mint large quantities of silver coins as reserves. He was extremely sensitive about the reserve issue. Cayenne Shuiting said, consequently, I believe it doesn't matter if the Spanish find out. Given Spanish naval strength in East Asia, they simply cannot contend with us. Secondly, seizing the ship is equivalent to cutting off a major economic source for Zheng. The Spanish in the Philippines rely heavily on trade with China. One could say that without Chinese goods and labor, they couldn't remain in the Philippines a single day. As long as we replace Zheng's position and the Navy controls trade with the Philippines, the Governor-General will have no choice but to pinch his nose, swallow the loss, and continue trading with us. Incidentally, this operation was originally conceived as a one-off strike against Zheng. In the long run, trade yields more profit than robbery. Too bad, I'd planned to rob them for 10 years running, an elder sighed. Those who establish and maintain world order reap the largest returns. One need only look at the United States in the old timeline to see that, Cayenne Shuiting replied. As for the impact on combat and shipping, it wouldn't be too great. Starting in July, the Navy and merchant fleet would begin resting and reorganizing. Except for a few ships maintaining normal operations on scheduled routes, most shipping would halt completely. Both ships and sailors were plentiful. Regarding the dispatched formation, Cayenne Shuiting's plan called for a mixed formation of two Type 901 gunboats plus the Feiyun. The 901's mobility and firepower were the keys to victory. The one-way journey alone covered 1,000 nautical miles, and time was tight, making it impossible to use sailboats that required significant transit time. Additionally, search and pursuit at sea demanded high speed and maneuverability, things sailing ships couldn't achieve. As for the Feiyun, it would primarily provide navigation and weather services for the formation. This was extremely important for a fleet penetrating the maze-like waterways of the Philippine archipelago. Secondly, the surface search radar aboard was significant for locating targets. This capital wasn't excessively large for the Senate and Navy, but the potential loss of the Feiyun, a modern sailboat brought from the old timeline, would still be heartbreaking. However, for absolute assurance, the Feiyun's participation was indispensable, unless the Navy was willing to allocate a Type 854 cruiser to replace its role. But the diesel consumption would be unacceptable to the Planning Commission. At least the Feiyun could use sails half the time and engines the other half. Chen Haiyang studied the map, pondered for a while and said, I suggest this route. The formation departs Hainan eastward, passes through the Bailantang Channel, rounds Luzon Island to the south, proceeds straight to the eastern mouth of the San Bernardino Strait, and then begins the search. Such a route stays far from major merchant shipping lanes and is not easily detected. It also avoids hydrographically complex shallow waterways, making it safer. However, entering the Philippine archipelago in July brings a high probability of encountering typhoons. Our Navy has never conducted long-distance blue water operations until now. Back then, our Navy leaving the first island chain once was major news. We found no typhoon records for July 1632. Besides, if there really is a typhoon, wouldn't those two ships also be stuck in Manila? Our ships are at least sturdier than theirs. I'm afraid typhoons can't really be verified by checking historical records. Typhoon generation is random. Someone expressed dissatisfaction with Caiyan Shuiting's remark. The Feiyun has weather radar which can provide some early warning. In case of a typhoon, we can seek shelter in time. In the worst case, we can at least ensure human safety. Discussion wasn't particularly heated afterward. Zhao Zishan noticed several heads of industrial and agricultural departments wanting to speak, but upon hearing that few ships would be deployed, they visibly relaxed and began whispering in small, soy sauce groups. Not bad, not bad. This meeting actually stayed on topic the whole time, a genuine rarity. I say, Cheng Dong, if we aren't issuing paper currency now and keeping silver is temporarily useless, can you allocate it to us in the heavy industry sector? Zhan Wuya had already set his sights on silver not yet in hand. Anyway, keeping silver with you earns no interest and won't spawn little ingots. Making it into wires for us wouldn't be bad. We're consistently short of copper now. The Army and Navy are both competing for it. The discussion immediately turned lively. That's worse than lending it to our Heaven and Earth Society for loans. Old Zhan, aren't you afraid I'll put up a sign, no copper in wires but there is silver, guaranteeing your wires will be cut clean in one night? Ha ha ha. You bumpkins, don't you know the electromagnets at Oak Ridge in WWII used silver wires? The shipyard and forge should have electromagnets. That would be much more convenient. Who dares steal silver from a factory? Aren't they afraid of eating mini-A balls? How do you insulate? Didn't the chemical sector produce raw lacquer? They say silver stored in vaults loses 1% annually. Then we might as well take it out and use it first. After the Manhattan Project finished, the silver loss at Oak Ridge was less than 1,000th. Bullshit. We in Lingao don't have those silver soldiers who can stuff 50-tail ingots in their stomachs and smuggle them out. You might as well say Los Alamos used gold spheres to block doors. That legend of silver soldiers belongs to unofficial history. From my understanding of the Ming Dynasty, this claim isn't necessarily true. Analysis of household department silver reserve records in core journals suggests a high probability of exaggeration. Facing the suddenly derailed discussion, Caiyan Shuiting stood at the podium somewhat at a loss. Zhao Zishan hurriedly stood to smooth things over. All right, these are matters for later. We can discuss them slowly. Ma Jia, do you think it's necessary to establish some regulations here first? If we want the most reasonable and legal approach for this operation, it would be declaring war on the Spanish. After all, we are deploying regular armed forces. Since a state of war exists, capturing enemy vessels and confiscating goods and ships complies with the laws of war. As for whether captives have human rights, I tend to think such a concept didn't exist in the 17th century. Ma Jia spoke with fervor. However, the procedures for declaring war are too cumbersome, and we can't send an envoy to Manila in time. So I think we can reference some historical privateering actions. Drake's maritime activities had elements of a joint stock company. Referencing his example, I believe launching a privateering action against the Spanish Manila government is completely legal. After all, our Senate itself implies a joint stock company. The Spanish once conducted hostile actions against Bapu port, so our maritime retaliation is also legal. He wanted to continue but was interrupted by Wendacy. Very good, very good. Go draft a relevant legal basis document. No problem. Give me 3 days, and I will definitely produce a logically clear, well-argued legal document, fully embodying our respect for the law. As for spoils distribution, following the old precedent of Type A ship salvage, controlled materials would go to the Planning Commission's accounts, while non-controlled materials, daily necessities, and luxury goods would be sold to all elders via bidding. Proceeds from selling spoils would be added to each elder's dividend quota at year-end, according to shareholding ratios. The meeting concluded successfully with no objections. The matter was officially project approved, and the operation was code-named Hunger. I didn't expect you people to build such a thing. Caian Shuiding exclaimed in amazement at the galleon before him. It was indeed a ship, hull, deck, masts, rigging. It possessed everything a 1,000-ton galleon should have, and it was moored in the bay. However, it couldn't move because this galleon was actually just a full-scale model, officially called Fixed Maritime Simulation Training Facility. It had been built on a row of wooden piles driven into the seabed. Rather than a ship, it was more like a wooden house. Key parts of the hull like keel and ribs were replicated completely, but only resembled in form. Ship materials weren't processed or manufactured according to real shipbuilding techniques. The purpose was merely to provide a visual demonstration for those using this model. Speaking of this idea, it came precisely from your proposal. Training Superintendent Fu Sansi led Caian Shuiding onto the ship deck. Except for lacking sails, the 3 tall masts were also constructed, but like all the materials used for this ship, they were spliced together from inferior wood. If real sails were hoisted at sea, it would disintegrate immediately. The proposal to construct this 1-to-1 European large ship training model had come from the Navy Department. Although Caian Shuiding's proposal hadn't passed for 2 consecutive years, the idea had inspired the elder officers of the Navy Department. There would surely be many boarding battles aimed at capturing enemy ships in the future. General small and medium ships had simple structures, and the Navy had actual vessels for practice. But large ships like galleons or Dutch yachts, with displacement over 1,000 tons, had 3 or 4 decks and extremely complex internal layouts. Unfamiliarity with internal structures could easily lead to losses in combat. This was something the Navy strived to avoid. End of chapter. Chapter 1193, Chlorine Gas. Caian Shuiding descended below deck. The layout of cabins, one by one, and even the cargo packaging in the hold, everything was complete. Fu Sansi explained these had been restored as closely as possible according to historical records, also referencing confessions from several Spanish sailors. Confessions from Spaniards? Caian Shuiding asked curiously. He didn't recall any Spaniards among the Senate's naturalized citizens. Captured at Bapu back then. They've been working in labor reform teams ever since, Fu Sansi said. Working for over 2 years met the redemption conditions. They were released and settled along with the Sands captured at the same time early this year. Spaniards are easily handled. At least they can serve as guides. What do we need the Sands for? Caian Shuiding said with some dissatisfaction. The languages from their region are bewilderingly varied. Being guides holds no value. The Sands went to the Agricultural Commission. Don't know what old Wu plans to use them for. The Spaniards stayed in the shipbuilding department to do odd jobs. 2 of them, 1 sailmaker and 1 carpenter, count as somewhat useful people. They seem very honest so far. Many details on the ship and how Spaniards conduct naval administration were provided by them. Fu Sansi led him on a tour of the cabin layout. Caian Shuiding had seen many pictorial materials depicting galleon cabin layouts, but viewing the actual construction proved far more intuitive. Fu Sansi told him the paneling of these cabins was actually detachable and could be rearranged according to cabin layout diagrams of different ships, increasing the variety of options. Shijiki often brings Marines from Hong Kong here for drills. It gets very lively, Fu Sansi said with a smile. This Operation Hunger can draw a portion of personnel from the Marine Corps. They have sufficient training experience. Since Shijiki had gone to Hong Kong, he had actively lobbied within the Navy Ministry to relocate the Marine Corps headquarters there. The Navy had originally been dissatisfied with Lingao as the main naval base anyway. Hong Kong, Sanya, or Kaohsiung were obviously more suitable. As an island and important route node near the Pearl River Delta, launching amphibious operations from Hong Kong was clearly far more convenient than from Lingao. Thus, the main force and headquarters of the Marine Corps were eventually transferred to Hong Kong. Currently, Hainan retained only a battalion headquarters commanding 2 Marine companies in Sanya and Lingao, as well as squad and platoon-level detachments performing garrison duties across Hainan Island and Dongsha. As project leader for Operation Hunger, Caiyan Shuiding felt even more confident after touring the one-to-one training model. Though he had absolute confidence in the Navy's combat power, Spanish fanaticism was also legendary. If emotions were incited and they refused to surrender even unto death, insisting on fighting a boarding battle with the Marines, it wasn't beyond possibility. With this full-scale model, boarding Marines could fully train specific tactical coordination, increasing their chances of victory by several notches. He requisitioned a room in the Navy Ministry building at Bapu, establishing the command headquarters for Operation Hunger. He first selected the elders participating in this operation. Originally, he had wanted Zhou Weizhen to operate the Feiyun and command the formation. But Zhou Weizhen pointed out that, as a non-Navy elder, he lacked prestige within the Navy and held no formal rank. He probably wouldn't be able to command respect. After consideration, Caiyan Shuiding decided to ask Lin Chuanqing to serve as formation commander. He was general commander of the Navy fishing fleet, with sufficiently high rank and position. As an old snakehead, old smuggler, and old fisherman, his grasp of Southeast Asian sea conditions was more familiar than anyone else's. His experience in operating small vessels was also the richest. For the 2 Type 901s, Nangchao and Daishuang were selected. These 2 warships had launched later than the first wave of 4 901s. Although they had encountered quite a few problems immediately upon launch, after repairs and break-in, their current condition was relatively good, and hull fouling was minimal, allowing direct deployment. Although Daishuang's Captain Liu Yang couldn't claim much experience, his advantage was youth and vigor, making this an ideal opportunity to gain more long-voyage experience. With Lin Chuanqing holding the line, there presumably wouldn't be major problems. Since the voyage to the Philippines covered just over 2,000 nautical miles round-trip, relying solely on the 901's coal capacity couldn't satisfy long-distance navigation and search standby requirements. A sail-steam hybrid fast collier would accompany them, the Haifeng. The 2 901 gunboats underwent necessary modifications, adding rapid boarding bridges for boarding combat. Considering that the opponent might be a large galleon with very high freeboard, typewriters were installed on the fore and aft mast tops of the 901s to suppress enemy deck fire and cover the boarding team climbing the ship. The sailors on board can be reselected and reorganized, picking experienced hands. During Operation Giant last time, just sailing 1 week at sea had so many people puking half to death. This operation is at least a month round trip, in open sea with big waves. Seasickness will be unbearable. Use more sailors who were formerly pirates, Caiyan Shuiding proposed at the preparatory meeting. That's not wise. Sailors and officers on every ship have now formed a combat collective. Changing everyone at once means having to reintegrate from scratch. Lin Chuanqing shook his head. The professional specialization of 901 posts is much higher than ordinary sailing ships. Replacement isn't that easy. Besides, they've been sailing continuously at sea for over half a year. Adaptability should be no problem. My main worry is wind direction. He traced a finger across the chart. Wind direction isn't favorable. By July, the prevailing wind is already southeasterly. Returning will be convenient, but going out will be very troublesome. Aren't 901s primarily steam-powered? Headwind still causes significant consumption. The 901's self-sustainment isn't optimistic. Once boilers are damaged, the whole plan is affected, and coaling at sea requires technical skill. We need to seize time to train more in the coming days. Key boarding personnel were selected from the Marines. Steam warship sailors were no longer human dregs who could be casually replaced. Losing one required considerable time to retrain. Most Senate Navy warships were equipped with varying numbers of Marines. One of their tasks was to conduct boarding operations when necessary. However, considering each galleon might have 400 sailors, this time a platoon of Marines was specially reinforced on each 901, all selected by Seizure from Hong Kong, members of the Marine Corps Amphibious Reconnaissance Detachment, who had participated in multiple simulated galleon boarding drills. To ensure absolute safety, Cai Shuading originally wanted to mobilize a special recon detachment to accompany the fleet, but several detachments were currently deployed abroad, and manpower was extremely tight. After coordination, Bai Wei agreed to dispatch a small team of 10 members to accompany the ships, acting as snipers and M240 machine gunners. If necessary, they would directly participate in the boarding assault carrying submachine guns and shotguns. Someone simply suggested bringing anti-tank missiles, but everyone felt the thing might have excessive killing power. If one shot sank the ship before the silver was in hand, it would be a complete loss. Demonstration confrontation drills were conducted several times on the Galleon model. The result, regardless of the assault plan adopted, casualties during boarding were basically nil. The combined use of M240s and typewriters was sufficient to sweep the entire deck. But once entering combat on the middle and lower decks, certain casualties became inevitable. Even with complete knowledge of the cabin structure, as long as the opposing side possessed sufficient fighting will, they could inflict losses on assaulting Marines with matchlocks and swords. And precedents existed of turning small cannons on the gun deck to fire longitudinally and crush rushing enemies. The Marines' main equipment, Mini-A rifles, had greatly reduced combat efficiency once inside narrow, poorly lit middle and lower decks. Smoke was excessive when firing, and reaction speed wasn't fast enough in close quarters. Obviously, the submachine guns and shotguns used by Special Recon were the ideal boarding tools, but these weapons were extremely scarce, so Cai Shuading turned his attention to poison gas. Currently, Lingao could manufacture only 2 types: chili tear gas grenades widely equipped by security forces, and chlorine gas. Chlorine was an important product in Lingao's chemical industry and a widely used raw material in industrial production. Both production volume and storage met certain application conditions. Cai Shuading planned to control the upper deck, then inject chlorine gas through personnel entrances. Chlorine is very heavy and flows downward. Although galleons had lower gun ports and stern windows, and lower decks were flush with relatively good air circulation preventing chlorine from achieving optimal effect, even a small amount of chlorine was enough to incapacitate people. Clean and labor-saving, and environmentally friendly, incidentally disinfecting the ship, Cai Shuading advocated tirelessly. And protection is simple, just masks soaked in alkaline solution. No need for gas masks. But goggles are also required. Chlorine irritates eyes. The usage safety of this thing isn't great. Seizure wasn't very interested in using chlorine. He felt it represented a typical abuse of technical means. Besides, he wasn't entirely assured about stuffing an overdue high-pressure cylinder full of chlorine on a ship to drift across the ocean. We can test the actual effect. We have a full-scale model now. Put some rabbits and goats inside and release a tank of chlorine down. The elders would raise hell. Aren't you wasting meat? Seizure shook his head repeatedly. I think marine assault is better. He punched the air fiercely. If Minier rifles work poorly, bring 2 revolvers and a machete per person for close combat. In the end, neither side convinced the other, but the Planning Commission readily agreed to allocate a chlorine cylinder and relevant protective equipment. Reportedly, someone in the military had strong interest in using chlorine and had specifically done work in the Executive Committee and Planning Commission. Additionally, the Ministry of Health was interested in chlorine's disinfection potential for ships. End of chapter. Chapter 1194, Setting Sail under Cayenne Shuiting's tireless coordination. All preparations were finally completed in early July. Their time was running short. According to historical records, the Manila Galleon would arrive in Manila at the end of July. They had to reach the standby location around July 15th to begin searching for the Galleon. Ship readiness work proceeded quickly. Equipment on the Feiyun unrelated to navigation was all dismantled where detachable, and unused cabins and equipment were sealed to free up more space for supplies. Besides Cayenne Shuiting, Joe Wisen's many guns and their supporting equipment on the Feiyun were also dismantled this time. The Planning Commission designated a warehouse to store everything. Cayenne Shuiting also wanted to find a proper place to settle these items. Keeping them aboard the ship exposed them to severe corrosion from salt spray. But currently, the General Office wouldn't agree to individual elders building detached wooden houses. Putting these items in apartments was both cramped and unsafe. The large amount of pyrotechnic materials alone was headache-inducing. Have to find a breach in the General Office. Cayenne Shuiting pondered. Perhaps get a mountain clubhouse or something in the name of the Feiyun Club. The Feiyun's diesel engine and various electronic equipment had undergone debugging and maintenance and were judged suitable for maritime service. The Planning Commission also specially approved gasoline strictly for Feiyun's use, all Jai-style gasoline, fractionated from coal tar. Although Cayenne Shuiting was uneasy about this fuel, there was no other choice now. Regarding elders accompanying the ships, Cayenne Shuiting insisted on going himself. His reasoning was that he was the project initiator and very familiar with the Feiyun, able to serve as its captain. He also wanted Joe Wisen to come along, though bringing him meant somewhat farming merit for the Otaku Party. Fortunately, the justifications were ample. Joe Wisen was the Special Recon Team's guest shooting instructor, proficient in tactics, able to lead Special Recon in clearing operations. Additionally, operating the Feiyun was a specialized skill, and furthermore, he was Miss Mendoza's husband, and Mendoza's Spanish was mandatory for this operation. Besides the Joe couple, there were Liu Yang and Lin Chuanqing, the latter temporarily serving concurrent duty as captain of Nang Chao. Finally, Planning Commission Representative Sun Zio would act as supervisor to monitor, register, and catalog spoils. The chlorine cylinder was also quietly hoisted onto the Nang Chao one night. The cylinder wasn't fully pressurized. After all, it had to endure long-distance jostling at sea, and the cylinder's age was somewhat concerning. The cylinder was wrapped layer by layer in soft materials, fixed inside a well-sealed box, surrounded by paper packets full of quicklime. Dark cloth was placed at the valve as a leakage indicator. The box was secured separately in a cabin at the bottom of the ship, below the waterline where temperature remained relatively low and the cabin itself was sealed. Don't rush down when opening the hatch. Check if the cloth has faded first. Have a water hose ready at the hatch. If there's really a leak, flood it. Su Yingji from the Chemical Ministry, who had delivered the chlorine bottle, issued his warnings, then handed them another box. These are the protective equipment. Inside the box, besides gas masks for elders, were anti-poison gauze masks manufactured by the Chemical Ministry itself, to be soaked in alkaline solution before use. Additionally, there was a batch of disposable goggles made by the optical factory using deerskin and glass lenses. Although I approve of this idea, implementing it might prove considerably difficult, Su Yingji said. Absolutely pay attention to safety, especially wind direction. Don't worry. On the morning of July 4th, the formation set sail from Bapu port. It was a clear and hot summer morning. The rising sun in the east dyed all sails red, like torches. Unlike the warm send-off scenes common when the Navy went to war, this operation held no ceremony. The four ships merged with a transport formation heading to Sanya, looking like an ordinary scheduled transport voyage carrying coal and machinery with escorts. Only elders would notice that all executive committee members had casually appeared at the dock where Fei Yun was moored to see off this formation. After farewells from the executive committee and families, the elders boarded Fei Yun and the other ships in turn. When Daisy stood on the dock conversing with other executive committee members, "Old Cayenne, since you insist on going, so be it. Pay attention to safety and come back early. Don't forget to send telegrams from each ship every day. Don't trouble yourself worrying too much, old Zio. Just wait for our silver." Cayenne Shuiting laughed as he boarded Fei Yun, waving to them from the aft deck. Pan was busy using a telephoto lens to snap this leadership-style freeze-frame photo. No flags representing elder status flew from Fei Yun, neither Cayenne Shuiting's personal elder flag nor the executive committee flag for his position. Only the blue and white Navy flag waved in the wind. With a long whistle, each ship began raising half sails in turn, exiting the port with the gentle southeast breeze. Fei Yun departed last. Its beautiful white hull was dyed exceptionally brilliant by the morning light turning golden. Cayenne Shuiting, still standing on the aft deck in his white Navy uniform, seemed bathed in a halo. Not long after exiting the port and sailing parallel with the barge team and escort ships, the formation began hoisting full sails. The four ships originally at the tail of the line broke formation, soon sailing parallel with the escort formation, hoisting goodbye signal flags, while the escort formation responded with bon voyage flags. "Too bad I didn't get a turn for this mission, otherwise I'm a chemical warfare expert." Watching the formation depart, Zai Yazhu, who had recently come to Lingao to report and take leave, couldn't help muttering to himself. But he didn't feel much regret, because he had already heard grapevine news during this Lingao stay. He would soon be transferred to serve as Army Chief of Staff. Soon the task force surpassed the escort formation with a speed surplus of 5 knots, gradually drawing away until it disappeared below the western horizon. "Maximum power, full speed ahead," the flagship signaled. Boilers on all ships increased pressure, smokestacks puffed black smoke, and white spray rose from sterns. "This is our first full steam-powered formation voyage since the crossing, setting a navigation record. Later our ship can fly the blue ribbon," said one of the elders on the Fei Yun. When Daisy wasn't going on the operation, he was hitching a ride to Sanya to inspect work. Fei Yun was much more comfortable than ordinary colliers. On the route rounding the west of Hainan Island, everything proceeded smoothly. Only once did Nangchao's boiler develop a small issue, but far less serious than the notorious bomb boiler. Testing of Fei Yun's surface search radar also proved very successful. In fact, after leaving the transport formation more than 20 nautical miles behind, they could still see their signal echoes on radar. Because boiler repairs delayed some time, and they didn't rely entirely on steam power when sailing against the wind but practiced zigzag tacking, overall speed wasn't as fast as hoped. Still, it took only 28 hours from Bapu to Yulin Port in Sanya, with an average speed of 9 knots. They docked at Yulin Port at noon the next day. The formation rested briefly, while elder engineers in Sanya immediately boarded to inspect the power systems. Massive amounts of Hongji anthracite stockpiled on the dock filled the bunkers. Administrator of Sanya District Wang Liubin treated the formation's elders to dinner at the Elder Club in Yalong Bay, serving as both reception and send-off. Unfortunately, with the long voyage imminent, he couldn't treat everyone to rum or the local specialty high-proof arrack, only kvass. After dinner, the elders all returned to the ships. Wang Liubin saw them to the dock. Years later he could still recall that scene. At that time moonlight shimmered on the waves. I heard faint singing from the ship. Young sailors rest their heads on the waves. The singing was beautiful but slightly stiff. It must have been Miss Mendoza. Joe Wizen returned to the ship and inspected the systems in the engine room once more. Returning to his cabin, he found himself locked out by Mendoza. Just wait a moment. So he waited. Before long, the door opened. Mendoza appeared before him wearing a pirate outfit cobbled together from who knows where, sunglasses substituting for an eye patch, half a colorful peacock feather stuck in a tricorn hat. The deep V-neck of her tight top revealed skin tanned, somewhat bronzed by Hainan's sun, and a revolver and small cutlass were stuck in her belt. Joe Wizen instantly felt his temples buzzing, blood vessels pulsing violently below. He couldn't help licking his slightly dry lips, mumbling, "My God, my dear." While someone fought 300 rounds, Wang Liuban and Wen Daisy were drinking happily in the wind on the wooden platform of the stilt house at the Elder Club in the shallow waters of Yalong Bay. Reminiscing about the past, Wang Liuban couldn't help laughing. Old Wen, robbing silver is indeed faster money than peddling mirrors and porcelain. Of course. From our first day in Guangzhou until now we've come so far. When Daisy stood with hands on hips facing the sea, feeling the gentle breeze, spirit refreshed, he smiled and said, "We really need to have a proper catch-up." "Why aren't you going along for the robbery?" Wang Liuban asked. "I recall you were also very interested in these things. Don't want to cosplay a pirate. Why should I go rob?" Chairman Wen smiled, his voice dropping to a whisper. "A son of 1,000 gold sits not near the hall's edge. I'm at least the executive committee chairman now, going to Philippine waters in summer. Is that preparing to wrestle with typhoons?" After resting for a day and receiving the engineer report that power systems are all normal, the formation set sail again, exiting the port southward, then heading far into the east. Note, the 1632 Manila Galleon actually arrived in port in May. Modifications were made here for plot requirements. End of chapter. Chapter 1195. Interception. We sailed east in the South China Sea. The Feiyun navigated from the front, followed by the flagship Nangchao, the collier Heifeng in the middle, and finally the Daishuang commanded by me. The ships formed a single column. The gunboat I commanded was the rear ship. Shortly after exiting the port and turning east, the flagship ordered tacking against the wind to conserve fuel. This greatly reduced speed, but the plan was to reserve fuel for the search and combat phases. Time was sufficient. En route, every morning at 800 hours, the four ships communicated with each other via radio and reported to the Lingao main station. We conducted several coaling operations at sea. Perilous situations abounded. Before reaching the Bailintang Channel, we made sudden course changes several times. Presumably Feiyun, radar detected passing ships, but we never saw any ships directly. Only at the Bailintang Channel did we spot several small islands of the Babuyan group. We passed through the Bailintang Channel, rounded Luzon from the north, and the dark blue Philippine Sea unfolded before our eyes. Memoirs of Liu Yang, Internal Distribution Volume I guided by Feiyun's radar. The formation maintained a distance of approximately 20 nautical miles from Luzon Island and began turning south. Along the way, winds were predominantly southeasterly below force 4, making sailing quite strenuous. Fortunately, ample time had been reserved. On July 13th, the formation rounded Catanduanes Island from the east. Far on the horizon, the world's most perfect cone, Mayon Volcano on Luzon, stood silhouetted in the west. Faint traces of volcanic ash seemed present among the few cirrus clouds in the blue sky. Continuing south, they reached the predetermined interception point the next day. San Bernardino Strait reached, but the coast here is full of coral reefs. We'd better stay safe and far from shore. Let's deploy search formation tomorrow morning. Today we'll land and briefly survey Samar Island. The formation anchored not far from Samar Island. Lin Chuanking, ever cautious, ordered the formation to stand by in a bay of a small island on the other side. Although Feiyun, Weather radar showed all quiet, typhoons generated and developed extremely fast. For steamships, evasion was difficult once one was encountered. Small boats were lowered from the ships. The Special Ops team went ashore for a day of investigation, finding no Spanish strongholds, only glimpsing some local fishing villages from afar. But the mosquitoes were numerous and terrifying. Before sunset, the Special Ops team withdrew to the ships. Legazpi City under Mayan volcano wouldn't be built for a few more years, and the transmigrators were temporarily too lazy to survey it anyway. Sailors caught some fresh seafood by the shore, so the elders held a simple barbecue gathering aboard Feiyan. This is where the kill-stealing King Noaki got beaten into parts, right? Coward Kurita and Bull Halsey. How great it would be to have a BB gun duel here. How about we sponsor a few countries here later, specifically for an ironclad arms race? Steam, iron armor plus heavy guns, lining up here to blast each other. Magnificent. We'll just watch from airships in the sky, quite like celestial dragons. Probably won't happen until the day we die. The elders chatted and laughed on Feiyan's deck while drinking Cayenne Shuiting's private stash of California wine. Battleship tech level is high. Don't know if we can ever reach that. Personally, I'm fond of that pile of weird ironclads from the late 19th century, bloated hulls, short thick guns, strange masts, so industrially beautiful. In comparison, post-dreadnoughts were all cut from one mold, inevitably boring. On the morning of July 15th, the formation deployed into search configuration sailing east. The Type 854 modification was at the northernmost end, barely visible from Luzon, while Feiyan held the southernmost position. Ships were spaced 5 nautical miles apart, spreading into a 15 nautical mile long northwest-southeast search line. A simple radio message was sent to Lingao. Formation has deployed search at predetermined interception point. Upon receiving the report, Chen Haiyang said to Fu Sansi, "The voyage was quite smooth, better than expected. Not bad for a first open ocean voyage. Not encountering anyone along the way wasn't easy. If only completing the mission could be this smooth too." The interception point was indeed not a busy shipping lane. No merchant ships passed for several days. Even when signals appeared on radar, they were merely small local fishing boats. Although some suggested kill one every 5 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles, the leadership thought it too troublesome and meaningless. What can these Malay paupers possibly have? Not even worth the coal and bullets we'd consume. Lin Chuanking stroked his beard. At dawn on July 18th, Feiyan's radar detected a signal 25 nautical miles to the east, moving slowly westward. Feiyan immediately telegraphed to summon the entire formation. The distance was still great. When combat started, walkie-talkies would prove more real-time. All ships increased boiler power to maximum, converging first. Half an hour later, as ships entered walkie-talkie range, Zhou Weizhen impatiently grabbed the walkie-talkie requesting Nangchao to lower a boat to pick him up. Feiyan was too distinctive for this timeline, with low freeboard unsuitable for combat. It could only perform surveillance from afar. After convergence, Nangchao took the lead with Daishuang in rear, heading toward the silver ship in single column. Only Feiyan, with Zhou Weizhen leaving a few people behind, and Heifeng remained in place, maintaining radar monitoring of positions. Simultaneously, Feiyan telegraphed Lingao. Suspicious target discovered, fleet closing to engage. Wind southeast, light breeze, wave height 1 meter. Over an hour later, the target finally appeared in the telescopes of anxious commanders on Nangchao's bridge. As if rising from underwater, 3 masts gradually grew tall above the horizon, followed by the spanker mast, bowsprit, and the towering forecastle and poop of a Spanish galleon. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had run all this way and finally caught her. This vessel's size was truly significant. Lin Chuanking estimated displacement over 1,000 tons. Only such a large ship could undertake the heavy responsibility of crossing the Pacific to transport royal funds from New Spain to Manila. Judging from her draft, she was fully loaded. He noticed the Castilian Royal Standard flying from the mast. Correct, this was a Royal Galleon, the Manila galleon they had sought so tenaciously. Raise flags, prepare for battle. Lin Chuanqing issued the order with visible excitement. His command was immediately transmitted to Daishuang via walkie-talkie. Both ships simultaneously hoisted the prepare for battle signal flag. Fleet attention, pivot on flagship, turn right in sequence. All fleet attention, turn left simultaneously. After completing the maneuvers, the two ships deployed into line abreast, closing head-on toward the Spanish galleon. Even if this ship originally had 80 durability, now she's got at most 60 left. Saves us a round of HE shells, Liu Yang muttered to himself. Through his telescope, the ship's condition appeared rather miserable. Rigging was damaged in many places. She had evidently encountered a storm. This also explained why she sailed alone instead of in formation with another galleon. She had clearly spotted the oncoming fleet and sensed danger. She was attempting to turn left into the wind. Obviously, she knew she couldn't escape even with the wind at her back, but the turn was very slow and labored. Looks like her rudder is damaged. You can't run, just wait to have your T crossed. Next, the fleet turned right again into column formation proceeding east, continuing to cut toward the galleon's bow. When the distance closed to an estimated 2,000 meters, Lin Chuanqing ordered, "Distance 2,000 meters, load he, each gun fire 1 round." The 130 guns mounted on the deck terrace fired almost simultaneously, but the shells all fell short, with scatter everywhere. Everyone on the bridge shook their heads. "This fire control equipment is simply trash. It'll anger Papa Fei to death," Zhou Weizhen cursed. "Not hitting might actually be good," Lin Chuanqing shook his head. "If we manage a lucky direct hit on the magazine, we came for nothing." Thinking of this, Zhou Weizhen broke into a cold sweat. It felt exactly like hitting a rat in a china shop. "Close further," Lin Chuanqing issued the next order. At this range they could only learn from Nelson. Fortunately, the Spaniards' effective range would only be shorter and less accurate. 1,000 meters, load he, fleet volley. This time accuracy was much better. The galleon was instantly shrouded in water columns. Because of her slow turn and long distance, Spanish broadside guns couldn't fire at all, reduced to a sitting duck. "Fire for effect, load he, careful not to hit the waterline." Lin Chuanqing noticed some trajectories were low and hurriedly added the caution. The formation continued east, crossing the galleon's bow. Water columns rose frequently near the galleon, but hits weren't clear. Even in telescopes, commanders could only mutter some smoke. 1 hit, maybe. However, one lucky shot showed obvious effect to everyone. The main topmast suddenly trembled, then fell backward with rigging, smashing onto the deck before drooping over the starboard side. "Damn, that's miserable. The ship is paralyzed but probably ruined." Zhou Weizhen couldn't help cursing softly. Which gunner aimed so true, sniping the mast? After crossing the bow, the formation turned left, sailing parallel but opposite to the galleon, continuing to shell. Broadsides now faced each other. The opponent's gun deck finally started speaking while taking hits itself, but its return fire posed no threat whatsoever. After one shot, suddenly a ball of fire erupted from a gun position, blooming into thick smoke. "Bad, looks like Spanish gunpowder caught fire." End of chapter. Chapter 1196, Boarding. "Damn it, how do the Spaniards store gunpowder? Hurry up and put out the fire, you idiots. Put some effort into it." Liu Yang cursed involuntarily. "This can't continue. The cannons are silenced quite a bit, but if there's a fire or explosion, we're finished. And if we punch a few more holes below the waterline, are we going to be fishing for silver on the seabed? Cease fire." Formation turn left 180 degrees in sequence. Boarding team ready. Lin Chuanqing issued the order while praying the Spaniards would quickly extinguish the fire and plug the holes. The distance had now shortened to less than 1,000 meters. The galleon's broadside suddenly flashed with fire and emitted a puff of white smoke, followed by the sound of a cannon. 7 or 8 more shots followed in rapid succession, each puff of white smoke tracking cannonballs that dragged white smoke trails and kicked up water columns not far from Nang Chao. Lin Chuanqing remained unmoving as a mountain. At this distance, the Spaniards would need incredible luck to hit his ship. However, the Spanish counterattack fully demonstrated their refusal to surrender obediently. And the guns on the gun deck weren't fully destroyed. The formation turned again at the galleon's stern, cutting into a T formation. The distance between the formation and the galleon had now shrunk to about 300 meters. The naked eye could clearly observe conditions on deck. Lin Chuanqing took out a steel helmet and handed it to Zhou Weizhen. Safety first. At that moment, 4 puffs of white smoke rose from the stern. The Spaniards fired a stern volley simultaneously. A loud clang immediately sounded from the rear of Nangchao. Zhou Weizhen looked out and saw an iron ball bounce off the hull into the sea. Although the 901 wasn't made of oak, the texture of Southeast Asian teak was extraordinary. Demi-culverin balls from the galleon's stern couldn't penetrate it. However, Zhou Weizhen knew well that if a cannonball struck the deck, killing a few sailors would pose no difficulty. Distance 300 meters, load grape shot, fleet volley. Lin Chuanqing roared. Masttop guns fire at will. In that instant, Lin Chuanqing clearly read the ship's name on the stern. It was indeed the San Luis. The 130 guns began raking the galleon's decks longitudinally. Iron shots swept across the deck like a rainstorm. Then the typewriters on the masts spewed streams of bullets. Through telescopes, wood chips flew on the galleon's poop deck and other exposed areas. Several bodies were even seen tumbling from the towering poop into the sea. The formation slowed and swept past the galleon's port side, strafing continuously. After firing 1 or 2 completely inaccurate shots, the galleon went utterly silent, floating dead in the water. Try psychological warfare. Cease fire, boarding team ready. The high-power loudspeakers specially installed on the flagship for this operation blared. Miss Mendoza's Spanish poured from the speakers. Ultimatum to surrender the San Luis. Captain, first mate, second mate, all officers, all soldiers, all sailors of the San Luis. You are surrounded, with no hope of escape. You have seen that your firepower is meaningless. Our cannons and muskets are far more powerful than yours. Your cannons have been silenced, masts broken, sailors suffered heavy casualties. As captain and officers, you should consider the feelings of your subordinates and families, find a way to survive for yourselves and them, and cease making senseless sacrifices. We can pull alongside, board, and occupy your ship at any moment now. You should all lay down your weapons and cease resistance. We will guarantee the lives of all officers, soldiers, sailors, and families. Only this is your sole path to survival. If you still wish to fight, then fight. Eventually you will all be dealt with swiftly. Hoist the white flag and surrender. The Lord is merciful. He will bless your safe return to your homeland. Is it working? Who knows? Let's see. Though I can't understand it, the Western mayor's voice is quite nice to listen to. Truly hitting a rat in a china shop, tied hands and feet, walking on eggshells. Luckily, these Spanish sailors are effective at firefighting. Amid the chatter, several white spots appeared on the opposing ship. Through telescopes, they proved to be white shirts, white towels, and similar items, stuck on long poles extending from the poop deck portholes. According to the intelligence briefings, Zhou Weizhen, wearing a bulletproof vest inside and ragged pirate clothes outside, rubbing his fists at the boarding bridge, nearly fainted. Is this it? The chick spouts a few sentences of bird language and I'm unemployed. Prepare to board. Just as Lin Chuanqing was about to order pulling alongside, suddenly over a dozen puffs of white smoke rose from the opposing deck, and crackling gunfire was faintly audible. Fake surrender. Lin Chuanqing shuddered and spat fiercely. These bastards, looks like we'll have to hit them hard again, then kill everyone without mercy. Saying this, he roared. All typewriters fire at will, no living person allowed on deck. Sweep every gun port for me. After another round of rainstorm-like bullets, the San Luis was thoroughly paralyzed on the sea surface. Ship number 1, which had been sailing with the wind, had almost stopped due to loss of wind propulsion, like a dragged whale helplessly awaiting butchering. From any angle she no longer possessed the capacity to resist. Prepare to board. Joe Wisen roared. He donned his helmet and goggles and drew his M1911 pistol. This weapon had great power and reliable action, a deadly tool in close quarters. Because these pistols were so scarce, Joe Wisen usually carried only a Glock 17. He had brought this one specially. To ensure the pistol wouldn't be dropped during combat, he had specifically attached a lanyard tied to his belt. Nang Chao's boarding ramp was already set up on the ship's side. The platform height matched exactly the galleon's upper deck. Nang Chao's bow slowly passed the sailing ship, the distance dropping to only 10 meters. Then Nang Chao moved laterally, gradually closing in on the sailing ship, and maintained contact. The first wave consisted of 5 special recon members carrying Scorpion submachine guns and shotguns, with an M240 machine gun team holding the line on the platform. Finally, an Asan sailor who could speak Spanish would act as translator. The second wave waited on deck. They were elites selected from the Marine Corps, each with 4 1630 revolvers crossed on their chests, holding short-barreled Mini-A rifles or double taps, shotguns handmade by Li Yiwo himself. Lacking qualified firing springs, he had adopted a double-barreled structure with percussion cap ignition, allowing the left and right barrels to fire separately. The two ships drew ever closer. Joe Wisen's heart was in his throat. The boarding platform had steel plate railings, sufficient to block matchlocks, flintlocks, and 1-pounder deck guns, but once the ramp door opened, they would be completely exposed to enemy fire. He could only pray the machine gunners and snipers on the mast tops and deck were sharp-eyed and quick-handed. Now the miserable state of the San Luis deck lay right before their eyes. The deck was scattered with every kind of oak splinter, shattered gun carriages, collapsed spars, rigging, lifeboats, yards. Everything that had existed on the main deck had been swept by bullets, beaten into flakes and strips. Blood smeared the floor, scattered with incomplete corpses, a bloody scene of hell on earth. The boarding bridge platform slowly approached the San Luis. Joe Wisen's heartbeat accelerated as he flipped off the pistol safety. Suddenly the boarding bridge shook violently and stopped. Attention! Opening door. With a loud clang of the door swinging open, Joe Wisen was first to jump out, rolling and steadying himself in a half-crouch on the San Luis deck. Several team members quickly occupied combat positions, using alternating cover to search. The deck was dead silent. Forget gunshots, there wasn't even a living person in sight. "Clear," he roared. The shout was transmitted via the walkie-talkie on his shoulder to Nang Chao's deck. The second wave of Marine boarding team immediately surged up the ladder. According to plan, Joe Wisen led the special recon team to control the poop deck for security, while the boarding team secured the main deck and various access hatches in batches. Joe Wisen led the way, quickly ascending to the poop deck. 2 men hiding in the corner of the poop deck roof, already trembling with terror, heard someone rushing up and immediately drew swords to resist. Joe Wisen, already at the ladder entrance, fired 2 shots in rapid succession with his M1911, instantly dropping them both. Those following immediately secured the entire poop deck platform. After ascending to the roof, obstacle clearers quickly chopped down the railings, lowered the spanker sail to clear lines of fire, and tied the cables thrown from Nang Chao to bind the 2 ships more tightly together. After controlling the entire roof platform, the assault team began expanding into the cabins below the poop deck. According to the intelligence at hand, the upper layer of such sailing ship stern cabins usually housed senior crew like the first mate and helmsman, while below near the stern was the captain's quarters. If prominent passengers traveled aboard, they would also be quartered in this area. The assault team rushed down the stairs, first controlling the area at the poop deck cabin entrance. A battle seemed to have occurred here. The cabin door and nearby bulkheads were riddled with bullet holes. 4 or 5 people lay dead on the deck in disorder, apparently killed correctly by bullets. Some looked high-ranking. Joe Wisen noticed one corpse still clutched a wooden stick with a white napkin tied to it. Breach! At Joe Wisen's call, One special recon member blasted the door open with a shotgun. Another agilely tossed in a chilly tear gas grenade. Bang! It exploded. "Don't throw bombs, we surrender." Wails in Spanish came from inside the cabin, followed by sounds of violent coughing and sneezing. End of chapter. Chapter 1197. Prisoners. Joe Wisen had never studied Spanish, but his years dealing with Mexicans back in the States had left him with enough everyday phrases to get by. Otherwise, seducing Mendoza would have proven far more difficult. When he heard the word rendición, he recognized it at once: surrender. He immediately signaled the assault team to hold their second tear gas canister. Turning to San the translator, he barked, "Tell them to raise their hands above their heads and come out one by one." San rattled off the command in Spanish, then repeated it. Soon the first Spaniard stumbled out of the pepper smoke, sneezing violently and streaming tears, though he'd remembered to keep his hands raised. His broadcloth coat and layers of starched ruffs marked him as a man of standing. The empty scabbard at his thigh confirmed it. Only nobles or gentlemen of good family were permitted to wear swords. Blinded and choking, the man saw nothing before assault team members seized him and bound his wrists. With San bellowing "Kneel," each successive captive was forced to his knees on the deck, lined up like a string of trussed crabs. One man tried to stand and speak, but Joe Wisen had neither time nor patience for speeches. A single gesture and San, as if drugged with stimulants, laid into the unfortunate Spaniard with his stick until the man collapsed motionless on the deck. Joe Wisen counted 10 prisoners kneeling before him, including 2 young page boys. From their dress and bearing, they were clearly the ship's officers and important figures, along with their servants. After those 10, no more sounds came from inside. Joe Wisen mounted a tactical flashlight on his SW-629, then led the way through the cabin door, followed by assault team members in masks and goggles. Inside, there was no need for tactical formations. The cabin was in shambles. Furniture and various items lay scattered everywhere alongside swords, sabers, and matchlock muskets, as if the occupants had prepared for a last stand. But now the room stood completely deserted. "Secure the entrance to the gun deck," Joe Wisen shouted. This passage connected the hold to the stern castle. If the Spaniards wanted to counterattack, it would be their quickest route. "Begin the search." The stern castle had 2 entrances. One led to the upper deck, the one they just breached, from which one could either reach the main deck or climb the stairs on either side to the poop deck, where the helmsman steered and the captain commanded. The other entrance was on the upper level of the stern castle, leading to the gun deck. This was normally kept locked to prevent mutinous sailors from launching a surprise attack on the stern castle from below. In the event of a boarding action, the stern castle also served as a defensive strongpoint. The assault team quickly cleared the senior officers' cabins on the first level and advanced to the second. The second level contained 3 compartments: an outer room the captain used for shipboard administration, a middle section serving as the senior officer's dining room, and the innermost part divided into port and starboard cabins, one for the shipowner, one for the captain. When no shipowner was aboard, his cabin was typically used for distinguished passengers. "Clear, clear, clear," confirmations echoed from all directions. "Continue the search," Joe Wisen ordered. The stern castle often held the most valuable property aboard, personal cargo and valuables belonging to the captain and distinguished passengers. On vessels plying regular routes between colonies, everyone seized the opportunity for a little smuggling, and the captain of the San Luis would be no exception. This area alone might yield a tidy profit. "Sir," a team member suddenly called out. "There's a woman aboard." The word woman sent a jolt through Joe Wisen. In this era, aside from slaves, women rarely undertook ocean voyages. Some captains might bring wives or daughters along, but these were rare exceptions. However, since this was a royal vessel running between New Spain and the Philippines, it might well be carrying the family members of important officials. Spanish women, fiery, passionate Latinas. Though Joe Wizen already had a big foreign mare he was tired of riding, capturing a single Spanish woman would earn him far more merit points in the Senate than catching a whole ship full of Spanish men. "Where?" he asked urgently. "In the shipowner's cabin. She won't come out and we can't understand what she's saying." "If she won't come out, drag her out," Joe Wizen said coldly. "Take her alive." Several minutes later, 2 team members dragged a woman before him. Joe Wizen's excitement deflated at once. She was indeed a big foreign mare, but clearly well past her prime. Heavy black skirts wrapped her from head to toe, widow's attire. He knew enough about European fashion to recognize. A closer look at her face confirmed it. She had to be at least 50. Seeing that this was an expired foreign mare, Joe Wizen lost all interest. With a wave of his hand, he had the team members take her away and stepped out of the stern castle himself. By then, the Naval Marine Assault Team had reported. The entrances to the middle and lower decks had been secured, and San was calling for surrender, but there was no response from below. "Keep calling." Joe Wizen had just spoken when gunfire suddenly erupted on deck, white smoke billowing everywhere. The Spaniards below had fired a volley of matchlocks from the hatchway, then violently shoved open the wooden grating and swarmed up in a mass breakout attempt. Their attempt was crushed immediately. The waiting Marines unleashed fierce return fire. The 7 or 8 men who'd climbed out of the hatch barely got their upper bodies through before dense grapeshot shattered their skulls, killing them on the spot. It seemed non-conventional measures would be necessary. Joe Wizen didn't like using poison gas, and besides, several hundred sailors and soldiers would make decent laborers for the mines. He picked up his walkie-talkie and called Lin Chuanking. "Old Lin, prepare the disinfectant." "Acknowledged." As he spoke, more team members emerged from the stern castle, half dragging, half supporting 2 more women. Joe Wizen stared in amazement. What was going on with this ship? So many women. "What's going on here?" he demanded. "Sir, found them in the lower cabin, hiding among the luggage." Joe Wizen looked them over. These 2 were young, but their faces showed the yellowish-white features of mixed-blood Criollos, probably mixed-race descendants of Spanish conquistadors and indigenous women. From their clothing, they didn't appear to be women of status, likely maids or the like. As he thought this, a strange fragrance suddenly wafted to his nostrils, the scent of perfume. Joe Wizen froze. Connecting this to the crow from earlier, he felt a surge of excitement. He gave several instructions to the Marine Assault Team captain, then headed back into the stern castle with several men. "I've been too slow, I should have realized." He thought. That widow was obviously a Doña. Spanish high society always hired elderly widows to serve as companions and chaperones for young ladies and wives. Why else would a plainly dressed widow be crossing the ocean in the shipowner's cabin? And those 2 maids, the perfume on them, it all pointed to the same conclusion. The shipowner's cabin in the stern castle must have housed a young, high-born foreign mare. "She must be hiding somewhere. Begin searching again," Joe Wizen ordered. "Go through every cabin carefully. Report any suspicious findings immediately." Before long, a young woman was brought before him. She wore a magnificent gown of some silky material he'd never seen before, embroidered with gold thread and elaborate patterns. In her hands she clutched a folding fan. From her appearance, she was clearly a woman of high society, probably the family member of a high Spanish official or nobleman in New Spain or the Philippine colonies. Joe Wizen estimated her age at around 20. She had a petite figure with brown hair arranged in small ringlets cascading from her temples. Her frightened brown eyes stared at the strangely dressed man before her. The scent that reached his nostrils was the same perfume from the maids, only stronger and more exotic. "Take her away." Joe Wizen had no time to deal with her now. More pressing matters awaited. "Who's the captain? Bring him here." Team members pushed forward a Spaniard with a large bump swelling on his head, courtesy of San's merciless beating. "How many people are still below?" Joe Wizen demanded without preamble. The captain had originally intended to maintain his composure and deliver a few dignified words befitting his noble birth, but San's earlier beating had left him dazed and disoriented. Facing these strange pirates with their bizarre ship, he decided honesty was the best policy. When we departed Acapulco, we had 412 people. At the last roll call 3 days ago, there were still 375. How many soldiers are aboard? We embarked a company at New Spain, 90 men. How many remain, I don't know. Why didn't you surrender just now? You'd already raised the white flag. Joe Wisen's voice turned menacing. Do you know the consequences of false surrender? I'll have every one of you hanged from the mast. Please, do not insult my honor. Though his hands were bound, the captain maintained his noble bearing. I gave the order to surrender, but Lieutenant Alvarado refused to comply. Who's Alvarado? The company commander, a restless young gentleman of good family. The captain still looked shaken. He even tried to seize the sterncastle. It was terrifying. End of chapter. Chapter 1198, Disinfection. Why did he attack the sterncastle? Lieutenant Alvarado refused to surrender. He believed he could defeat you in close-quarters combat, after which he could pay a ransom and sail the San Luis away. The captain spoke with undisguised resentment. That scoundrel has been inciting the sailors and soldiers to mutiny throughout the voyage. He knew the ship was carrying the royal subsidy for the governor of the Philippines, the contemptible gambler and rogue. I exerted tremendous effort to maintain order aboard ship. A look of regret crossed his face, clearly lamenting that his painstaking voyage had ended in failure just 1 day's sail from its destination. Did this lieutenant want to turn pirate? Joe Wisen wondered. How much royal subsidy is aboard? The captain shook his head. I don't know, the amount is classified. I'm only responsible for transport. Where is the San Raimundo? The captain started, realizing these people knew everything. They must have been following them all the way from New Spain. We encountered a storm 6 days' sail from here and became separated. Is the San Raimundo also carrying royal subsidy? Yes. I don't know the specific amount. Joe Wisen had nothing more to ask. He'd gotten answers to all the key questions. As for Lieutenant Alvarado's ambitions, he had no interest whatsoever. However, it did seem a pity to lose more than 300 potential laborers for nothing. Take him away. Please, send word to His Excellency the Governor of the Philippines. I have friends in Manila who can pay a ransom. Seeing men come to drag him away, the captain hastily spoke up, fearing these Chinese pirates might simply kill everyone to silence them. Joe Wisen waved his hand, and the captain and the other prisoners were led away. By then, steel cylinders, attached hoses, and protective equipment were being carefully carried across the boarding bridge. The Marines began suppressing the hatch entrances. Under continuous shotgun fire, they quickly pushed back the Spaniards guarding the hatches. 2 Marines dropped a pressure hose inside. Open the valve. At Joe Wisen's command, a naturalized technician from the chemical department, wearing full protective gear, carefully opened the valve. A yellow-green gas rose from the grating, though the chlorine, being heavier than air, quickly sank downward. Joe Wisen watched intently, checking his watch and calculating the time required to take effect. Chlorine was denser than air, so releasing it on the upper deck would cause it to naturally flow down through the hatches, soon filling the middle and lower decks. However, according to their simulations, the gun decks of a galleon weren't completely sealed. The gun ports should still be open, and the recent battle had punched numerous holes in the hull. The chlorine would have difficulty reaching lethal concentration. Nevertheless, even trace amounts of chlorine in the air were enough to incapacitate. The gas was extremely irritating to mucous membranes, and inhaling even tiny amounts would cause violent coughing and breathing difficulties. According to the chemical department's calculations, this canister was more than sufficient to neutralize all resistance throughout the ship. Sure enough, within 5 minutes howls like dying animals rose from below deck, violent coughing, confused shouting, and screams of, "Let us out! We surrender!" Then came several gunshots from below, the dying screams of men, and confused footsteps. A hatchway was violently thrown open and several men poured out, hands raised high, gasping and calling out brokenly, "Surrender! Surrender! Close the valve! "Tell the prisoners to come up with hands above their heads and kneel on the deck," Joe Wisen bellowed. The prisoners clambered out in chaotic disorder, choking and coughing, scrambling over each other. At one point the hatchway became so jammed that Marines had to wade in with fists and boots to restore order. Those who made it up filled the entire deck. Some clutched at their throats in agony, others lay prostrate, gasping for air. Those in better condition still coughed uncontrollably, some couldn't get up at all. Once Joe Wisen saw that no one else was emerging from below, he ordered a complete ship search. Donning a gas mask himself, he went below to inspect. Marines wearing masks and goggles descended through the hatches to conduct level-by-level searches. Though only about half the chlorine from the cylinder had been released, it had already caused massive casualties on the second gun deck. Over 30 men lay dead. Soldiers and sailors had concentrated on this level preparing for combat and had taken the brunt of the attack. On the third deck and in the hold, though there were fewer people, the chlorine settled quickly, killing those who hadn't escaped in time. Looking at the grotesque death poses of the gassed victims, Joe Wisen felt conflicted. This method was fast and effective, still used without hesitation by emperors, kings, and presidents well into the 20th century, and he himself had enthusiastically supported the use of gas. Yet he was still a modern man who had once lived in the 21st century. The material gains, however, were extremely rich. Besides the 1-pounder deck swivels, the ship carried 34 cannons, all cast in bronze, a considerable haul of copper alone, and the ship was packed with cargo from the Americas. Bundles and bales filled not only the hold but even the gun decks. No wonder the ship rode so low in the water. Undoubtedly, there was plenty of valuable merchandise here. Joe Wisen didn't open anything. This wasn't the place for inspection, and cargo from long voyages often harbored terrible bacteria and viruses. That was how plague spread, after all. He instructed the soldiers to affix planning commission seals to everything. The most important prize, silver coins from New Spain, was in the hold. Row upon row of lead-sealed, iron-banded silver chests stood in neat ranks. Joe Wisen examined the seals. The coats of arms of the Royal Audiencia of New Spain were intact. The body of the ambitious Lieutenant Alvarado was also found here. He lay sprawled across a silver chest, one hand clutching the box, the other clawing at his own throat. Joe Wisen gazed at the horrifying corpse with mixed emotions, then commanded, "Move all the silver chests to the deck." Silver was the most critical prize. Though they had decided to tow the San Luis, one of her masts was already gone and her hull unwieldy. If they encountered a major storm, they might have to abandon ship. Better to have the silver safely aboard hull 901. Sun Zio counted and registered each silver chest on deck, affixing planning commission seals before transferring them to the Nong Chau as ballast. Then Joe Wisen ordered the bodies cleared. However, he was in no hurry to ventilate and disperse the chlorine, quite the opposite. He instructed the soldiers to seal all portholes and plug all gaps. Chlorine had excellent disinfectant and germicidal properties, just the thing for a thorough fumigation of this filthy vessel. "Have you found the cargo manifest, passenger list, and ship's log?" Sun Zio asked. Since they weren't going to sort through everything here, the cargo manifest would be crucial for later verification. "The captain says they're all in the stern castle. Mendoza is collecting the relevant documents now. She'll hand everything over tonight." After a thorough top-to-bottom search and clearing, hull 901 towed the San Luis back to Samar Island waters to rendezvous with the Haifeng and Feiyun, which had remained behind. The soldiers transferred all surviving Spaniards to the hold of the Haifeng. That evening, all the transmigrators gathered aboard the Nong Chau to hear Joe Wisen's report. According to the captain, there were still 375 people at the last roll call 3 days ago. "We've now captured 250 prisoners and recovered 109 bodies, with 16 unaccounted for. I believe those 16 were lost during the 3 days of sailing or fell overboard during combat. Of course, there may have been some inaccuracy in their count. Could anyone still be hiding in the cargo hold? Sun Zio asked. Then we'd have 16 undiscovered bodies. The chlorine concentration below deck, while not immediately fatal, would eventually kill anyone who stayed hidden. Joe Wizen paused. I estimate that by the time we reach Lingao, even the rats will be dead. Among the 250 prisoners were the captain, first mate, and most senior officers. Only the second mate had been killed in action. I expect more will die in the coming days. Many are seriously wounded and probably won't last long. What about the gassed men? No problems. Will there be lasting effects? Sun Zio was also interested in the human resources. Shouldn't be a problem. Mild chlorine exposure just requires fresh air and washing the eyes, nostrils, and other mucous membranes with clean water. The medics have already treated them. Anyone severely exposed wouldn't have survived anyway. Actually, I don't see why we need prisoners at all. We could just have them walk the plank and be done with it. Lin Chuanking, accustomed to his days as a snakehead, had no qualms about such matters. That doesn't seem right. We did promise them their lives if they surrendered. Lu Yang's chivalric instincts surfaced. Once they're all dead, who's going to say we broke our word? Even among our own people, nobody understands what Mendoza said. They'll never know we went back on our promise. We need to consider the consequences. The surrender demand was broadcast by Miss Mendoza. If we really kill everyone, she'll certainly protest. Besides, casually massacring prisoners hardly provides positive education for the troops. Joe Wizen spoke righteously, though in truth he simply didn't want to spend his time aboard the Feiyun being harangued by Mendoza. Maintaining unity among transmigrators is the top priority. These few hundred lives really don't matter either way. Besides, the mines in Sanya won't complain about having too many workers. Sun Zio voiced his support. End of chapter. Chapter 1199, Dividing Forces. As for the most critical prize, the American silver, Sun Zio's sampling and calculations, after counting the contents of one chest, yielded an estimate. The San Luis was carrying approximately 130,000 pesos in royal subsidy. Intelligence provided us with a figure of 232,569 pesos, Sun Zio said. That means roughly half must be aboard the San Raimundo. We should try to capture that ship too. Joe Wizen felt the haul wasn't quite enough. Let's not be hasty, Lin Chuanking cautioned. We have to consider that it's now July, peak typhoon season. If we continue waiting in this area, we could very well encounter a storm. Intercepting the San Raimundo would put a perfect finishing touch on Operation Hunger. But if they encountered a typhoon and lost any ship, the blow would be devastating. Lin Chuanking knew the sea intimately and understood that the likelihood of encountering a typhoon in Philippine waters during summer was extremely high. With their current fleet, surviving such a storm unscathed would be very difficult. But for Joe Wizen, this haul felt insufficient. If such a major operation ended with only a single ship and 130,000 pesos, it would inevitably provide ammunition for transmigrators who disapproved of the Geek Party and the North American branch. I think we should at least try again, Joe Wizen pressed. We should get the silver from the second ship. Since they separated 6 days ago, the San Raimundo should be arriving in a few days. Brother Joe, you haven't sailed the seas. You don't know how dangerous typhoons are. We have no satellite imagery, no weather forecasts. Waiting in the Philippine Sea this time of year is practically suicidal. Lin Chuanking habitually scratched at his hair. Whether it's the 901 or the H800, encountering a typhoon in these reef-strewn narrow waters would mean certain destruction. The two began arguing. Joe Wizen believed that with the weather radar on the Feiyun for early warning, they could effectively monitor conditions for the fleet. Lin Chuanking worried that once they encountered a typhoon, they'd lose not only the silver but possibly everything, including their lives. Among the transmigrators, Sun Zio was conflicted. As the Planning Commission's representative, he naturally wanted to capture as much as possible, but he was also concerned about safety. Lu Yang, with his youthful appetite for adventure, firmly sided with Joe Wizen. In the end, Joe Wisen's position prevailed. The fleet decided to continue waiting for the San Raimundo. However, to reduce risk, Lin Chuanqing proposed splitting their forces. Today's battle was unexpectedly smooth. A single 901 is completely capable of handling a galleon. I suggest we have the Daishuang take the silver and prisoners ahead. The Haifeng can tow the San Luis. The Nongqiao and Feiyun can stay behind to wait for the second ship. If we can get the silver, it doesn't really matter whether we take the ship. If we can bring the ship, we should try, Sun Zio quickly added. From my preliminary inspection today, the galleon is loaded with cargo, a significant bonus for us. What about the coal on the Haifeng? The Nongqiao will need to refuel for the return trip. Better to have the Daishuang tow the San Luis back. No, if the Daishuang encounters an enemy while towing, that would be very problematic. Once engaged in combat, she'd have to cut the San Luis loose. The Nongqiao is fully coaled now, more than enough for maneuvering and the return voyage. Besides, the return trip is downwind. Even without coal, she could sail back. I think that works, Joe Wisen agreed. Let's also leave behind some supplies and ammunition, build in a good margin. Liu Yang hadn't gotten his fill of action. During today's battle, the Nongqiao had fired plenty of rounds following the flagship, but since she was sailing in formation and couldn't fully bring her guns to bear, she'd mostly played a supporting role. He very much wanted to continue hunting the next ship, but Lin Chuanqing was the squadron commander. There was no possibility of him returning first. As captain, he couldn't very well request to stay behind alone, so he sighed and expressed his obedience to orders. Then it's settled. Tomorrow we'll adjust the cargo, then send the Daishuang and Haifeng ahead. The next day's main task was transferring the silver chests already loaded aboard the Nongqiao to the Daishuang. The Marines and sailors worked themselves ragged for most of the day. Meanwhile, with Joe Wisen and others as witnesses, Sun Zio opened the luggage recovered from the stern castle. The stern castle often stored the most valuable property aboard ship, the ship's funds, personal cargo belonging to senior officers, usually high-priced goods. Some captains also hid wealth accumulated during their voyages in their cabins. As for the elegantly dressed noblewoman prisoner, she obviously would have brought substantial valuable luggage. Sure enough, these chests did not disappoint. Several iron-banded oak strongboxes were filled with silver and gold coins. Though not comparable to the American silver, this alone constituted a substantial fortune. Then came treasures from the New World: emeralds, rubies, diamonds, and Caribbean sea pearls, silver bars, gold ingots, gold chains, all manner of jewels set in various ornaments. Though the quantities weren't large, the value was immense. As for the masses of gold and silver-embroidered garments, high-quality cloth of feathers and cotton, fine woolen goods and silks, these hardly merited mention. Sun Zio worked non-stop counting, recording and boxing everything, laboring the entire day before completing the inventory. From the stern castle alone, they'd recovered 25,000 pesos in silver coins and 2,000 escudos in gold, plus over 100 silver bars and 20 gold bars. Joe Wisen estimated that most of the bars were illegally exported from New Spain. They bore no official stamps. If I'm not mistaken, this isn't all of it. There should be a considerable portion stored in the cargo hold of the San Luis. Once we get back and translate the cargo manifests, we'll have a very clear picture. As for other cargo, not much of it is useful to us. We'll have to sell it off. After the inventory and packing, this treasure was also loaded aboard the Daishuang. By the time all the shuffling finished, fewer than 200 prisoners remained unburied at sea. They were brought aboard the Haifeng and confined in the emptied coal bunker. The Daishuang transferred a portion of supplies and ammunition to the remaining flagship, leaving behind one of the rowboats from the San Luis for landing purposes. Then, catching a light southeast wind, she unfurled full sail and headed north, towing the San Luis with her missing mast, accompanied by the Haifeng. The Nongqiao remained on station while the Feiyun continued forward, searching for the San Raimundo. Since the two ships had separated 6 days ago, the other vessel should appear at the strait entrance in another 5 or 6 days. So the Feiyun continued her radar search east of the strait, while the Nangchao slowly sailed west through the San Bernardino Strait, surveying the shipping channel along the way. Early the next morning, when Joe Wizen tried to check the surrounding weather conditions, he discovered the weather radar was broken. The navigation radar being used for surface search still worked. Joe Wizen cursed bitterly but could do nothing. The equipment hadn't been powered on for 3 years. Despite their best maintenance efforts, the seldom used weather radar aboard the Feiyun had fallen into a state of benign neglect. They were lucky it hadn't been cannibalized for parts to repair other systems. Joe Wizen roused Lin Chuanqing, who had just gone to sleep after the night watch, and informed him of the situation. "This is exactly what I was afraid of. Now this is getting dangerous. If the weather changes on us, we're finished." Lin Chuanqing, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was deeply unhappy. "It should be okay, right? Historical records say Manila didn't have any catastrophic weather around this time. This timeline seems to be behaving itself. No major butterfly effects so far. Better to be safe. I think we shouldn't operate in open sea anymore. Let's move back to the eastern strait entrance. The San Raimundo still shouldn't be able to escape us. At night, we'll just anchor near shore. The radar can still give us several hours warning for interception." "All right. Should we send a telegram to notify Lingao first?" "Of course." Both Lingao and the homeward-bound Daishuang received the telegram. Everyone felt somewhat uneasy. The executive committee sent a reply suggesting that if they detected any weather changes, they should not continue waiting for the Manila Galleon but return immediately. Lin Chuanqing sensed trouble and proposed a meeting to discuss the situation. That night, the 4 transmigrators met aboard the Feiyun and decided to return immediately. After losing the weather radar, their last early warning system, continuing to wait here would be extremely unwise. That night, Lin Chuanqing noticed scattered cirrus clouds on the southern horizon. His brow furrowed. The next morning, Joe Wizen aboard the Feiyun sensed something was wrong. There were more clouds now. Wind had increased to about force 4, and the direction had shifted from the steady southeast of the past 2 weeks to east-southeast. Could this be a typhoon? He couldn't help worrying. After a brief meeting with Lin Chuanqing, they decided to return immediately. If winds intensified further in the afternoon, they would seek shelter in a cove near Samar Island. Before noon, winds had reached force 6, whipping up long, white-capped waves. Lin Chuanqing concluded that a typhoon had formed and was rapidly approaching. They were now within its outer bands. At the Feiyun and Nangchao's average speed of 9 knots, there was no chance of outrunning the typhoon before it arrived. Typhoons moved at least 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, sometimes reaching 200. Their only option now was to find shelter. The squadron rounded Samar Island's northern cape and anchored about 200 meters apart in waters along the northwest-facing coast. Fortunately, with the wind coming from the east, the swells at anchorage weren't too bad. End of chapter. Chapter 1200. The storm. Lin Chuanqing decided everyone should abandon ship. All personnel would go ashore to weather the storm. As a veteran fisherman, he knew typhoons all too well. Fishing boats sheltering in port could still be destroyed with all hands during a strong typhoon, which was why the rule was that no one stayed aboard during such weather. Abandon ship entirely. Isn't leaving no one aboard too dangerous? Joe Wizen was immediately alarmed. "My dear brother Joe, if a typhoon truly sweeps over our heads, we'll be lucky to escape with our lives, and you're still thinking about the ships." Lin Chuanqing lit a cigarette and took several fierce drags. "But we've already reached the sheltered anchorage. You really don't understand typhoons." Lin Chuanqing shook his head repeatedly. Joe Wizen didn't argue further. Lin Chuanqing was the squadron commander and an old sea dog. It was best to follow his judgment. Lin Chuanqing immediately ordered some personnel ashore with tools and materials to establish a temporary camp on Samar Island. Meanwhile, the ship's boats, light weapons, radio equipment, controlled items, and plenty of supplies and gear were all transferred to shore in preparation for the worst. Under Lin Chuanking's direction, the remaining crew prepared the vessels. Boilers were shut down, all watertight doors sealed, sails and all loose items on deck stowed below, and whatever couldn't be stowed was lashed securely. Finally, Lin Chuanking ordered the bilges flooded to increase draft and lower the center of gravity. The Feiyun worried Lin Chuanking most. At barely over 100 tons full displacement, she would have difficulty surviving a typhoon. He proposed hauling her onto the beach itself. So the sailors worked together, offloading materials from the Nangchao to construct a temporary slipway. The Feiyun's masts and sails were completely dismantled, and her hull was pulled up the beach to shelter behind the shore, secured with ropes and anchor chains. Night fell. On the beach by the camp, a bonfire burned. Zhou Weizhen and Lin Chuanking stood shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the camp, gazing anxiously at the restless sea. "I don't think we should sleep tonight. Everyone should stand rotating watches." "You go rest first. You take the second half of the night," Zhou Weizhen said. "I won't be able to sleep the first half anyway." At that moment, 400 kilometers to the south-southwest beyond Mindanao Island, a disaster was bearing down on the transmigrators. No one knew which typhoon of the year this was, what later generations would come to call the Philippine Sea Butterfly Storm. It was racing northward along the eastern Philippine archipelago at 30 kilometers per hour. The radius of its 10-level wind field reached 100 kilometers. Its 7-level wind circle extended 300. For the Spanish in Manila, they would merely graze the 7-level ring, hardly remarkable in a region frequently battered by typhoons, and thus worthy of no special record. Consequently, the Grand Library's archives held not a single word about this typhoon, but for Samar Island, it would deliver devastating force. Qian Shuiding was jolted awake. Wind howled in his ears, fat raindrops pounded painfully against his body. The hastily built grass huts had blown away to parts unknown. He scrambled up groggily, finding the wind so strong he could barely stand. The fire had long since gone cold. In the pitch darkness where he couldn't see his hand before his face, only occasional lightning revealed wavering silhouettes of trees and a few half-prostrate figures. Even shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice was swallowed by the roar of wind. He could roughly tell the wind was blowing almost due north from sea toward shore. Fortunately, the camp was on high ground and hadn't yet been swamped by waves. Rain lashed his face. He could barely keep his eyes open. He could only hear himself muttering reflexively, "It's over, all over." The power of nature was simply too immense. Suddenly, an extraordinarily bright bolt of lightning struck downward from the heavens, slamming into the sea. The flash was so intense it momentarily blinded him. As his vision recovered in the renewed darkness, rolling thunder persisted for a good 10 seconds. The wind and rain continued until the next morning. Though his watch showed past 6 o'clock, the sky remained deeply overcast, the wind and rain still fierce, visibility extremely poor. The wind blew straight toward shore, and rank upon rank of gray-white waves rolled in from the distance, building higher and higher until they formed breakers nearly 10 meters tall that shattered against the coastal coral reef and surged up the beach. Where the Nangchao had anchored, there was no longer any sign of the ship. Scattered debris and torn canvas littered the shoreline. Zhou Weizhen's heart twisted with anguish. The Nangchao had clearly met a terrible fate. Though the transmigrators had lost ships before, this was the first time they had lost a virtually new steam-powered warship like the Nangchao. This alone would cast a shadow over their entire operation. He couldn't help but bitterly regret not simply returning home when they had the chance, completing a perfect mission, rather than grasping for more and ending up with this. Over 100 sailors and marines gathered in the camp, which the storm had ravaged to tatters. Exhausted and hungry, they could barely move in the fierce winds. Though Zhou Weizhen and Lin Chuanking were frantic, there was little they could do under such conditions. Among the debris, they managed to find only some military rations, which barely filled their bellies. It wasn't until afternoon that the wind and waves began to subside. Lin Chuanqing estimated they had entered the typhoon's eye. He immediately ordered a roll call, which revealed that 11 people had gone missing during the night's storm. While organizing search parties, he also ordered that hot food be prepared and the camp tidied up. A team was dispatched to the water's edge to assess the Nangchao's condition and search for any trace of the missing. By then the rain had slackened and visibility improved. Zhou Weizhen led the exploration team along the coast. Less than 200 meters away, they found the Nangchao. The 901 gunboat had capsized, lying on her side upon the coral reef about 100 meters from shore. Her mast and smokestack were snapped off completely. One 130 main gun had fallen from the deck and now jutted up from the reef, only the muzzle showing. The wreckage of a typewriter gun was embedded in the sand, its barrel twisted into a bizarre mass of steel tentacles. The exploration team searched along the shoreline. Besides driftwood and the ship's debris, they found several shattered corpse fragments. Some still bore identifiable sailors' uniforms. These men had apparently been swept overboard during the night's storm and hurled against the coast, dashed upon the jagged, unyielding coral. There was virtually no hope of survival. Zhou Weizhen went to check on the Feiyun. She had come through unscathed on land, though the gale had shifted her hull somewhat. Mendoza had spent the entire terrifying night huddled in a tent praying. Now, seeing Zhou Weizhen return, she flung herself into his arms like a bird returning to its nest, unleashing a torrent of Spanish while clutching his face and kissing him frantically. Zhou Weizhen had to make an effort to comfort his wife, thinking to himself that these Latin mares were really high-strung. By the second roll call in the afternoon, the missing had dropped to 6. The others had lost their bearings in the dark and made their way back after dawn. It wasn't until the following morning that the wind and waves had mostly calmed. Taking advantage of low tide, they rowed a boat out to the Nangchao to inspect the damage. The Nangchao lay on her side atop the reef, hull breached and flooded in multiple places, everything on deck swept into chaos. Repairs would be a massive undertaking. Just righting and refloating her would be an enormous project, let alone assessing the unknown extent of hull damage and keel deformation. For a capsized vessel, they were utterly powerless. "Well, we've become Robinson Crusoes," Zhou Weizhen said dejectedly. "It could be worse. We have plenty of people, we're well armed, and we have a radio. We can play island lords here for a while. Before long the Navy will send rescue, and the Feiyun is completely intact. As long as we have a ship, there's nothing to fear." Lin Chuanqing seemed unconcerned. "Let's radio Lingao immediately and request a rescue ship." Afterward, they gathered all the officers and petty officers to discuss how to hold out. Duties were assigned. Some would rebuild the camp. Others would salvage whatever could be recovered from the Nangchao's wreckage. Still others would venture onto the island to cut timber for building materials and firewood. The rest would search the coast for the missing, recover and bury the dead at sea, and collect driftwood to dry for fires. Meanwhile at Lingao, the executive committee's atmosphere was deceptively calm on the surface, yet oppressively tense beneath. Executive committee members and the Navy's Chen Haiyang had gathered, anxiously awaiting news. Since receiving the Feiyun's telegram on the afternoon of July 16th, announcing their premature return to seek shelter, everyone at the executive committee and naval headquarters had been waiting at Lingao's main radio station. But they received no further transmissions from the Feiyun or the 854 refit. Only the 2 returning ships continued reporting their progress as they passed through the Babuyan Channel. By the morning of July 17th, they could wait no longer. Something's really gone wrong, and it must be serious. Otherwise, there's no way both ships would go completely silent. Did they really encounter a typhoon? No one wanted to voice this possibility that had been on everyone's minds. Finally, Ma Qianju broke the silence. "Old Chen, can we send a rescue team? Either have the Daishuang turn back or send the 8154 directly." The 901's endurance is insufficient. We can't have her turn back to investigate. Besides, without the Daishuang's escort, the Haifeng would be very vulnerable while towing a galleon. The 8154 fishing vessel doesn't have enough fuel to reach that far. The Haitian is at Hong Kong awaiting refit. We could suspend the refit and have her make the run to the Philippines first, Chen Haiyang said. The Haitian hasn't been heavily used. The refit isn't particularly urgent, He Ming added. Beiwei is at Xiangshan with a team doing training exercises. We could reassign them aboard as a precaution against unexpected situations. But they're unfamiliar with the sea lanes and the situation. Then let's do it this way. Send the telegram. End of chapter. Chapter 1201, the San Raimundo. Just then someone brought in a telegram. Hearing it was from the Feiyun, everyone's spirits lifted. They quickly passed it around. Nangchao capsized, total loss, Feiyun intact, 6 sailors and marines dead or missing. Currently establishing camp at northern tip of Samar Island awaiting rescue. Position, east longitude. Upon receiving this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Transmigrators were their most precious resource, and times had changed. Transmigrator rights were being trumpeted to the heavens. If one actually died, it would inevitably become ammunition for certain political factions in the Senate. Losing a 901 gunboat is no small price, Ma Qianju said stonily. Fortunately, the spoils are extremely rich. I'm sure someone's going to make a big fuss over this. Qian Shuiding felt a mixture of emotions. This operation had been his proposal, and Zhou Weizhen was in the squadron, making it closely tied to his own interests. Having just experienced the elation of total victory, now receiving news of a total loss, 1 gunboat destroyed, felt like riding a roller coaster. Fortunately, Zhou Weizhen and his wife were safe. Chen Haiyang spoke up. Losing a gunboat is certainly regrettable, but losses are an inevitable possibility in any operation. He stood. Frankly, with our current technical capabilities, such losses are unavoidable and shouldn't be subject to recrimination. We must firmly oppose this bad practice of making a mountain out of every molehill. If we wanted to completely avoid typhoons, the Navy might as well not go to sea at all during summer and autumn. He continued with increasing passion. This piracy operation was inherently risky from the start. If the typhoon had arrived before we caught the Spanish ships, would everyone in the Senate who voted for this operation have to be dragged out for struggle sessions? Throughout history, which maritime nation hasn't been tempered in storms? Everyone's lost plenty of ships in bad weather. It's an unavoidable fate. Nobody wants to see our Senate's navy and merchant fleet become hothouse flowers or pond ducks, right? Chen Haiyang rarely spoke at such length with such emotion. Clearly, he'd long been fed up with the prevailing bad practices and was seizing this opportunity to vent. When Daisy added, I also don't think this matter warrants making a big fuss. We've lost a ship and a few natives, that's all. Ships can be rebuilt, people can be retrained. We're supposed to be doing great things. How can we be so timid, always worrying about our little assets? He swept his arm. What I find most disagreeable is certain comrades who, every time something happens, immediately want to hold hearings and set up committees, as if that's their entire purpose for existing. These words unified the executive committee's thinking. That morning, the relevant units all received telegrams. The Haitian immediately canceled all leave and ordered all hands aboard to prepare for departure. Li Zipping, captain of the Lichun who'd been on leave in Hong Kong, was also recalled to serve as acting captain. Beiwei, conducting training exercises on the Kowloon Peninsula, was urgently summoned back to report aboard Li Dai's small squadron. By the time Beiwei's team made it back to base and boarded, another day had passed. Li Zipping, anxious to depart, ordered immediate departure. That same day, Captain Liu Yang of the Daishuang received a telegram instructing him to proceed at full speed. There was no need to turn back for rescue. The Haitians set off southward. By now the typhoon had veered northeast, and riding the northwesterly winds in its wake, they made rapid progress. But obeying the executive committee's strict orders to seek shelter whenever winds exceeded force 6, They were forced to weather a day in the Babuyan Islands. When they resumed sailing along the route they traversed less than a month earlier, a light southeast breeze was blowing once more beneath a blue sky streaked with wisps of cirrus. Everything seemed just as before. The Haitians sailed south along the Philippine coast, heading for the location the Fayan had last reported, the coast west of Samar Island's northern cape. "Joe," Lingao's replied. Mendoza came scrambling down from the Fayan, waving a slip of paper. "They've sent a ship to pick us up." "Wonderful." Joe Wizen was manning the barbecue grill from the Fayan, roasting fish and lobster pulled from the coral reef. These past few days they'd been anxiously awaiting rescue. Life as Robinson Crusoe's hadn't been too harsh, it wasn't cold here, and natural resources were abundant. Between their rations, food salvaged from the wreck, seafood from the sea, and coconuts from the trees, they'd not only eaten their fill but enjoyed reasonable variety. Still, after being accustomed to meticulous planning and reliable logistics, these uncertain, anxious days were hard to endure. To maintain discipline and relieve boredom, the beached sailors and Marines continued their regular drills and training. The Special Reconnaissance Team conducted short-range patrols. The reconnaissance yielded little. There were no Spanish outposts in this area and few indigenous people, just a handful of small fishing villages nearby. What they did find in abundance were mosquitoes, huge and numerous, making one shudder at the thought of malaria and yellow fever. Fortunately, the camp was near the shore where mosquitoes were scarce. But the frequent tropical downpours were another headache, and the humidity combined with the fierce tropical sun made conditions stifling. Mendoza often wore nothing but a three-piece bikini and a straw hat as she wandered around camp, the same bikini she'd been wearing when Joe Wizen had lured her aboard years ago. After 3 years of use, it had developed several small holes, attracting even more heated stares. Joe Wizen had to remind her to mind appearances, so Miss Mendoza wove herself a grass skirt from coconut palm leaves. "Getting back is good, but we'll definitely be dragged into struggle sessions." Lin Chuanking laughed. "Can't be helped, we need to account for ourselves somehow." Joe Wizen was also troubled by this prospect. "Old Lin, I really should have listened to you." "Let's not talk about that anymore," Lin Chuanking said. He was a heavy smoker, but now he didn't have a single cigarette left, so he was reduced to chewing on a twig. "But I do bear responsibility for losing the ship. The typhoon was force majeure. How is that your responsibility? Let me put it this way. A big ship like the 901, after encountering a storm, should try to reach open sea wherever possible. Otherwise it's too easy to be thrown onto shore or rocks by the waves." Lin Chuanking paused. "That's exactly what happened to the Nong Chao, but when a typhoon comes, doesn't everyone tell ships to return to port to shelter? That's a port. What we had here was just an open anchorage." Lin Chuanking shook his head. "This is called saving people, not ships. For civilian vessels that's absolutely fine, but for a warship, if we're being strict, I could face a court-martial." "Nonsense. Which bastard would dare say a transmigrator's life is worth less than a warship?" Joe Wizen laughed coldly. "I guarantee just saying that would ensure he'd never live it down in the Senate." But Lin Chuanking was thinking about something else, this peculiar system of transmigrator collective decision-making. If he'd been sole commander, they could have returned in time. There'd have been no need for this ridiculous situation. Several more days passed like this. Early on July 21st, the lookout spotted a sailing ship proceeding through the strait. "Contact!" Lin Chuanking and Joe Wizen grabbed their binoculars and scrambled up the hastily constructed observation platform. Through the binoculars they could clearly see a smaller galleon. The ship had obviously weathered the typhoon too. Her deck was a shambles, and she'd lost 2 of her masts. She was struggling along on a single remaining mast, handling clumsily, though running with the wind she was making barely 2 knots. "The San Raimundo," Joe Wizen shouted excitedly. "How do you know?" "Who else could it be?" Joe Wizen said. "Look at her condition, obviously storm-battered, and the timing matches perfectly." "Good point. She's flying the Castilian Royal Standard and riding low in the water. That's her." The two men's eyes met and sparks flew. If they could take the San Raimundo, the negative impact of losing a gunboat would be greatly mitigated. But how to capture this prize was the problem. They'd lost the 901 gunboat. The Feiyun was fast enough to catch the San Raimundo, certainly, but she lacked heavy weapons and couldn't suppress the enemy. For a boarding action, they'd heard of the tactics pirates commonly used: approach rapidly from astern, then board. But the Feiyun's freeboard was too low for quickly projecting force onto the deck for close-quarters combat. As for deploying chlorine gas, they had offloaded the canister beforehand, but without technical means to deliver it, it was useless. Truly frustrating. The two men racked their brains for quite a while but couldn't come up with a solution. Joe Wisen suggested having Mendoza act as bait, disguising the Feiyun as a shipwreck, another common pirate tactic. But they had nothing for a disguise. The Feiyun looked far too different from contemporary vessels. And so the San Raimundo crawled past before their very eyes for several hours. Joe Wisen calculated that she was less than 10 nautical miles from their camp. The Feiyun could easily catch up even under sail, let alone with her engine running. If only we'd brought the anti-tank missile, he thought regretfully. Machine guns alone couldn't seriously damage a galleon like this. If only that ship would run aground. Running aground would be the same problem, Lin Chuanking said. We'd have to wade out to the ship and the Spanish could fire down on us at leisure, plus we'd still have to climb the freeboard. At least we could launch a night attack. A night raid, Lin Chuanking scratched his hair. Actually, at her current speed, she might as well be aground. His eyes lit up. Does the special recon team have night vision gear? A few pairs, Joe Wisen said, catching on immediately. Should be enough. He glanced at the sky. But the weather's too clear, visibility at night on the water won't be bad. End of chapter. Chapter 1202, running aground. Just as they were discussing how to proceed with a night operation, the San Raimundo suddenly came about and headed toward the shore. She's beaching herself, Lin Chuanking exclaimed. Sure enough, the San Raimundo lowered her sails, and her hull drove straight onto a sandy stretch of beach in a small bay, quickly coming to rest. Beautifully done, Lin Chuanking said involuntarily. The timing was impeccable. The tide had just begun to ebb and they'd ridden it to ground the ship on the beach. This stretch of sand was remarkably smooth, minimizing both damage to the hull and the difficulty of later refloating. How so? Joe Wisen was puzzled. This captain is highly skilled, Lin Chuanking said. Thoroughly considered, expertly executed. Why would they beach here? They're at most 2 or 3 days from Manila. With only one mast, they'd need 7 or 8 more days to get there. Besides, the ship may have other damage. Lin Chuanking explained. They're probably planning to repair here. In the age of sail, every large vessel carried spare ship's timber and carpenters. Stopping at islands or coastlines for emergency repairs after a storm was common practice, sometimes using locally sourced materials. Given the San Raimundo's condition, the captain had probably decided to cut timber from Samar's forests to repair the masts. Now that their quarry had run herself aground, it would be unconscionable to let such meat slip away. Lin Chuanking felt his blood stirring. Let's hit them hard, he said, baring his teeth in a grin. Seek battle when you find the enemy. We can't afford to be timid. Joe Wisen nodded. Let's do it. Lin Chuanking returned to camp and summoned Sun Zio and Mendoza to brief them on the situation and his decision. Though Mendoza worried for Joe Wisen's safety, she completely lost her own will by now and basically agreed with whatever Joe Wisen said. Sun Zio also voiced his support. So Lin Chuanking gathered all the officers and petty officers and ordered them to assemble the troops for battle. All hands check weapons and prepare for combat, he commanded. Issue combat rations. To conserve food, the camp had been on half rations according to field supply standards. Officers and sergeants immediately sprang into action. Lin Chuanking ordered the lookouts to maintain constant surveillance on the Spanish. He then dispatched a 5-man patrol to reconnoiter along the coastline. If terrain permits, we'll attack from the stern, otherwise we'll switch to the bow. Lin Chuanqing sketched a rough diagram on the ground. According to our intelligence and what we saw on the San Luis, this ship has 2 demi-culverins or falconets at the stern, plus 2 one-pounders on the poop deck, relatively weak firepower compared to the broadside. Attacking from astern was a basic principle for small vessels engaging larger ships in boarding actions. The same applied to attacks from land. But since the enemy had beached bow first, the stern likely faced chest-deep shallows, making a stern attack impractical. Regardless of attack direction, they faced the problem of scaling the hull. Whether by stealth or assault, Marines and sailors would need tools to climb onto the deck. Lin Chuanqing's solution was to have the sailors build light ladders and storm the ship like besieging a fortress. We have M240 machine guns and typewriter guns. Even without those, a volley from Mini-A rifles would easily suppress the enemy on the upper deck and broadside. Our weapons have the advantage in range and rate of fire, Lin Chuanqing said. However, casualties during boarding are inevitable if they're determined to resist, especially during the charge toward the ship, when a single grapeshot volley could cause significant losses. If only we had a cannon, Joe Wisen said regretfully. What a shame about our 75 millimeters. The 75 secondary guns on the Nong Chao had been designed to be dismountable and remountable on wheeled field carriages. But with the hull capsized, they'd either fallen into the sea or been twisted beyond use. Not a single one was salvageable. Even the wheeled carriages in the cargo hold couldn't be retrieved. However, the 3 typewriter guns they'd removed from the ship beforehand were still functional. Lin Chuanqing decided to leave one to guard the camp and take the other 2. Here's my plan. He sketched a rough diagram in the sand. We'll attack in 2 prongs by land and sea. I'll lead a mixed force of sailors and Marines along the coast. You take the Feiyun by sea. His stick traced lines on the ground. The Feiyun's mission is to provide fire support from the water with the typewriter guns. Both guns go with you. That doesn't seem right. I've had small unit tactical training and I organized the last boarding action. I should lead the ground force for the boarding while you take the Feiyun. Lin Chuanqing nodded. That made sense too. Take 1 typewriter gun then. That thing's too heavy and we couldn't salvage its wheeled mount. The troops would have to carry it. The distance may look short on a straight line, but the actual march will be quite difficult. The ammunition isn't light either. The men will be exhausted. You on the ship can carry more ammunition. The M240 will be enough for me. After a final roll call, the camp had 154 Marines, sailors, and special recon personnel. Of these, 128 were deemed fit for combat. Joe Wisen decided to take 80 men, including all special recon personnel. The Feiyun would have a crew of 20. The rest would guard the camp. Old son, I'm leaving the camp in your hands. If anything happens, I'll contact you immediately. Lin Chuanqing entrusted him. I understand, I'll guard it well. Son Zhao watched them preparing for battle with rising emotion. He strode forward and shook hands firmly with both of them. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return. Mendoza watched her man don his tactical vest, sling on his submachine gun and that large revolver. She knew he was heading into battle again. Tears welled in her eyes. In this timeline, Joe Wisen was her only family. During their farewell kiss, love and resentment mixed as she bit him hard, leaving his lips swollen for quite a while. The overland force was codenamed Nong Chao Team. Joe Wisen reorganized the soldiers into new combat groups, appointed commanders for each, and assigned specific tactical tasks to every group. Both teams departed before noon. The overland column had 1 M240, and Joe Wisen ordered all ammunition and spare barrels brought along. Since the special recon team had deployed for boarding action with their combat loadout, they had only 2 scoped Mosin Nagants besides Scorpion submachine guns. Their long-range suppression capability was somewhat lacking. They'd have to rely on Marine Mini-A rifle volleys. Around 2 in the afternoon, the Nong Chao team linked up with the Advanced Reconnaissance Patrol and concealed themselves in the jungle less than 300 meters from the San Raimundo. The San Raimundo sat beached on the sand, her hull sitting level. With coordinated tides and winches, the Spanish would have no difficulty refloating her. Up close, the San Raimundo looked even more battered. Not only were masts broken and rigging largely destroyed, but the hull had sustained multiple breaches. Only continuous pumping had kept her afloat this far. If they hadn't beached for repairs, she'd never have reached Manila. On the beach, a simple camp had been set up. Freshly cut timber was piled together, and sailors bustled about processing wood. A makeshift forge clanged and smoked as it went to work. At either end of the beach, simple gun emplacements had been erected with 1-pounder deck guns offloaded from the ship. A dozen or so matchlock-armed soldiers stood guard. Clearly, the Spanish hadn't devoted much attention to security and defensive works. The local Samar people, while savages, posed little threat to Spanish arms. As long as the Spanish didn't venture inland, the coast was quite safe. Joe Wisen made a prepare-for-combat gesture. The troops deployed behind him according to plan. He personally designated firing positions for the machine gunner and snipers, then rechecked each combat team's readiness. The walkie-talkie crackled. Joe Wisen picked it up. "Old Joe, we're in position. Any further and their lookouts will spot us. Do we go?" Joe Wisen took a deep breath. "Begin the operation." On the hot, quiet Samar Island coastline at midday, an engine suddenly roared to life. With the diesel engine's thrum, the Feiyan began to accelerate, bursting from concealment along the shore and appearing suddenly in the strait, racing toward the Manila Galleon at a high speed of 12 knots. The Galleon's lookout spotted the strange small craft almost immediately. Joe Wisen noticed the deck erupting in frantic activity. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke rose from the stern, followed by the boom of a cannon. "Pretty alert," Joe Wisen remarked, watching intently through his binoculars. The Spanish in the camp stopped working. Sailors stirred in confusion. Some reached for axes, others drew blades. Just then, the Feiyan's 2 typewriter guns opened fire. The typewriter guns lobbed rounds at an upward angle. Water spouted in a line along the Galleon's waterline, and then bullets swept across the deck, shredding the gunners and matchlock men gathered on the poop. Wood splinters and flesh flew everywhere amid screams and wails. Men kept getting hit and tumbling from the deck. "Maintain fire." Lin Chuanking stood on the Feiyan's observation platform, watching intently as the Galleon drew ever closer. According to their prearranged plan, the Feiyan would use her typewriter fire to suppress the ship's weapons from the strait while drawing Spanish attention, allowing Joe Wisen to launch his assault. End of chapter. Chapter 1203, Seizure. The Spanish returned fire. Even by 21st century standards, their response was remarkably quick. Shortly after the first cannonball passed over the Feiyan, another puff of smoke rose from the stern. A tumbling cannonball flew in, splashing down squarely in the Feiyan's fading wake. Lin Chuanking estimated about 50 meters error. The Feiyan was over 300 meters from the stern in a straight line, within effective range, but at their speed and given the stern's limited firepower, the Feiyan was safe. The Spanish guns' aiming and firing rate were slow. Hitting anything would require incredible luck. "Continue suppressive fire, target the stern gun ports," Lin Chuanking ordered, observing through binoculars. While the Spanish were distracted by this strange vessel and its deadly firepower, 2 snipers opened fire simultaneously on Joe Wisen's signal. 2 gunners at one of the beach gun emplacements immediately collapsed. The rifle shots were swallowed by the roar of the Feiyan's typewriter guns. The soldiers at the emplacement looked around in confusion, then more sniper fire, more men suddenly falling. In moments, the soldiers at the emplacement scattered and fled. Joe Wisen shouted, "Open fire!" All Minié rifles fired in unison, an impressive sight as dense smoke instantly shrouded the tree line. But the sea breeze quickly dispersed it, followed by a second volley, then a third. Though the Marines' and sailors' marksmanship wasn't up to Army standards, hitting a target the size of a large galleon at under 300 meters posed no difficulty. Lead balls poured onto the galleon's hull, gun ports, and deck like a violent rainstorm. Wood splinters flew everywhere amid the screams of falling sailors. Joe Wisen knew he couldn't afford a protracted engagement. Once the ship's 16 gun ports on one broadside opened fire, his 80-man line would be riddled. "Machine gun team, suppress those gun ports," Joe Wisen bellowed. "Everyone prepare to assault. Fix bayonets." As the bugle call suddenly rang out, Joe Wisen jammed a visored anti-riot helmet onto his head, waved his revolver, and charged out first with a great shout. "Forward!" The Marines and sailors behind him echoed the cry, "Forward!" and surged toward the galleon as one. To minimize exposure to enemy cannon fire, the assault force charged toward the bow in column formation, while the M240 and snipers suppressed the deck from the flank, preventing the enemy from manning the two bow guns. The M240 roared on their flank, 7.62 NATO rounds streaking overhead in continuous bursts, sweeping back and forth across the foredeck like a broom. Joe Wisen sprinted all out. The sailors and soldiers in the camp had been stunned by fire from both directions and had completely lost the ability to react to the sudden assault. Apart from a few quick-reacting men who raised matchlocks and fired blindly despite being out of range, they offered no effective resistance before collapsing. Within minutes, the assault team had scattered the camp's soldiers and sailors. Those who fought back were all killed. The rest either fled into the jungle or surrendered. Marines quickly set up ladders at the bow. The special reconnaissance team led the boarding, and a sergeant scrambled up the bowsprit meeting almost no resistance, immediately firing a signal flare. The M240 shifted fire at once to seal off the middeck and prevent counterattack. Joe Wisen climbed onto the deck and slipped, nearly falling, a piece of skull under his boot. He cursed softly. The foredeck was already carpeted with bodies, and blood was flowing along the scuppers. The first men up had already used their submachine guns to halt the Spanish counterattack. Under the transmigrator's crossfire, the Spanish went down in waves. Joe Wisen fired several bursts, dropping the last of them, then quickly shot the ceasefire flare. The Faiyun and the M240 team immediately stopped. The deck was thick with gun smoke, and the reek of blood made his stomach turn. The dead were everywhere, body parts and gore coating every surface, far worse than the San Luis. Clearly, when they'd launched their charge, most sailors and soldiers had been out of the hold, enjoying the rare calm weather on deck. The Marines quickly secured the entire upper deck. San, the translator, was called forward to demand surrender. It didn't take much. The crew hiding in the stern castle and below deck surrendered without further trouble, sparing them the need to deploy chlorine. The body count on deck and in the camp totaled 150, fewer than 40 surrendered. A dozen or so had fled into the jungle. The San Raimundo was smaller and carried no soldiers. She had departed with only about 250 crewmen. By the time she'd run aground, only 200 remained. During the battle, 4 sailors and Marines were killed, all shot by matchlocks while climbing the hull. One man fell during the boarding attempt and broke his leg, but wasn't seriously hurt. The medic splinted it. Joe Wisen had a few captured sailors go into the forest to bring back the escapees, promising them prisoner treatment and guaranteeing their lives. The captain was brought before him, a white-haired old man who, when asked his age, turned out to be over 60. In an era when average life expectancy barely exceeded 50, and a single voyage might kill half a crew, having a 60-something captain sail across the ocean seemed inconceivable to Joe Wisen. Perhaps sensing his confusion, the old man remarked that though he was somewhat advanced in years, there were captains in their 80s still sailing. His age was nothing remarkable. "So you're a professional navigator?" "That's right. My family have been sailors for generations." The old captain seemed quite proud. "My ancestor, Alonso Hernandez Avila, served as helmsman on one of the ships that followed the great Marquis of the Valley to conquer New Spain." He then boasted of his family's generations of glorious service to their Catholic majesties. apparently suggesting he was a man of consequence. Joe Wizen learned through San that the San Raimundo had also been caught in the typhoon several days earlier, their second storm of the voyage, which had destroyed nearly all masts and rigging and punched several holes in her hull. Only the Galleon's renowned structural robustness had kept her from falling apart. Continuous pumping had barely kept her afloat this far. Because a breach had suddenly widened the previous day and pumping could no longer control the flooding, the captain had decided to beach here for emergency repairs. Very well. On behalf of the Senate, I hereby declare you, your vessel, your crew, soldiers, and all cargo aboard to be prizes of the Senate. Until your fate is decided, as long as you obey our orders, I guarantee your personal safety. The captain bowed, then said, "Might I venture to ask which nation's Senate?" "The great Senate of Australia." The captain's face showed utter bewilderment. Clearly he'd never heard the term. Perhaps Asan's translation was off, but as a prisoner he couldn't press the question and simply said, "At your service. My first order is that you organize your men to continue repairing this ship until she is seaworthy." "Well, I haven't enough men," the captain objected. "My people will help." So the camp was restored, and the surviving prisoners, under Marine supervision, reassembled to clear the deck and repair the ship. The Spanish who'd fled into the jungle soon came out to surrender. With no food or powder, hiding in the forest would only make them prey for savages. After conferring with Lin Chuanking, Joe Wizen decided to relocate the entire camp here. He had several rowboats offloaded from the Galleon and sent Lin Chuanking's men back to transport supplies. He also sent word to Lingao reporting their new position and the capture of the San Raimundo. Though the transmigrators were all itching to inspect the San Raimundo's cargo, they decided against a detailed inventory for now. They simply affixed seals and would sort everything when they returned. "Now we just have to wait for rescue," Joe Wizen said. Rescue came sooner than expected. The Haitian, dispatched from Zheng, had raced south before the wind. On July 28th, the lookout's binoculars picked up Samar Island's coastline. After radio contact with the camp, they quickly spotted a plume of black smoke rising from the northern cape. The Haitian immediately closed with the shore. That smoke was the signal Cayenne Shuixi had ordered lit. When the Haitian came into view, the camp launched a green signal flare. Lin Chuanking soon saw an answering green flare from the other side. Beiwei breathed a sigh of relief at last. They'd found them. "Home at last, we can go home." Joe Wizen panted harshly, his hands trembling as he held the signal rocket launcher. Lingao, that home he'd longed for day and night, suddenly seemed within reach again. Mendoza was practically beside herself with joy. The moment she saw Beiwei step onto the beach, she rushed forward and threw herself into his arms, kissing his face in a frenzy, much to his embarrassment. "It's nothing." Joe Wizen seemed magnanimous. "Latin women are just passionate, like fire." "I know," Beiwei smiled wryly. "You all look pretty good for Robinson Crusoe's. How was life on the island?" "Not bad, just tired of eating rations every day." Lin Chuanking's eyes were practically glowing. "Did the Haitian bring any transmigrator special supply packages?" End of chapter. Chapter 12. 04 Epilogue. Yes, Zai made sure to arrange special supply crates for you. Everything from clean clothes to food. Beiwei observed that the group looked well enough, just rather unkempt. Except for Mendoza, every man sported a scraggly beard, and owing to the heat, they were all dressed in ragged cotton undershirts and large shorts. They welcomed Beiwei into camp. After several days of construction, it had taken decent shape. Joe Wizen said the only shortcoming was the food. They'd been subsisting on a daily diet of compressed grassland rations mixed with seafood congee. They had managed to procure a few barrels of salt pork and corned beef from the Spanish ship, plus some cheese. But the appearance and smell were so horrifying, they'd given the stuff to the Spanish prisoners to enjoy along with their weevil-infested hardtack. Since repairs on the San Raimundo weren't yet complete, the Haitian would have to linger a few more days. To speed the work, additional tools were brought from the Haitian to assist. Beiwei and the others took the opportunity to revisit the Nangchao wreck site and assess whether salvage was feasible. They'd need to report to the executive committee. The inspection concluded that the ship was severely damaged. Joe Wiesen made a dive and discovered major breaches in the underwater hull, and some ribs had been deformed. Even if they went to considerable expense to right and refloat her, she couldn't be towed back to Lingao for repair. After sending the report to Lingao, the response came quickly. Dispose of the Nangchao on site, leaving as little wreckage as possible. The sailors then dismantled everything salvageable: navigational instruments and equipment, fire control gear, sails, rigging, and some removable ship's timber, including the exposed propeller. Light weapons and ammunition had been brought ashore before the typhoon and didn't need to be salvaged. The main gun ammunition was too heavy to recover. Next, they used winches and tackle to haul up the ship's anchors and chains, one 130 main gun, and two 75 secondary guns from the reef. Other guns had either sunk too deep or been swept away. Finally, they removed the helm wheel and ship's bell from the Nangchao. Marines packed the remaining hull with densely loaded black powder charges. For safety, they drilled holes into the hull and placed charges directly in the engine room. On the afternoon of July 29th, after all personnel saluted the Nangchao's wreckage, the charges were detonated. The Nangchao's remains were blown to fragments. Nothing remained above water. The Haitian then weighed anchor, towing the San Raimundo for the return voyage. On the Galleon's broad deck, Marines fired 3 volleys skyward before the squadron hoisted sail and departed. On Samar Island, all that remained were 2 small stone markers on a coastal hillock, one a victory monument for Operation Hunger, the other commemorating the sunken Nangchao and the 4 fallen sailors. Not far from these 2 monuments lay a horizontal headstone marking the grave of the San Raimundo slain crewmen. In Lingao, word of the Nangchao's loss had already been disseminated among the transmigrators. Shan Liang submitted a proposal to the Senate Standing Committee demanding a detailed investigation into the entire incident, questioning the executive committee, and examining the legality of command procedures for this naval operation. Meanwhile, Du Wen published a critique of opportunism and adventurism's grave harm to the transmigration enterprise in Morning Star magazine, condemning the operation from its inception as a reckless venture by self-interested opportunists that violated the transmigrators' principles of planned, disciplined, big-picture action. Naturally, a heated debate also arose over whether to prioritize saving people or saving ships in a crisis. Questions fraught with gunpowder, like whether transmigrators were more valuable than a 901 gunboat, or whether transmigrators were worth more than American silver, were raised. Obviously, no one dared assert that a 901 was more important than transmigrators. That would be serious political incorrectness in Lingao. But when combined with the subsequent attack on the San Raimundo, the question became tangled. Had Joe Wiesen and Lin Chuanqing, in attacking the enemy while their own situation remained precarious, engaged in adventurism simply to cover up their earlier mistakes? With the matter generating so much controversy, Caiyan Shuading proposed forming a special Nangchao sinking incident committee to investigate. The investigative committee held several hearings and subsequently issued a report. First, the committee concluded that Operation Hunger was legitimate. It had been formally proposed and voted upon in accordance with transmigrator military and political proposal procedures. The committee reminded transmigrators that individuals had the right to question the operation's reasonableness and necessity, but no authority to deny its legitimacy. Any statements denying the operation's legitimacy would be viewed as contempt for the Senate's authority. Second, regarding whether Lin Chuanqing's decision to abandon ship and go ashore constituted cowardice, the committee found that, according to testimony from naval witnesses, the standard response to typhoons was to take ships to open sea, which offered a better chance of saving the vessel, though also some risk of losing both ship and crew. For a functioning ship with full crew and equipment, sheltering near shore during a typhoon was a save people, not ship approach, and would normally constitute a serious breach of naval discipline. However, the committee noted that, under the Senate's guiding principles of transmigrators are the primary productive force, and transmigrator interests above all, Lin Chuanking's decision to abandon ship was not merely to ensure his own safety, but also to protect Zhou Weizhen, Sun Zio, and Mendoza, 3 transmigrators, making his measures appropriate. Third, the attack on the San Raimundo by Zhou Weizhen and Lin Chuanking was entirely within the operational framework of Operation Hunger. The mission parameters were: attack Manila galleons as circumstances permit, and seize ships and cargo. From this perspective, as long as the mission hadn't been declared concluded, any attack on Manila galleons by Zhou Weizhen and Lin Chuanking was reasonable and legal. Fourth, regarding whether the decision-making process during the return constituted interference with Lin Chuanking's command by other transmigrators, the committee found that, legally speaking, the transmigrators in the squadron bore no responsibility. According to the current transmigrator military-political consultative system, when multiple transmigrators were present and couldn't reach consensus, major decisions had to be put to a vote. Therefore, the vote and its outcome were both lawful. However, the committee explicitly noted that this system had serious drawbacks in practice. It could lead to laymen interfering with experts, and a situation where everyone has authority, but no one bears responsibility. The committee recommended the Senate reform this issue and clearly define unified authority and responsibility. Finally, the committee's conclusion stated that while losing a warship was regrettable, losses of warships and ships were unavoidable in conquest operations. As long as commanders were not found to have made errors in their specific command decisions, such losses should not be blamed on anyone. This conclusion, read aloud in the Senate, passed by a 2/3 majority. Caiyan Shuiding wasn't surprised. The high-voltage wire of Transmigrator versus 901 was untouchable, so attempting to use this to deny Operation Hunger would be very difficult, not to mention the rich spoils the operation had captured. However, this incident did produce another outcome: passage of the Military and Major Operations Command Act, submitted by Dongmen Chuyu. It stipulated that command of any military or major operation would have objectives set by the Senate and Executive Committee, with the General Staff formulating plans for field commanders to execute. During execution, all campaign and tactical decisions would be made by the field commander. Other transmigrators could offer suggestions on execution methods, but could not interfere with decision-making, eliminating the problem of collective decision-making with no collective responsibility. While the hearings and investigation proceeded, the Planning Commission conducted a complete inventory of the 2 galleons brought to Lingao. Both ships were originally supposed to anchor at quarantine first before cargo inspection, but the Executive Committee couldn't wait. They decided to proceed with immediate full-ship fumigation. The remaining chlorine brought back on the Haitian was pumped into the San Raimundo hold for mass fumigation. The chlorine proved highly effective. Afterward, several hundred rats and countless insects were cleared from below-deck compartments on both ships. Medics in isolation gowns sprayed disinfectant throughout the ship interiors. Then sealed cargo was removed piece by piece, logged, and loaded onto rail cars for transport to the quarantine warehouse for individual unpacking and inspection. The quarantine warehouse district was large. All imported cargo underwent quarantine there, with fumigation treatment as needed. In practice, this was Lingao Customs' primary function at present. The warehouse prepared for the Manila galleons was the largest. Beneath the huge iron truss roof, bundles and crates of spoils were being wheeled in on rail cars and arranged by zone. Over 100 naturalized civilian workers had been brought in, drawn from various departments: Customs, Planning Commission, Police, Military, and Fangkiati students. All now wore white isolation gowns, back fastening with ties, no pockets anywhere, with caps, protective goggles, and gloves. Form 5-person teams and open packages for inspection one by one. Sun Zio, dressed identically, shouted through a megaphone. All items must be called out and logged. Report any anomalies immediately. Begin. The Planning Commission's primary interest was precious metals, the operation's main objective. Any small reinforced iron-banded box that might contain silver or gold was opened first. One by one the chests were opened, contents sorted onto special trays and logged by dedicated clerks. Gold coins, silver coins, gemstones, and pearls spilled forth, instantly filling the warehouse with glittering radiance. End of chapter. Chapter 1205. Spoils. The cargo manifests from both ships had already been translated. According to the lists, besides the 230,000 pesos in royal subsidy, there was another 60,000 pesos in private funds. However, the Grand Library's analysis suggested that silver smuggling on the Manila galleons was rampant during this period. Officials and notables of New Spain were exporting vast quantities of American silver to Manila to purchase Chinese goods for resale back in the Americas. The inventory confirmed their initial estimates were accurate. Besides the 310,000 pesos listed in the manifests, items registered as miscellaneous goods, but actually containing silver coins, amounted to 124,000 pesos in private funds. Silver coins alone thus totaled 410,000 pesos. Additionally, there were 311 silver bars, each weighing 1 Spanish arroba. A portion bore mint stamps, others had none. 1 Spanish arroba equaled 11.5 kilograms, 5 tons in total. However, Yan Mauda, specifically recalled from Guangzhou to assess this trove, a former jewelry company manager, examined the lot and concluded the silver bars varied substantially in purity. The best were approximately 85% pure. Stamps indicated most came from New Spain's Zacatecas and Guanajuato mines. Bars stamped with Potosi and other Peruvian mines were generally lower grade, ranging from 60% to 70%. A portion of unstamped bars varied even more, some as high as 90%, others below 60%. If the purity is low, what's the rest made of? Sun Zio asked. Mostly lead. The stuff has a natural affinity for silver and looks nearly identical, so it's often used as filler. There's probably some copper and gold too, byproducts from the ore that remain when refining isn't thorough. I thought it was pure silver. Sun Zio was somewhat disappointed. Impossible. Even the best Spanish peso is only 84% pure. If we were to mint our own coins, there'd be no need to exceed that purity. Yan Mauda picked up a coin. Also, you'll notice variation among the coins themselves. This is a New Spain minted peso, 84% pure. This one is from Peru, maybe 60% to 70% at most. If you weigh them, you can feel the Peruvian ones are lighter. So to mint coins, we'd have to remelt everything. Exactly. These coins and bars vary widely in composition. They'd have to be refined into uniform coin stock first. Let me see the rest, Yan Mauda said. Gold was less plentiful but varied widely in type, Spanish, Portuguese, and various other European origins. The two ships yielded over 3,400 gold coins of varying fineness, weights, and sizes. They'd also captured 35 gold bars, each 1/4 of a Spanish arroba, about 100 kilograms total. Purity was approximately 80%. Though the purity wasn't high, this still represented a significant haul of gold. Using the old timeline 19th century gold standard pound sterling 7.9 grams of pure gold per pound as a baseline, this could serve as reserve for issuing about 10,000 pounds. The jewelry is harder to value, Yan Mauda said. Apart from gold chains, nearly everything is set with gemstones and pearls. The weight alone represents considerable material value. The workmanship isn't bad either. Craftsmanship costs extra. Melting it down seems wasteful. Selling it directly as artwork would be more profitable. The problem is these pieces have no market in the Ming. I suggest we hand them to the Portuguese or Dutch to liquidate. The gold chains can just be melted down. Among the captured gems, emeralds were most numerous, 80 stones. Emeralds were the most abundant gemstones from Spanish America. Despite rough cutting, Yan Mouda estimated their value was substantial, and modern recuts could increase it further. Other stones, rubies, garnets, opals, sapphires, and diamonds, were present in smaller quantities. There was also 1.5 liters worth of assorted Caribbean sea pearls. These saltwater pearls could fetch a fortune. Yan Mouda donned gloves and carefully held up a blue saltwater pearl the size of a little finger. Take this to Beijing and it'd sell for at least 800 to 1,000 taels of silver, though finding a buyer for something like this is difficult. Very few can afford such things. All precious metals and gems were logged, sorted, and locked into special boxes. Sun Zio estimated the total value of precious metals and gems from Operation Hunger at 800,000 pesos. As for other cargo, the variety was immense. The largest consignments were bales of cotton and huge coils of extraordinarily tough cord. Sun Zio consulted the Grand Library and learned the cord was maguey fiber. The Philippine colonial government imported American cotton for sailcloth production and maguey fiber for caulking, both for shipbuilding and repair. Next in quantity were hides, mainly cattle and sheep, over 10,000 pieces. Beyond hides, other bulk goods included cochineal. The insect-derived material was an excellent red dye, and several hundred barrels of Cuban tobacco. There were also several hundred bags of some strange tuber with a tongue-twisting Spanish name, sarsaparilla, listed in the cargo manifest as medicine. The Grand Library discovered it was an American specialty, then believed to be a panacea for numerous ailments. The luxurious garments of silk and wool packed in hide-reinforced crates, along with complete sets of silverware, were obviously the personal baggage of the important passengers. If the Senate ultimately permitted the prisoners to be ransomed, their luggage could also be redeemed. So for now, these items were merely inventoried and resealed rather than added to the warehouse manifest. But the most surprising cargo Sun Zio found was in the hold, packed in sealed ceramic jars, 200 vessels of mercury, each holding 1/4 fanga, or 13.75 liters. The stamps indicated the mercury came from Peru's Huancavelica mine. Mercury's primary use in this era was silver refining. Why would the Philippines need so much mercury? Were they planning to develop silver mines? Sun Zio didn't know whether the Philippines had silver deposits, but the presence of so much mercury on the Manila Galleon was highly unusual. He immediately reported this intelligence to the executive committee. This information alone didn't prove anything. The Philippines had always imported mercury from China, but the scale of this shipment was abnormal. The executive committee passed the matter to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, tasking them with investigation. After the inventory was complete, the 2 Spanish galleons were towed to Bapu shipyard for comprehensive overhaul. The cannons, remaining masts, sails, and rigging had all been removed. Everything would be assessed for modification and reuse. The cannons went straight to the smelter. The 65 bronze guns from the 2 ships delighted the metallurgy and materials departments. This is exactly the quality bronze we've been lacking. The galleon was an extremely sturdy vessel. The hulls were entirely oak, with planking up to 11 inches thick at the thickest points, and ribs substantially stouter and more closely spaced than on ordinary ships. No wonder the Spanish used them to cross oceans carrying gold and silver. After consulting the ship registry and on-site surveys, the San Luis had a registered capacity of 800 gross tons and a displacement of 1,450 tons. The San Raimundo was slightly smaller at 650 registered tons and approximately 1,200 tons displacement. After inspecting them, when Daisy believed both ships could be refitted for continued use, their burden capacity approached the H-800 class. Though their hull lines were somewhat inferior and their speed slow, they were rugged and durable. With steam power conversion, they'd make excellent transports. Actually, with ships this size, Even without steam engines and with enough guns, they could dominate the South China Sea, Chen Haiyang remarked after his inspection. The problem is we don't have enough sailors to crew them. If only we could use the Spanish prisoners. Caiyan Shuiting shook his head regretfully. This was first and foremost politically incorrect, and second, there were obvious reliability concerns. I think employing Europeans in non-military shipping enterprises wouldn't be unreasonable. We lack qualified senior officers after all, Chen Haiyang said. At minimum, their seamanship far surpasses most of our naturalized local captains. The mere ability to cross the Pacific and Atlantic puts them leagues ahead of most captains in our Navy and shipping lines now. The Navy issued captain certificates at 3 levels for naval and maritime enterprises. Class A, proficient with navigational instruments, capable of oceanic crossing using charts. Class B, capable of using navigational instruments, familiar with traditional Chinese ocean routes, able to sail to Japan, Thailand, Manila, and Batavia. Class C, familiar with Chinese coastal routes, able to navigate from Hainan to Tianjin. Most of the transmigrators' captains, former pirates and fishermen, held Class B or C certificates. Only a handful of steam warship captains held Class A, all without exception graduates of Fang Kiati's Naval Cadet Program. Reliability, Caiyan Shuiting said. You know that in this era, sailors on ocean-going vessels are basically human scum incarnate. That's true, but perhaps we could try senior officers. I recall reading that back then these officers weren't well paid and many didn't serve their own countries. They'd work for whoever paid. Italian sailors worked for everyone. Columbus himself was Italian after all. End of chapter. Chapter 1206, Doña Marina. That's true, actually. Quite a few of the prisoners this time aren't even Spanish. I doubt they're particularly loyal to their Catholic majesties, just whoever pays feeds me types. Neither man pursued this topic further. Using European prisoners was a sensitive subject, and until the Senate's wind direction became clearer, no one wanted to voice their real thoughts first. To change the subject, Chen Haiyang said, I hear we captured a Spanish mare this time, quite a rare catch. I'm puzzled too. Why would a ship bound for the Philippines be carrying a noblewoman? How do you know she's a noblewoman? She has several servants, she was quartered in the stern castle, and she had many chests of valuable luggage. Caiyan Shuiting had read the mission reports by Lin Chuanqing and the others. She's clearly not an ordinary person. However noble she is, what use is she to us? Chen Haiyang laughed. I just worry we'll have another fight over a woman. Though most transmigrators leaned toward Han chauvinism and weren't exactly enamored of Europeans, though they didn't go so far as Liu Zheng and Xiao Beilang, who routinely spoke of white pseudo-humans and white piggies, they did generally regard them with some disdain. White women, however, were a different matter. The transmigrators were practically obsessed with them. Yuee once said while drunk that many transmigrators were actually devotees of the worship the foreign mare cult. The 3 characters for big foreign mare were practically a trigger. Whenever anyone mentioned it on the BBS, there'd be hundreds of replies. This heaven-sent Spanish woman, rather than a beautiful prize, was more like a ticking time bomb. No worries, we'll just auction her off per the prize disposal regulations. Everyone bids freely, highest bidder wins. Caiyan Shuiting said casually. If people still feel it isn't fair, just send her to Lingao's Ximing Tower, serve the masses and be done with it. Won't that make the queen throw a fit? She'd slap an insulting women label on you right away. The two bantered as they walked on. While they discussed the mayor's disposal, at the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, dossiers on the young woman had already been compiled on Li Yan's desk. The Bureau's interest in this young lady was natural. In an era when ocean travel was extremely perilous, a noblewoman rarely risked a voyage, let alone from the developed American colonies to a new colony like Manila. Only some pressing necessity would drive her to do so. Combined with the large amount of luggage she carried, it increasingly seemed that her trip to Manila had some long-term purpose rather than merely a brief visit. According to interrogations of the captain and senior officers and examination of the passenger manifest, the young lady was named Doña Marina de Arellano, daughter of a peninsular. The captain only knew she came from a Dominican convent near Mexico City that specialized in accepting girls of noble birth. The person who had commissioned her voyage had instructed him only to deliver her safely to Manila. Beyond that he knew nothing. This information drew Li Yan's attention. Combined with the mercury shipment far exceeding normal requirements, Li Yan believed something unusual was happening in Manila. He immediately met with Zheng Shan to report and requested that Zheng Shan approach the executive committee, temporarily suspend disposing of this Spanish lady under the prize disposal regulations, and instead freeze her. She may prove useful, Li Yan said. If we shave her head, using her later would be very complicated. He was referring to the fact that if they wanted to allow her to be ransomed or to use her for certain purposes, purification measures like shaving her head would be considered deeply humiliating by the standards of this era. Her family would find it unacceptable. You're right, there are quite a few mysteries about these two ships. Zheng Shan agreed. I'll go to the executive committee now. In the temporary detention center of Bapu's quarantine zone, all the Spanish prisoners from both ships were being held. He had already compiled basic statistics. Excluding those who died from worsening injuries en route, 289 prisoners had entered the quarantine area. Of these, 4 were female. Ages ranged from 11, a cabin boy, to 65, the captain of the San Raimundo. Though detailed interrogations hadn't yet been conducted, skin color and features made clear they weren't all Spanish. Some had the typical yellow-skinned faces, suggesting Southeast Asian or American indigenous sailors. Though the executive committee had decided to screen and interrogate them before determining their fate, cleaning their filthy bodies was an essential first step. The quarantine camp staff quickly sprang into action. Doña Marina de Arellano sat alone on a long bench fixed to the ground, awaiting purification. In accordance with the modesty taught in her convent, she kept her head demurely lowered. This shelter could normally hold 100 awaiting purification native women. Now only she and her 3 maids occupied it. The 3 maids sat in a row of chairs behind her, as always, maintaining silence. Though the widow Tolosa said nothing, Marina could still feel her severe, vigilant gaze upon her back. That hateful witch, Marina thought, sincerely loathing this Doña who had accompanied her from New Spain. The widow Tolosa was a widow, many years a widow, devoutly religious and extremely pious. She viewed carnal desire and worldly temptation as the greatest sins, which made her the ideal companion and chaperone in the eyes of respectable families with young ladies or wives. Marina had grown up in a New Spain convent. This particular convent specialized in receiving young ladies from distinguished families. It gave them an education until they could be claimed by their families for marriage. Those who couldn't or wouldn't marry would stay to take formal vows as nuns. Because the girls mostly came from noble families who often made substantial donations on their behalf, this convent wasn't as strictly regulated or austere as typical convents. Setting aside the excess of religious activities and the tedium of never being permitted outside year-round, life in the convent wasn't hard to bear. By comparison, it was the days after leaving the convent, being accompanied by this Doña, that proved more unbearable. The widow Tolosa watched her every movement like the sternest jailer. Any behavior she deemed frivolous earned a reminder, if not an outright rebuke. She'd even forced Marina to sleep with her hands outside the covers, to prevent us from touching our sinful bodies. Marina recalled the shame and fury she'd felt when the widow Tolosa had said this to her face. The convent sisters had said similar things, but they'd never forced her to make such a gesture. But she knew she had no right to resist the widow Tolosa. This woman had been personally selected by her father. And she depended on her father for everything. So she had no choice but to endure the widow Tolosa's companionship. Even being captured by pirates hadn't freed her from the woman. Marina silently cursed. As for being captured, though she'd initially been frightened and terrified, her spirits had gradually calmed once aboard ship. These pirates, though strange-looking and possessing incredible vessels that spewed black smoke, were neatly uniformed and strictly disciplined, in no way inferior to the finest Spanish regiments from the peninsula. As long as they weren't a savage, ignorant rabble, she had nothing to fear. Given her birth and status, any rational pirate would treat her courteously in hopes of extracting a ransom, and her family would certainly pay to redeem her. She'd simply have to idle away a year or so in this unknown, desolate land. As for the widow Tolosa, obviously her father wouldn't pay ransom for such a lowly woman. Let her stay here as a slave. The thought of what might befall the sanctimonious widow Tolosa brought a small smile to her lips, yet several hours had passed since they'd been brought from the ship to this pirate camp. Not a single pirate had come to assign them quarters. Marina found this very strange. The prison camp seemed quite busy. From beyond the tall wooden palisade came intermittent voices of men and women speaking in incomprehensible languages, sometimes shouting and bellowing, sometimes wails and cries. These sounds rekindled fear in the previously composed young lady's heart. She began to tremble slightly. What she didn't know was that the delay stemmed from a dispute between the Intelligence Bureau and the quarantine camp over whether to shave their heads. The Bureau, for certain considerations, argued that only essential cleaning was needed, but Yang He insisted on shaving them completely bald. The dispute was escalated all the way to the executive committee before a clear order came down. No shaving, but they must be thoroughly washed clean. What an irresponsible order, Yang He grumbled, summoning several of her most capable, sturdy, middle-aged women. She relayed the order. Wash that young white woman's hair until it's spotless, Yang He commanded fiercely. Get plenty of fine-toothed combs and go through it dozens of times. Don't skimp on soap or hot water. I want it perfectly clean. The workers all nodded. The team leader asked, "What about the other three?" Yang He laughed coldly. "Need you even ask? Shave them all bald, not a single hair left." End of chapter. Chapter 1207. Miss Mendoza Doña Marina de Arellano waited for what felt like an eternity. Her limbs had grown stiff and aching before a young woman finally appeared. Marina studied the newcomer carefully. Whether to call her a lady or a miss was difficult to determine. If this truly was a pirate den, she must surely be a woman of low birth, and yet her clothing and bearing suggested noble origins. Perhaps a lady of some standing, or even a noblewoman. Behind her followed two young Asian women dressed in the pirate's simple cotton garments, belted at the waist. Each wore at her hip a tan, nearly triangular leather pouch, identical to those carried by many of the male pirates. Marina based her assessment on clothing alone. Miss Mendoza's attire struck her as peculiar, even frivolous in design, yet exquisitely made. The fabric dazzled in a way Marina couldn't identify, neither cotton nor silk. Even the finest Italian, French, or Chinese silks she had seen possessed nothing like this unique texture and luster. The woman was strikingly beautiful. By any aristocratic standard, such looks were rare. A luxuriant mane of thick, slightly curling brown hair, large almond-colored eyes. Though her dark pupils and faintly olive complexion suggested she was probably a Criolla, perhaps in her mid-twenties. Yet of all the Criollos Marina knew, even those of the second and third generation, whose bloodlines had not mixed further with indigenous blood since the original mingling, none could compare to the woman before her. She seemed to embody the finest features of both white and yellow races in perfect harmony. She stood taller than Marina, taller than many men. Her posture was impeccable, her gait light yet dignified. Her entire being radiated health and vitality, every gesture brimming with confidence. The way she carried herself, the angle of her head, all proclaimed silently to the world, "I am a person of consequence. Noble blood runs through my veins." And yet, why was she here? A Criolla noblewoman trapped in this pirate lair. Marina couldn't suppress a twinge of pity. Miss Mendoza had served as translator when the prisoners were first captured and again upon their arrival at Lingao, so Marina was somewhat familiar with her. Her Spanish was fluent, her native tongue, and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had assigned her a mission: shepherd Marina through purification, accompany her, and extract as much information as possible. "I don't expect you'll glean much useful intelligence from her," they had told Mendoza. "Just try to determine her background and purpose in traveling to Manila." "If the information I obtain isn't sufficient," Miss Mendoza had asked nervously, "will you interrogate her?" "Every prisoner gets interrogated." Liyan smiled reassuringly. "What I mean is," Miss Mendoza hesitated, "will you use torture on her?" "Diana," Joe Wizen, who had accompanied her to the Intelligence Bureau, called out with alarm. "It's fine." Liyan's smile remained steady. "No, we won't. We don't approve of such primitive methods. There are many ways to make someone talk," he continued. "Of course, the better your work and the more cooperative she proves, the less need there will be for certain interrogation techniques. Rest assured, that's not a euphemism." And so Mendoza had come here with mixed feelings to serve the Senate. The Criollo noblewoman made a graceful gesture and spoke in Spanish. "Please come with me." Marina rose hesitantly. After sitting for so long, she was indeed curious to see what the other woman had in mind. The widow Tolosa hastily stood as well, apparently intent on continuing her duties. Miss Mendoza made a polite gesture of refusal. "Please wait here." "This is my duty," the widow Tolosa said nervously. "Here, you would do better to follow our arrangements." Miss Mendoza's linguistics background served her well. Her Spanish was elegant and polite, yet carried unmistakable authority. "You are our prisoner." The widow Tolosa seemed suddenly jolted awake. She froze mid-step, standing there dumbstruck, watching helplessly as her charge was led away. Miss Mendoza guided Marina down a corridor lined with doors on both sides. After several turns, she opened one of them. They emerged into a courtyard with walls whitewashed like those of Spain. At its center stood a simple-looking two-story building of red brick, its roof covered with some unknown material, round pipes blanketing the entire surface, gleaming bright as metal yet with a softer luster. Could it be glass? From the unusual design and materials, Marina could immediately tell this building was newly constructed. The sheet metal pipes jutting skyward still shone with unmarred brightness, not yet weathered by time or elements. The Criollo noblewoman opened the door herself, which surprised Marina greatly, since the two pirate maids standing beside her made no move to open it first. The sight prompted a mixture of pity and contempt for Mendoza. "Please come in." Mendoza was unaware of Marina's complex feelings. Her years of noble education in the convent had taught the aristocratic girl how to conceal her emotions perfectly. Her face remained calm as still water. "May I ask your name?" "I am Diana Mendoza." "No Doña." "No though the Mendoza surname carried considerable weight in the Americas, so she was a commoner. Marina thought this and couldn't help but let a hint of haughtiness show. Stepping inside, they entered another corridor lined with doors. The floor was laid with fired clay tiles. Moisture seemed to seep through the gaps. Brilliant sunlight streamed through glass windows. Mendoza checked the metal tag on one door, unlocked it with a key, and ushered Marina inside. Behind the door lay a strange room, very strange indeed. Marina had seen nothing like it in either the New World or Spain. The room was not large, but every surface, walls and floor alike, was covered with a material more crystalline and beautiful than the finest marble. Beautiful patterns and designs adorned it, reminiscent of the Moorish mansions she'd visited with her father in Spain. Yet compared to the Moors' mosaics and colored tiles, this material was even more captivating. Suddenly the realization struck her: porcelain. The officials and notables of Spain and New Spain always collected Chinese porcelain to flaunt their wealth and refined taste. Understanding dawned. She was standing in a room lined entirely with porcelain. At the realization, Marina nearly fainted. Could this truly be some pirate island from the tales of Ali Baba? "Please bathe here," Miss Mendoza said. If you need to relieve yourself, the door on the left leads to the toilet. Mendoza hesitated, not using the polite modern term washroom. Bathe. How ridiculous. She was a refined and noble lady who washed her face and hands daily, her feet each night, and changed her undergarments every fortnight, even when shipboard laundry proved inconvenient. Bathing was a habit only Jews indulged in, and doctors and priests alike had long warned that frequent bathing made one susceptible to the Black Death. "Please don't trouble yourself," Marina said graciously. "I wash my hands and face every day aboard ship." Miss Mendoza shook her head with regret. She said nothing, but suddenly the door opened and 4 Asian women entered. Each was short but sturdy and powerful, sleeves rolled up, carrying small wicker baskets and wooden buckets. Marina sensed danger. She stepped back fearfully and said loudly, "Please don't do this." "I don't wish to either," Miss Mendoza replied politely. Marina suddenly realized she had fallen into the hands of Arab slave traders. She had heard stories from people ransomed from North Africa about the harems of Arabs and Turks, how every Islamic grandee's harem supposedly contained great bathhouses where slave girls bathed daily, were perfumed and massaged, awaiting their master's favor. She screamed and turned to flee. But the door behind her was locked tight. No amount of effort could force it open. And even if I could open it, she thought desperately, what then? 2 more pirate women surely stand guard outside. She turned to face Mendoza. This Spanish-speaking woman of noble bearing had suddenly become her only hope. She reached out with both hands, pleading, "For God's sake, save me." Mendoza stopped the eager female workers from proceeding with purification. She took Marina's hands. "Don't be afraid. We won't harm you, but you must follow my instructions, otherwise." "Yes, yes, yes," Marina said in terror. At the thought of becoming a slave in an infidel harem, she could barely control herself and stammered incoherently, "Please tell your master, I am the daughter of Spanish nobility. My father has ample gold to pay ransom. Please don't sell me to the Arabs. Give me time, I'll write a letter to Manila to New Spain." "Please calm yourself," Mendoza said firmly. "You are now the Senate's prisoner. Your fate must be decided by the Senate. Until then you must obey me completely. Do you understand?" End of chapter. Chapter 12:08 Special Treatment. Yes, yes, I understand completely. In that instant, Marina knew this woman was the only person she could rely on. "Now do as I say," Mendoza said soothingly. "Don't be afraid, they're here to help you bathe. It's simply the rule here." Marina forced back her terror and nodded in reluctant compliance. "I'll wait for you outside the door." Then Mendoza said something that made her heart sink further. "Please remove all your clothing yourself. Believe me, resisting will do no good. Submit to whatever they do. It will be easier for you that way." Marina took this as the counsel of one who had experienced it herself, and the implications of what lay ahead filled her with dread. Eyes brimming with tears, she nodded silently. Mendoza disappeared behind the door. The 4 maids surrounded her. One dropped a wicker basket at her feet and pointed at it, saying something Marina couldn't understand. She assumed they wanted her to undress and place her clothes there. Clearly, if she refused to undress herself, they would have no qualms about stripping her naked. Even among women, Marina had never undressed in front of anyone. In the convent, when bathing, the students would don large cotton robes, undress beneath them, then enter the bath still covered. Each girl washed herself under the robe. Aside from face and neck, not a hint of flesh was ever revealed. Obviously, the pirates weren't going to provide robes. Though she had resolved to follow Miss Mendoza's advice, she simply couldn't undress by herself. Her elaborate clothing required a maid's assistance to put on and couldn't possibly be removed alone. The 4 maids clearly lost patience. They immediately set about undressing her with rough, forceful motions. After a brief token resistance, Marina went still and let them do as they would, silently praying to the martyred saints she had read about for strength to endure all suffering. When every piece of clothing had been removed, Marina noticed expressions of astonishment and disdain on the maids' faces. She was then seated on a wooden stool in the bathroom, while one maid began undoing her hair, clearly as unfamiliar with European hairstyles as they had been with her garments. They resorted to brute force, tugging and pulling until Marina nearly wept. Finally, her thick, long hair was completely loosened. For an instant, disgust flickered across the maids' faces. One drew a bucket of hot water and poured it over her head, followed by a large cake of soap. Then they used something sharp and hard to comb through her hair, evidently to remove head lice. Hot water, soap, and the painful comb worked repeatedly through her hair. Marina endured it all with a martyr's determination. Then they began scrubbing her body with hot water, soap, and some rough yet elastic object. She was roughly pushed down onto the stool, turned this way and that, scoured and rinsed. Soapy water laden with filth streamed across the white floor tiles like little gray rivers. Finally, just when the steam and rough bathing had nearly made her faint, the bizarre ablution ended. The maids dried her body with an incredibly soft fabric that absorbed every drop of moisture from her skin. They examined her body carefully as if appraising their own handiwork. At last satisfied, they draped a piece of soft white fabric over her. Then the door opened and Miss Mendoza entered. Her expression seemed quite apologetic. She walked over and stopped before Marina, studying her carefully. "Please remove the towel," she said. Marina drew back slightly, then hesitantly let the towel slip away. Her body was fully exposed, naked, after more than a decade of being carefully wrapped and guarded. A body that even she herself had never properly examined. Now every part of it lay revealed. With the filthy grime washed away and the elaborate layers of clothing gone, the Spanish girl's figure didn't look too bad. Not tall, not athletic, clearly not a girl who exercised regularly. Obviously, girls of this era couldn't be expected to understand the importance of physical fitness. Miss Mendoza walked to a wooden cabinet against the opposite wall and opened it. Inside hung a row of garments. They looked very soft and luxurious. She pulled them out. Robes. She took one and handed it over. Marina accepted it hesitantly. The fabric was soft and fine, apparently made of the finest cotton. "Please put this on." Mendoza spent several minutes teaching her how to wear a brassiere and undergarments, then dressed her in a short-sleeved blue dress. This was the style commonly worn by senior naturalized female staff in summer. The hem fell just below the knee. Made of Songjiang cotton in the simplest style imaginable, its only features besides back buttons were adjustable waist and bust bands. Mendoza tied Marina's thick hair back with a ribbon. "Your hair is beautiful," Miss Mendoza complimented. But Marina felt dressed like a slave. Perhaps she was one now. The short sleeves were acceptable, but a garment that so brazenly exposed her calves, even prostitutes wouldn't dress this shamelessly. Bare-legged and bare-armed, she felt a shudder run through her, as though she stood stark naked. Overwhelmed by immense desolation, she silently put on the straw sandals prepared for her. "Come now this way." Mendoza spoke gently as she led Marina out of this Ali Baba's bathhouse. Her spirit nearly broken, Marina was taken to a special room at the quarantine camp, on the second floor of the very building where she had just bathed. This courtyard was reserved for prisoners and guests of special status, where one could enjoy the privilege of individual purification. "This will be your room," Mendoza said. "You'll stay here until further orders." The room was small, the walls whitewashed, the floor wooden. The furnishings were simple: a small bed, a wardrobe, a round table, and 4 chairs. The room was spotless, without a single stray object. Marina thought it resembled a small Spanish inn, only much brighter and cleaner. The window was open, but the frame held an iron mesh screen, a silent reminder that this was not an inn, but a place of confinement where she awaited her fate. "May I have my luggage and clothing returned?" She tried making a request, testing Mendoza's limits. She sensed sympathy from her. Mendoza wasn't a cold, distant person. Here, she was probably the only one with any goodwill that Marina could appeal to. "As you can see, there's nothing here but bedding and blankets. Your luggage is the Senate's prize, however I believe some clothing might be returned to you," Mendoza spoke politely. I'll see what I can do. She touched Marina's shoulder reassuringly. Everything now overwhelmed her. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. Miss Mendoza had her sit and calm herself. Let me make you some tea, she offered. What is tea? A Chinese beverage, something like mate. Marina knew of mate, though in Mexico City few people drank it. It came from far-off La Plata, and only Jesuit priests seemed to partake. Her eyes scanned the room. Every object puzzled her. At a glance she could identify what everything was, yet each differed from anything she had ever seen before. In one sense, the furniture and furnishings were shockingly simple, almost devoid of decoration, without paintings or carvings, as if the crudest carpenter had slapped them together from raw wood. Yet arranged as they were, they seemed remarkably harmonious and attractive. Every edge was perfectly straight, every angle precisely consistent. The wood surfaces were smooth and fine, revealing beautiful grain. The simplicity didn't diminish their quality, quite the opposite. It lent them a special kind of beauty. Mendoza brought her tea in Chinese porcelain, delicate white china as fine as snow, painted with beautiful blue flowers and foliage. The faintly yellow Chinese tea showed through the thin porcelain walls, casting a soft glow. A square white sugar cube sat on the saucer, so exquisite she hesitated to touch it. The tea was Lingao fermented black tea from Fujian, served with sugar. This method of tea drinking was the Trade Department's current campaign to promote among Europeans, a way to export two major commodities at once. Marina carefully picked up the saucer and, following Mendoza's guidance, dropped in a small lump of sugar, stirring gently with the teaspoon. The sweet tea soothed her heart. She noticed the crucifix pendant around Mendoza's neck. Besides the bikini, it was one of the few items from the old timeline she still possessed. You are a believer in the Lord, Marina said with delight. Yes, Mendoza nodded. How wonderful! Marina's spirits immediately improved. If this woman had been a converted infidel, that would have been terrifying. Such people were more frightening and detestable than true heathens. Are you Spanish? No, I'm Venezuelan, Mendoza said out of habit. Ah, you're not a peninsular. The term made Mendoza pause before she understood, of course. There was no country called Venezuela in this timeline, only the province of Venezuela in New Spain. That's right, I'm not a peninsular. I was born in Venezuela. She hesitated, wondering whether she should call herself mestiza or criolla. Why are you here? Where is this place? Marina asked urgently. End of chapter. Chapter 1209. A Marriage Across the Pacific. This is territory under the rule of the Australian Senate. Mendoza avoided elaborating further. Now tell me about yourself. Who are you, and why have you crossed the ocean to Manila? Doña Marina de Arellano had nothing to hide. She was the illegitimate daughter of the Spanish nobleman Gonzalo de Arellano, born in Spain. Her mother had been of humble birth but greatly favored. She was her father's kept woman. Her father had acknowledged her. Thus in childhood she had been permitted to accompany him when he took up a post in New Spain, arriving in Mexico City and entering a convent to complete her premarital education. As an illegitimate child, she had no legal claim as a legitimate heir. But illegitimate children of the nobility, especially acknowledged ones, were far better situated than commoners. Many high officials and nobles could trace their ancestry back to royal or noble bastards. Doña Marina de Arellano had received the same education as a nobleman's legitimate daughter. She had grown up in Mexico City until the age of 18. Only at the start of this year had her father taken her from the convent to arrange her marriage, which was why she had boarded the Manila Galleon bound for the Philippines. Marriage? Miss Mendoza was taken aback. To whom? I only know he is a remarkable gentleman, Marina said. I've forgotten his name. It was very long and complicated. You don't even know his name. Mendoza could hardly believe her ears. And you're prepared to marry him. Marina didn't seem to find this unusual. The governor of the Philippines, His Excellency de Tavora, made the match, she said proudly. So you boarded the Manila Galleon, crossed the Pacific Ocean, and are traveling to the Philippines to marry a man you've never met. Diana Mendoza's voice rose involuntarily. A gentleman, Miss Marina corrected. Though he hasn't yet received a formal title, His Excellency the Governor has already submitted a report to His Majesty's Privy Council. He will have a brilliant future. Mendoza simply couldn't accept such a view of marriage, but transmitting 21st century ideas about romance wasn't her mission. So then, all those magnificent gowns and jewels in the Stern Castle, those are your dowry. Yes, Marina nodded. Not counting the cash, my father prepared a dowry worth 5,000 pesos. He also gave me 10,000 pesos in cash. Your father is truly wealthy. If it were his legitimate daughter marrying, I believe the cash dowry alone would be no less than 20,000. Marina didn't mind in the slightest. She seemed to consider it an honor. She studied Mendoza and said proudly, "Besides my father, my fiancé is a person of importance before His Excellency the Governor. I believe that if you send a letter, they will pay a substantial sum to ransom me." She continued boasting about how her father and her unseen fiancé were so favored by His Majesty, His Highness, and His Excellency, how wealthy they were, how influential. She even hinted that if Mendoza could help secure her release, she might consider helping her escape this terrible place. She might even be able to arrange a suitable position for her. By contrast, she showed little interest in where she was or in whose hands she had fallen, none of the intense curiosity most natives displayed upon arriving in Lingao. Mendoza listened patiently, smiling noncommittally. But inwardly she grew increasingly uncomfortable. She had always felt there were more than enough cultural differences between herself and Joe Wisen and the other transmigrators. She had always felt somewhat out of place in Lingao. Yet listening to Marina, she realized the gap between them was no longer merely cultural differences. It was as if they lived on different planets. The newly completed Education Department Auditorium was the most imposing building in the Fankiati teaching complex, capable of holding 500 people. Besides meetings, its stage facilities were adequate for cultural performances, far superior to the completely open-air Baron Cinema. Hu Qingbai was quite pleased with himself over this achievement. He had expended considerable effort to secure it, aided by the Education First banner. But in Jiang Shan's view, entrusting the auditorium project to Mei Wan's construction company had been a mistake. Those building contractors knew nothing of art or aesthetics. Consequently, the auditorium's exterior resembled one of those Chinese garden-style meets European-themed monstrosities commonly seen in county development zones. A superfluous curved portico tacked onto the front entrance, supported by a row of Doric columns. Neither fish nor fowl, but if not them, who else could have built it? Hu Qingbai shrugged. It was like their current living conditions. There was simply no alternative. At the moment, the hardwood bench seats in the auditorium stood empty, the ceiling and wall lamps unlit. Jiang Shan walked toward the brightly lit stage and sat down in the front row. Choir rehearsal was in progress. In the weeks before the 1632 annual hymn festival, this was the busiest venue, with at least 7 or 8 amateur choirs from various departments rehearsing here daily. The stingy planning commission and department heads refused to give naturalized workers time off to rehearse, so everyone came during their personal time. But in this timeline with virtually no entertainment, participating in choir rehearsals was quite engaging. Young people especially could meet many new friends, particularly of the opposite sex. The man Jiang Shan was looking for stood at the conductor's podium, waving his arms up and down, pouring out a stream of half-baked, grammatically mangled Mandarin. The strange accent, interspersed with occasional English and Cantonese phrases, left not only the National School and Military Political School choir members baffled, even Fang Fei standing by the curtain was thoroughly confused. Finally, the piano accompanist, a female transmigrator in her early 30s with long black hair tied back in a ponytail, tall and slender, rescued the situation. Her voice wasn't loud but remarkably clear. In just a few sentences, she explained the conductor's lengthy discourse perfectly. Weiss Lando seemed quite satisfied with the explanation and shouted, Let's take it from the top. He raised his hand, and piano notes joined the slightly boyish voices of the young men, echoing through the hall like a marching army. Heroes, bravely march forward, do not linger, don't look back. We forsake ease and riches, for our homeland we fight, for our homeland we fight, victory awaits. You shouldn't be doing this here, Jiang Shan said, lighting a cigar. Rehearsal had ended and the choir members had gradually dispersed. Through the window he watched groups of national school students chatting and laughing as they walked toward the dormitories, while military political school cadets quickly assembled on the parade ground and marched off singing toward their quarters. A spy's principle is never to show his face. James Bond gets to attend embassy receptions and go around saying, "My name is Bond." Weiss Lando drained half a bottle of kvass in one gulp, smacking his lips with satisfaction. He raised the bottle and gestured forward. "And he always meets beautiful women. You expect those Jesuits to train your choir. Right now Europeans don't even have the concept of a conductor. They'd turn every choir into a church choir." James Bond is a fictional character. Jiang Shan was interrupted by the sound of high heels clicking down the wooden stage stairs. He wondered who it could be. Apart from Miss Pei, no female transmigrator would squander precious personal high-heel resources on an informal occasion like this. Director Jiang. He had barely turned around when the woman was already before him, bringing with her a scent of carnations. Her voice was soft yet rich, carrying a faint hint of allure. "Thank you for gracing us with your presence at our rehearsal." Jiang Shan offered a few polite remarks. This woman seemed familiar, yet he couldn't place her name. Surely a beauty like this among the transmigrators would be quite noticeable. Her short blouse was clearly Lingao-produced cotton linen blend, but the dark sleeveless dress beneath was obviously high-end goods from the pre-transmigration timeline, outlining a perfect feminine silhouette. Jiang Shan glanced at her once, then quickly looked away. Though her face wore a smile, her deep, penetrating eyes were like twin pools, tempting him to dive in and never surface. The woman extended her hand gracefully. "I'm Liu Shuixin. At the last annual banquet, my husband got drunk and you helped carry him home." Jiang Shan finally remembered. This captivating married woman before him was Liu Zheng's wife, the head of the remote exploration department. No wonder he was so eager to get an apartment. Turns out he was hiding a beauty at home. Through intelligence sharing, Jiang Shan had once secretly accessed portions of the Political Security Bureau's personal files on transmigrators. He had found it strange that a leading performer from a provincial song and dance troupe would abandon everything to follow a rough fellow to the 17th century wilderness. He lightly shook her fingers. "It's getting late. Let me see Mrs. Liu home. The little one must be looking for Mama." Liu Shuixin smiled again, and Jiang Shan hastily avoided her gaze. He was no virgin, no wizard, and had plenty of experience navigating among women without getting entangled. Yet for over a decade he had never felt so unsettled by any woman. Perhaps it's because I haven't been around such alluring modern women in too long, Jiang Shan thought. I've grown starved for it. Like other transmigrators, he had bought a maid, but having missed out on a good lottery number, he had simply gone with the flow and gotten a C-class one. "It's fine, baby is at the nursery." Her voice sounded ever sweeter and more alluring. "I'll take the little train to pick her up, just 10 minutes. The little train was what naturalized citizens called the Lingao Municipal Railway. Transmigrators had adopted the term as well. End of chapter. Chapter 12:10. The mission for distraction. The last train has left. Service is over, Weiss interjected, shamelessly letting his gaze wander over the waist and ample bosom beneath her dress. Jiang Shan coughed, warning him to mind his manners. "Take my official carriage home." Jiang Shan stepped out first. He didn't want this woman lingering, and he had no desire to delay important business. A red flag carriage waited outside the auditorium. Jiang Shan gave the driver some instructions, then opened the door with impeccable gentlemanly flair. Liu Shuixin lifted her skirt hem and stepped onto the footboard, revealing stockinged thighs, and flashed a charming smile at the two men beside the carriage. Weiss Lando let out an unabashed wolf whistle. "Where are you staying this time?" "The government office second guest house again." Zhang Shan watched the red flag carriage turn and disappear beyond Feng Qiati's gate before speaking. "Yes, staying there is better than the church," Lando said. "Pretending to be a devout believer is exhausting. Shall we walk? It's 5 kilometers, Director." "Are you in a hurry?" "Me? No, it's not like there's any transport anyway." They passed through the gate where students on duty saluted them. Beyond the gate stretched extensive orchards. What had originally been just a small stand of trees had grown to cover the entire hilltop where the campus sat, planted with fruit trees by the students. All was quiet. Gravel crunched softly underfoot as they descended the hill and curved onto a road near the sea. The night's tranquility was shattered by the distant Bapu shipyard. Its buildings blazed with light, swallowing the stars near the horizon. Smokestacks intermittently spewed showers of sparks like fireworks. Boilers hissed with horse steam. Gantry cranes howled on their rails. Overhead cranes clattered. Winch brakes squealed like piglets. Steam engines thumped monotonously, joining the clang of hammered iron and the screech of sawing machines. The entire factory crouched on the beach like some enormous beast hidden by the night's veil, breathing with iron lungs. "Beautiful," Zhang Shan said. Lando couldn't understand what was beautiful about it, but he knew these Chinese people's aesthetic tastes. Multi-riveted, steam-powered, steel-strong, big and black and crude. A new warship about to launch. Good heavens, let me think. Whose turn is it to get thrashed? "Have you ever been to Manila?" 370 years from now I have." Weiss tried to joke, but Jiang Shan didn't respond, so he continued. Operation Hunger was pretty exciting, though the Spanish ships were absolutely filthy, shit and rats everywhere. "Are you planning to sack Manila now?" "Fine, I can disguise myself as a Spanish official. Let's call me Francisco Franco, no warships needed. I just bring 10 canisters of poison gas, crack them open at night, and you lot can put on your gas masks and empty Manila's treasury." He suddenly remembered something and stopped. "Damn, the Jesuits will recognize me, and then I'm headed for the stake." "There aren't many Jesuits in Manila," Jiang Shan smiled. "The orders in Manila are mainly Franciscans and Dominicans. Even if there are Jesuits, they probably haven't been to Macau. The Portuguese may share a king with the Spanish, but they're not exactly friendly. One is enough. Mr. Lando, have you heard a saying from an ancient Chinese strategist? Control others rather than be controlled by them." "No, but someone in Africa told me a Chinese phrase, strike first for the upper hand." "In your recent report, you mentioned that Licia has been in frequent contact with the Spanish lately. We sent someone to Macau specifically to investigate. One of the Spaniards visiting Licia was a special envoy from the governor of Manila. Manila wants to get the intelligence we sold to Batavia. Did they succeed?" "Perhaps. Licia is loyal to no one. It wouldn't be surprising if she resold the intelligence to the Spanish. But except for one brief moment, she's never really posed a threat to us." Jiang Shan didn't want to discuss this further. Some things weren't for everyone to know. Lando understood this was Director Zhang hinting that Licia was no longer a subject requiring his attention. Jiang Shan pulled out a fine linen handkerchief and wiped his sweaty forehead. He began speaking of certain strange patterns among the Spanish. Through agents in Macau, they were purchasing large quantities of Guangdong pig iron, saltpeter, mercury, and zinc, so-called white lead. Ship after ship of these goods was sailing from Amping to Manila. Previously, the Spanish had rarely bought these commodities directly from China. Now they were even attempting to recruit coppersmiths and blacksmiths from Guangdong to work in Manila. Before they had only recruited sailors. "So the Spanish want us to pay a price for our piracy?" "No, it's barely been 2 weeks since we intercepted the Manila Galleon. The Spanish activity has been going on since the start of this year, so I believe their actions are aimed at the Dutch." Governor de Tavora of Manila had long worried about the Dutch threat, repeatedly petitioning the king for more money and soldiers to strengthen Manila's defenses. The Philippine Spanish were in a difficult position. The Dutch constantly harassed them throughout East Asian waters and had repeatedly attacked Spanish colonies, causing the governor no end of trouble. The senior officials of the Philippine colony seemed to live in constant fear of Dutch attack. "The Spanish situation is dire," Zheng said. "We have a series of reports from the governor to the Privy Council. The Spanish are underfunded. Without the Manila galleon's resupply, the administration can barely maintain current operations. They're short of manpower too, Dutch harassment at sea, native uprisings on land. Their trade is faltering, so they've been attracting Chinese settlers to cultivate the land, yet they remain deeply suspicious of the Chinese. If their situation is so bad, why suddenly increase spending? These expanded imports all appear to be for military purposes, rather than profitable investments." "Exactly, especially their sudden increase in mercury imports, far too much. Do you know what the amalgamation process is?" "No idea. I'm just a soldier." Amalgamation is a process for refining precious metals like gold and silver. It requires large quantities of mercury. Zheng paused. "We know the Philippines has gold and silver deposits, but the Spanish of this era don't know that." Lando's eyes gleamed. "I understand what you mean. We need a man in Manila." The road curved, and the lights of Barren City were now visible. "Even if we can easily defeat any enemy armed only with 17th-century weapons, intelligence remains essential. I need to know exactly what the Spanish are capable of and what they're planning." Sending a Chinese wouldn't work. Zheng had already considered this. The Spanish were deeply suspicious of the Chinese. Chinese residential areas were restricted, and Chinese activity was largely confined to Manila's lower and middle social strata. The upper echelons were controlled by Spaniards. A Chinese person, no matter how wealthy, would have tremendous difficulty accessing Manila's elite. "Sounds good." Lando cleared his throat. After walking so far, he desperately wanted another kvass. "But if things go wrong, it might be my last time serving you." "Is that what you think?" "No offense, Director. When predicting outcomes, I usually consider the worst-case scenario first. If that happens, we'll engrave your name on the Intelligence Bureau's wall, and if you wish, you may designate a naturalized child as your heir." Neither spoke for the final stretch. "Intelligence Bureau meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Zheng said, gesturing to the naturalized receptionist standing outside the guest house to open the door for Weiss. "I'll send a car for you. Good night, Mr. James Bond." "Good night, M." Zheng returned to his office. A thick stack of reports on the interrogation of Manila Galleon prisoners had been delivered to his desk. The reports were quite detailed. Even the lowliest sailors and slaves had comprehensive statistics, and as much personal information as could be gathered. Of the 289 prisoners, there were Spaniards, Portuguese, Italians, Germans, and blacks, plus Malays and Chinese, the latter two mainly serving as sailors, and various mixed-race individuals. A typical crew composition for an age of exploration sailing vessel. Utilization and disposition of prisoners was the Planning Commission's concern, but the Intelligence Bureau and Political Security Bureau were expected to provide input. Which ones could be utilized, which ransomed and released, which should work until death. All these recommendations came from them. He browsed through the materials. The report Mendoza had written on Doña Marina de Arellano caught his interest. He read it carefully, then reviewed the interrogation reports on the maids, the Doña, and the captain, and cross-referenced the prize inventory lists. Everything confirmed Marina's story. She was indeed a bride-to-be, sent to Manila to marry her fiancé. A nobleman's illegitimate daughter traveling to Manila for marriage, though no one could say exactly whom she was marrying. Zheng didn't particularly care, probably some Spanish official or such. If that was all there was to it, she would be of no use to them. They couldn't recruit an 18-year-old Spanish girl who had spent 10 years in a convent as a spy. Quite apart from the racial issue, they had just stolen her dowry. If she stayed in Lingao as a prize to be distributed among transmigrators, Merely deciding how to allocate her and dealing with the subsequent disputes would trigger another round of fierce debate and argument. Simply extorting a ransom seemed the most profitable and safest approach. End of chapter. Chapter 12. 11. The auction Marina had been confined in her private bedroom above the bathhouse for several days. Everything here reminded her of the convent, a simple room, but with soft, comfortable bedding, fine mosquito netting, and windows fitted with iron bars. Yet the large glass panes admitted bright, dazzling sunshine that reminded her of Spain. Most unbelievable of all was her own private toilet in the bedroom, entirely tiled with fine Chinese porcelain. Even the commode itself was porcelain. I'm now living more grandly than kings, emperors, sultans, and cardinals, she thought in astonishment. Her daily life was quite comfortable. Though no personal maid attended her, Chinese servants came daily to make her bed and bring 3 meals. The food was simple yet novel, dishes she had never tasted before, light in flavor yet delicious. Convent fare hadn't been harsh, but restraint and asceticism had pervaded their education, making meals quite bland. Now, encountering all these strange and delicious foods for the first time, her appetite flourished. She was particularly fond of a risotto made with seafood and rice. After each meal came a cup of black tea with lemon slices and sugar cubes. Fresh fruit arrived daily as well, much of it varieties she had never seen. Each afternoon, after the lunch dishes were cleared, a maid would enter and lower the beautiful Chinese curtains with their soft amber glow, blocking the blazing sun. Then she would bring in a lovely blue and white porcelain basin filled with a large block of ice, crystalline and clear, sending up wisps of white vapor. Under the maid's care, Marina would change into a soft, breathable cotton nightgown and fall into deep sleep in the pleasant temperature and soothing dim light. At 4 o'clock she would be awakened and taken by the maid to bathe. This was compulsory. If she refused, the sturdy maids would unhesitatingly grab her arms and drag her there. They bathed her with soap infused with some fragrant essential oil, which made her uneasy. She had heard that the Sultan's harem did the same. After bathing, she was returned to her bedroom and dressed in clean clothes, the old ones taken away. The garments weren't luxurious but were all made of very fine, comfortable fabric. Wearing them felt suitable and pleasant. If not for her status as a prisoner, these had been the most comfortable days of the past decade. Her mood had even improved somewhat. In the early days, everything had been quiet, few voices rose from downstairs. But several days ago the courtyard had grown busy, with constant sounds of people coming and going, intermittent shouts and cries. From her window she could barely make out what was happening below. She saw many women with brown, black, and golden hair waiting in the courtyard, disheveled, ragged, dejected. They were being handled and scolded by the same Chinese maids who had attended her. Obviously they were prisoners or slaves, undergoing the same process she had. This made her extremely anxious about her own fate. Such preferential treatment was clearly not simple kindness. She could only wait in agonizing suspense. Insomnia plagued her. She would pray for hours on end. Finally, one day Miss Mendoza appeared before her. "At last you've come," Marina cried. The anxiety and waiting had made her somewhat neurotic. "What exactly do you plan to do with me? You want to know so badly. I just want to know my fate sooner." Marina clutched her rosary beads, gazing up at the sky. "We're not pirates, but you're our prisoner, so you'll be handled according to the rules for prisoners. That is to say, public auction." The words seemed to slip from Mendoza's lips most reluctantly. "God save me!" Marina cried out, nearly fainting. This was what she feared most. She involuntarily clutched Mendoza's hand tightly, her voice trembling. "For the sake of our shared heritage and our Christian faith, don't let me become a slave in a harem." Mendoza's expression gave her a glimmer of hope. "Listen, if you'll just release me, my fiancé will pay you an enormous sum. My fiancé is about to become the richest man in Manila, perhaps in all the Philippines, even New Spain's richest nobleman." Mendoza shook her head. "That's not possible. This is the Senate's decision." Her face showed sympathy. Rest well." With that she hurried from the room. Doña Marina de Arellano fainted. When she awoke she was lying on the bed. An unfamiliar priest sat at her bedside, regarding her with a tender expression. "Father," seeing a European priest, Marina tried to sit up. "My child, you're still very weak, please lie down." The priest spoke halting Spanish. "First take this medicine, it will help you feel better." He gave her a small glass of bitter medicine. "Father," Marina said. Though she didn't know why a European priest would be here, his presence rekindled her hope. But his Spanish was so difficult to understand that she tried Italian instead, and indeed he could speak it. "You're Italian?" "Yes, I come from Italy." "For God's sake, please save me," she pleaded. "The pirates are going to auction me. Please don't let me fall into the hands of infidels." She pulled a ring from her finger. "Please find someone to deliver my letter and this ring to him. He will reward you and your messenger richly." The priest shook his head. "My child, even if I sent someone immediately, it would be too late. The auction is the day after tomorrow. They plan to sell you along with the slave women brought from Basra." "God," Marina covered her face and began sobbing. "Don't worry. After Miss Mendoza told me of your plea, I've been working for your rescue. Please tell me quickly." Hope's flame rekindled in Marina's heart. "You are now in Lingao, in Australian territory. They will auction the prizes the day after tomorrow. However, they don't forbid others from purchasing slaves. So I plan to find a Christian to buy you. If you can rescue me from this tiger's den, I'll be grateful to you forever." "Rest assured, we've found a suitable person for you," the Italian said. "He's the Dutch consul here." "A Protestant," Marina nearly shrieked. This was almost worse than infidels. The Dutch had a terrible reputation in Spanish and Portuguese America, practically sworn enemies. "No, he is a true believer. His name is Lebutrini. He's my countryman and sympathizes with you," the priest reassured her. "He paints here for the Australians and has saved up considerable money, enough to purchase you. My father and fiancé have vast properties in the Philippines and New Spain. Please tell this kind-hearted Christian that when bidding, he shouldn't panic. No matter how much others bid, he must outbid them. If he can buy me, I'll pay double the ransom to redeem myself. But whatever happens, don't let me fall into the hands of infidels." "Now I'm relieved," Marina said, grasping his hands with emotion. "Your great kindness I'll never forget." She suddenly realized she didn't know his name. "May I ask your name?" "I am a servant of God," the priest said. "A member of the Society of Jesus. I must hurry and leave now. May God bless you." Quark sat in a chair at the trading house, savoring the cigar his maid had brought him, feeling strongly that he was about to make a fortune. Just a week earlier, he had personally commanded the twin-masted sailing ship Lion safely into Bapu, bringing 183 slave women. These were the survivors of the 200 he had purchased at the Basra slave market. If not for the storm they encountered en route, perhaps more would have survived. He had given each slave ample space, water, and food to minimize losses during the voyage. Even so, his profits would be considerable. Director Skade had promised him 50 she of white sugar per healthy slave delivered. How much a shipload of sugar could earn him in Persia, he was practically laughing in his dreams. Slave trading was truly a bonanza, Quark reflected with some regret. If only their demand for Basra slave women were as high as their need for Southeast Asian slaves. Just as he sat there grinning foolishly, Director Skade strode in with a beaming face. "Well, how did the quarantine results turn out?" Quark rose impatiently to ask. "Preliminary inspection all passed." Skade was in excellent spirits, delivering big foreign mares for the Senate that alone would make his popularity skyrocket. Though numbers were modest, his preliminary inspection of appearances and figures at the quarantine camp suggested quite satisfactory quality, enough to please most transmigrators. "So then, that's right." Skade pulled a slip of paper from his pocket. Quark knew what it was, a warehouse receipt from customs. Silver coins seemed to dance before his eyes. "This is payment for the slaves," Director Skade said. "And the price for those Arabian horses you brought." "That's my gift, as thanks for letting me serve the Senate," Quark bowed respectfully. "At your service, Senate." End of chapter. Chapter 12:12. The slave market, you are a very good person. Director Skade unconsciously slipped into a phrase of Japanese, then patted Quark's shoulder with satisfaction. Though Quark wasn't entirely comfortable with this sudden gesture of familiarity, the appreciation and delight radiating from the other man were unmistakable. He bowed deeply once more. Besides the horses we've specified, you may continue the white slave woman trade. However, there must be limits on numbers, Skade said. Next time you may bring at most 400 slave women. After that, until your license expires, a maximum of 200 slave women per year. But I should remind you, you have no monopoly on the white slave woman trade. We'll purchase from anyone who can provide satisfactory merchandise. The long-term policy of permitting a certain number of slave women annually served two purposes. First, to give the transmigrators some selection, and second, to prevent outsiders from guessing the exact number of transmigrators. I will spare no effort in your service. Quark was overjoyed. This meant he could export at least 1,000 slave women to Lingao over the next 3 or 4 years. The profits would be considerable. Ahem. Also, the next time you bring slave women, bring 10 white male slaves as well, aged between 12 and 15. This is a one-time import only. Skade seemed somewhat uncomfortable saying this. Quark hesitated before asking, "Do you require eunuchs?" "Eunuchs?" Skade quickly denied it. "We don't need eunuchs. White males, not white eunuchs." Quark bowed deeply again. At the Senate's service. Utterly shameless for money, Skade thought. A fine merchant indeed. Next they discussed importing Southeast Asian slaves. The Sanya mines had originally reached saturation for Southeast Asian slaves, but the high mortality rate in the large-scale development of Kaohsiung had created a shortage where there had once been a surplus. Wei Bak kept sending requests for more Southeast Asian slaves to be shipped to Taiwan, so Skade asked Quark to increase the numbers. Quark looked troubled. Though his slave trade was thriving, and he had gradually established trade routes and slave stations throughout the Spice Islands, capturing slaves was laborious work. Europeans doing it themselves yielded extremely poor cost efficiency. One had to rely on local chiefs, kings, and other power brokers to serve as suppliers. Just as the Ashanti Kingdom of Ghana had long served as a supplier of black slaves in history. Quark now enjoyed a certain reputation throughout the Moluccas. People had begun stockpiling war prisoners and convicts specifically to sell to him as slaves. Some chiefs and pirates had even begun kidnapping people for profit. But these suppliers were all small-scale. Quark and Captain Higgins, now his partner, had to sail throughout the Moluccas purchasing slaves. The long cycle, high costs, and great risks were bad enough, but slave mortality was also particularly high. To expand his slave sources, Quark had carefully devised a plan, one that had gained the support of the English East India Company's East Asia Council. The plan was to incite some local sultan to launch a large-scale war. The Moluccas had 3 empires that both cooperated and fought with English and Dutch colonists, and frequently attacked each other. Inciting mutual warfare among them posed no difficulty. One merely had to provide something to tip the balance slightly. That something was rifles. Matchlock muskets and gunpowder had already been widely shipped to this region by traders, becoming favorite commodities among the island chiefs and sultans. Not only were their warriors equipped with matchlocks, but even the Malay pirates prowling in small boats waiting to ambush prey carried them. But shipping matchlocks all the way from Europe was uneconomical. The sea voyage took too long, and many matchlocks were damaged in transit. As for local manufacture, only Batavia had a small-scale military workshop, and it lacked craftsmen while raw materials had to be imported. Production couldn't keep pace, and besides, the Dutch might not be willing to sell to English merchants anyway. Commercial competition between the English and Dutch in the East Indies was fierce, and the Dutch had long been unhappy with the English. If the Senate can provide sufficient matchlocks as trade goods, doubling the slave supply would be no problem. Skade nodded. This aligned with the original purpose of developing the Nanyang-style rifle. Besides finding a cheap way to equip security forces, Exporting it as a monkey model weapon had also been an initial goal. "We have an excellent rifle for export, 10 times better than your matchlocks. More importantly, they'll have to keep buying ammunition from you." Skade laughed heartily, finding this delightful. With such wonderful merchandise, increasing the Senate's slave supply tenfold would be no problem. Before long there won't be any natives left in the Moluccas, Quark flattered. "Did you know? I think you should stockpile more inventory because the Dutch may soon be purchasing slaves from you as well," Skade said mysteriously. Quark started, stammering. "What, they're also going to trade?" "No, nothing like that," Skade reassured him. "Like us, they'll soon need large numbers of slaves as labor." "That's impossible." Quark knew the Dutch in Batavia well. "They have more than enough Javanese slaves. If you're talking about development work around Batavia, the Dutch would rather import Chinese than take Southeast Asian slaves." They'll need them. Skade smiled and patted his shoulder again. "How about it? Would you like to attend an auction tonight? The slaves you brought will be auctioned at this event. It will be quite a spectacle." "It would be my honor," Quark said involuntarily. The second maid auction was about to be held. The venue was a quarantine district warehouse in Bapu. It could accommodate enough buyers and merchandise, and its high roof kept the space from growing too stuffy despite several hundred people gathering in summer. Due to limited supply and relatively similar quality levels, after all, Quark had carefully selected the merchandise. The government office, on Fang Fei's suggestion, decided to classify this auction into S, A, B, and C grades. S-grade slave women would be sold through free competitive bidding. The remaining slave women would be purchased through a direct lottery system. Those with earlier lottery numbers could pick first and pay according to grade. Those with later numbers had little choice, and if your number was too far back, you might not get one at all. This method at least ensured equal opportunity for every transmigrator. Zheng browsed the slave auction handbook. Fang Fei was directing the venue setup, and seeing how intently he was reading, came over to tease him. "What, are you planning to buy one too?" "Well, this." Zheng seemed somewhat embarrassed. "Well, I have been thinking about it, but the supply is limited, so priority goes to the masses of transmigrators." "There you go, being fake proper again. You're not like me. No wife. What's wrong with getting a big foreign mare?" Fang Fei yelled a few instructions at the carpenters setting up scaffolding, then continued, "I didn't see you buy a maid last time either." "Well, let me think about it some more." Zheng seemed reluctant to discuss this topic and quickly changed the subject. "I was looking at the slave women's ethnicities, quite a dazzling array." Basra was one of the largest slave markets in the Near East, with masses of slaves from the Mediterranean, Black Sea, and Africa gathered and distributed there. The complexity was evident from the slave list Quark had sent. Slavs were most numerous, followed by Arabs and Persians, then Turks, Greeks, Armenians, Azerbaijanis, Georgians, Italians, and Jews. What ethnic composition? Fang Fei also found it interesting. Quite complex. "We'll have to teach them all Mandarin eventually." "Is the plan ready?" "Yes, and we've notified every transmigrator attending the auction. Everyone says they'll cooperate as best they can." By nightfall, the entire warehouse had been prepared. All windows were covered with thick curtains. Only gas lamps illuminated the makeshift display stage erected in the center, while the surrounding seating remained quite dark, fully protecting the transmigrators' privacy. After dark, the slaves were brought to the warehouse in batches by wagon. Only S-grade slave women would be auctioned this time, 16 in total, but the actual number delivered was 17. The last one was Doña Marina de Arellano. Marina followed the maid blankly into the venue. The warehouse district was normally deserted. Now multiple security cordons had been set up around it, and without a sound from outside, it was exceptionally quiet. The slave women were placed in an enclosure beside the display stage, watched by two maids who didn't interfere with their looking around or quiet conversations. She shook her head, trying to cast off the worries and fears of recent days. She pulled her veil slightly lower and observed her surroundings. The buyers attending the auction all seemed to be short-haired Australians. Each wore shabby cotton jackets and went bareheaded like the lowliest peasants, yet every one of them looked supremely confident, as if they owned the world. Suddenly, Marina spotted Miss Mendoza. She beckoned slightly and Mendoza came over. "Miss Mendoza, thank you for your help," she said quietly in Spanish. "I will never forget your kindness." End of chapter. Chapter 12-13, Scenes from the Auction Floor. "May God bless you, Miss." Mendoza spoke quietly. "I'll do my best. Don't worry, take heart and await good news. Farewell, Miss." The auction floor was simply arranged, essentially a platform raised slightly above the ground and covered with woolen carpet, somewhat resembling an old timeline fashion show runway. Specially requisitioned spotlights shone upon the stage, making the surroundings seem all the more dim and mysterious. The guests sat in chairs arranged around the perimeter. Maids carrying trays served cold drinks and distributed several limited editions of South Sea cigars. Cigar tips glowed and faded in the darkness. Ice cubes clinked against glass with small, crisp sounds. Whispered voices filled the venue, muted like a suppressed buzzing of bees. Marina sat in an enclosure near the runway, where several benches had been provided for the slave women to rest. Their hair had been loosened and hung down their backs. They wore white dresses like hers, but Marina was past feeling humiliated. Her eyes had adjusted to the light, and she searched carefully for buyers who looked European. Meanwhile, Fang Fei was smoking a cigar in a corner. He had a wife, so naturally he couldn't participate in this auction. But his interest in beauties or foreign mares was far less than that of other transmigrators. Years of working in exhibitions had exposed him to too many Chinese and Western showgirls. As he put it, "Never mind eating, I'm sick of just looking." These S-grade maids, including those that Zhu Mingxia had carefully selected from Shandong refugees in the purification camp, in his view couldn't match any batch of showgirls he had ever worked with. Nutrition levels were a fundamental limitation hard to surpass. But this was now his job, and work had to be done 100% well. Especially something as important as this. Anything involving transmigrators' personal lives was critical. Moreover, according to the executive committee and government office, future S-grade maids would all be sold through auction. The government office was planning a new transmigrator service organization as a subordinate body specifically to handle such work. Word was that Old Hong was extremely interested in this project. Despite being in Hong Kong, every regular steamer arriving at Bapu from Hong Kong carried his mail. Clearly he was actively planning something. His staff, he habitually called them assistants, stood behind him awaiting his orders at any moment. Though the auction was about to begin, Fang Fei was meticulous about details and would issue new instructions right up to the last moment. He snapped his fingers and an assistant immediately stepped forward. "Have they been given water?" They each had a glass of water before departure. "Give them each an iced coffee now." Fang Fei sniffed the air. "Tell the government office people to bring more ice and place it around the display stage. The temperature is a bit high in here. Oh, and send over the assistant from the slave women's enclosure." The iced coffee and ice cooling both served to reduce the slave women's sweating. White people had strong body odor, and under the bright, hot lights on the runway, excessive perspiration could produce unpleasant smells. The coffee itself provided stimulation to excite their spirits and keep them in optimal condition. "Yes, Director." The assistant left immediately. Before long, the assistant in charge of watching the slave women hurried over. "Why did you let their hair down?" Fang Fei demanded. "Too much thick hair is like wearing a shawl," the assistant hastily explained. "Director, I wanted to let the chiefs see their beautiful hair. You said before that the chiefs all like maids with long hair. But they like even more that their maids have slender necks, rounded shoulders, and beautiful smooth backs. Letting their hair down is like putting an extra coat on them." "Don't you understand?" Fang Fei said coldly. "Yes, Director, I'll fix it immediately," the assistant said tremblingly. Despite Chief Fang's refined and fair appearance, he showed no mercy when reprimanding women, Other chiefs generally showed some consideration when dealing with female naturalized workers. "You do have some professional ideas," came a voice from the darkness. "Training showgirls is my specialty." Fang Fei was unconcerned. He stood to greet the newcomer. It was Minister Shi from the health department, a cigar between his lips, glowing intermittently. Shi Nioran hadn't entered the lottery and had no intention of bidding. His purpose in coming was mainly to observe the slave women's races and physiology, to gather more data for the health department's eugenics research. Actually, though showgirls and slave women differ in status, both are the result of female objectification. Minister Shi seemed quite moved. "What? Are you planning to buy one too, Minister Shi?" "Me?" Shi Nioran shook his head. "Not for now, though back in America during graduate school I was still full of vigor, and I wasn't unmoved by curvy foreign mares. I even paid for one in Las Vegas to try the foreign flavor. But now I've lost interest." He touched his forehead, which was beginning to show signs of thinning. Getting old, getting old. You're middle-aged at most, not old at all. More important to get a few more maids and have some kids," Fang Fei teased. "Otherwise, have Liu San take your pulse and prescribe some tonics." Shi Nioran shook his head. "That witch Dr. Liu San and his hocus-pocus, no thanks. Ever since D-Day, I've become a living lay feng. I wake up with nothing but transmigrator affairs on my mind. I've lost interest in my own business. I'm worried that making such a big fuss over women means maternal and infant health care won't be able to keep up with demand." The first baby boom had already arrived. The first batch of distributed maids, however much transmigrators complained about their quality, had achieved considerable results, starting with Tang Minglong's son. Over 50 second-generation children had been born so far, with dozens more maids pregnant. It kept AI Bebe running off her feet every day. "Speaking of which, why weren't these slave women shaved?" Shi Nioran asked. "Many parasites can't be completely eliminated without shaving off body hair. Last time some transmigrators complained that shaved heads made it hard to judge beauty, so this time we're doing a second purification," Fang Fei explained. "After distribution, there'll be a second round of purification. The perverted fetishes of those otaku," Minister She couldn't help muttering. Meanwhile, the assistant returned to the enclosure and immediately called over several maids, directing them to pin up the slave women's hair and secure it with hairpins and ribbons. Marina let them style her, but her eyes kept scanning the buyers in the dim light. The priest had promised her that an Italian painter would bid on her behalf. No matter how high the price, he would buy her. But as far as her gaze could reach, aside from Mendoza, there wasn't a single European in sight. Could the priest have failed to convince him? Or had this Italian gotten cold feet at the last moment? Marina thought anxiously. "What are you looking at?" A slave woman beside her suddenly spoke. "Do you recognize someone here? You can speak Spanish." Marina asked in surprise, then realized her voice had been too loud and quickly repeated herself more quietly. The slave woman who had spoken was a petite girl with a full head of golden hair and blue eyes. Her expression was calm and serene. She said, "A little. Can you speak Portuguese?" "Yes, yes." Marina switched to Portuguese. "Who are you? How did you fall into the Australians' hands?" "What are Australians?" the girl asked. "This is Australian territory." "I don't know. I was captured by Barbary pirates," she sighed. "My ship was attacked near the Cape Verde Islands during an expedition. Then I was taken to Basra and from there brought here." She looked around curiously. "I've never heard of any Australians in this world. Judging by their appearance, aren't they typical East Asians? They look almost Tatar. Is this Asia?" Marina was glad to have a fellow captive to talk to, but felt somewhat annoyed by her indifferent expression. "You don't seem to mind being a slave. Haven't you thought about escaping?" "Escape? It's been over a year since I was captured. I don't even know which corner of the globe I'm in," the girl said helplessly. Just then, maids brought iced coffee. Everyone except Marina accepted it. Marina suspected it contained some kind of drug and declined, claiming an upset stomach. "Ah, coffee," the golden-haired girl seemed delighted. "Though it's not quite like Arabian coffee." She savored it carefully. What, you know this drink? It's a beverage the Turks love. The golden-haired girl seemed proud of her knowledge. Both Arabs and Turks drink it. It invigorates the spirit. She glanced at the buyers below. Never expected to find it here too. Marina was simply astounded by the girl's attitude. She seemed completely unaware of how terrible her situation was. The slave woman auction began. Order was good in the venue. When everyone's attention focused on the runway, Mendoza appeared again quietly. She said a few words to the maid watching the slave women, then led Marina aside. "Look, that's Mr. Trini." She indicated with her eyes for Marina to look in that direction. "I've already spoken with him. He'll do everything he can. Thank you so much for your help." Sure enough, she saw a European man of Latin appearance sitting some distance from the stage, neatly dressed and looking their way. End of chapter. Chapter 12:14 Sonia, Mr. Trini has brought all his savings, but you're still at great risk. Mendoza spoke quickly. Captain Lin, who captured you, is very greedy. He wants 1,500 circulation notes for you. What are circulation notes? It's the currency we use here. Mendoza continued hurriedly. Mr. Trini has agreed to use all his savings here to help you, but his savings fall far short of that amount. Marina was so nervous she nearly fainted, but fortunately Miss Mendoza's next words brought relief. The Jesuit fathers are also sympathetic to your plight. They've contributed several hundred notes, so now Mr. Trini can bid up to 2,000 circulation notes. I don't think anyone in this venue will pay such a high price. Marina expressed her heartfelt gratitude in a nearly trembling voice. She watched through tear-filled eyes as Mendoza quietly slipped out of sight. In the darkness, Lin Hanlong sat at a small square table to the left of the runway. Drinks and cigars had been set out on the table. To facilitate reception, admission tickets had to be registered and collected in advance. He smoked his cigar while waiting for the auction to begin. At his table sat old colleagues from the machinery factory. They had eaten dinner after work and come early together. On the way, everyone claimed they were just coming to see the spectacle, absolutely no intention of buying a foreign mare. But once they arrived, they had all chosen seats very near the front, only one table away from the runway. The closest table had already been reserved on the BBS by several lust-crazed fellows. Lin Hanlong surveyed the room. About 70 or 80 transmigrators had come, not quite a streets emptied-out situation. Apparently most people didn't want to expose their eager appetites. Old Lin, Lin Hanlong felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned to see Dongmen Chuyu. Dongmen held an unlit cigar and asked, "Lend me your cigar cutter." Lin Hanlong agreed and picked up the cigar cutter from the table to hand to him. He had made this cutter himself in his spare time, lightweight, attractive, and convenient to use. "Old Lin, which of these foreign mares have you got your eye on?" Lin Hanlong waved his hand. None, I'm just here to watch. For fun." In truth, Lin Hanlong was just as disingenuous as every other transmigrator who claimed to be just looking. While browsing the foreign mare introductions and photos on the BBS, he had already taken a fancy to a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl. Not just because of her figure and looks, but because she seemed to have a keen interest in natural science. Lin Hanlong wasn't particularly interested in pure physical exchange, but if he could have intellectual exchange with a girl, that would be entirely different. Dongmen Chuyu chuckled a few times. He had already cut his cigar. He returned the cutter to Lin Hanlong, saying, "Actually, I'm just here to watch too." Lin Hanlong casually picked up the lighter from the table and lit Dongmen's cigar for him. He watched Dongmen Chuyu stroll back to the front row table with his lit cigar, swaying slightly. Just watching. Yeah, right, he thought with secret amusement. Before the auction proper, the foreign mare girls were led up onto the stage one by female naturalized workers holding their hands. Just like models of a later generation, they walked slowly to the front of the stage, stood still under the direct gaze of countless greedy, curious, or lewd eyes, turned around a few times, and walked back behind the curtain beside the runway to await auction. Of course, they were quite different from models. They all wore uniform white dresses with their hair pinned up. When they walked, they had none of a model's catwalk style. Most either cowered and didn't dare move forward, or stared blankly while being led along. Lin Hanlong had heard that at Middle Eastern slave trader markets they were displayed completely naked and manipulated at will. He certainly didn't want that repeated here. That would be pure flesh peddling, utterly vulgar. Finally, he saw the golden-haired girl he had his eye on. The moment she appeared, her lively eyes were looking all around, as if she didn't care at all about her situation and was just curious to see the world. Lin Hanlong's heart stirred. This girl is no ordinary one. Someone at the front table seemed to stand up, moving right up to the golden-haired girl's feet. Dongmen Chuyu. That bastard had also taken a fancy to this girl. Lin Hanlong's heart sank. Tonight there would be a fierce battle. A bell rang. A bald, burly man in a neat suit and tie strode beaming to the runway and ascended the stage from steps on the right. This was He Fanghui. After being transferred back to Lingao from Sanya, he had been working in finance because his specialty in the old timeline had been auctions. He was familiar with auction procedures and the processes for banks, courts, and customs to dispose of bad assets. After the security campaigns, the island-wide land survey, and agricultural tax reform, there was a great deal of confiscated property disposal work, so he had quickly returned to his old profession. This auction was his specialty, and it was service to the transmigrators. Naturally, he couldn't refuse. To show formality, he even wore the old suit he had worn at his auction house. He Fanghui swept the hall with a professional eye to confirm all observers were in position. They were all maids, primarily ensuring that every bid signal was quickly and completely transmitted to the auction stage. He Fanghui sneered at the old timeline practice of raising numbered paddles, considering it a sign of unsophisticated auction technique, utterly lacking in entertainment value. For this auction, each seat was assigned a fixed number, and bids were made entirely through hand signals, no paddles needed. Besides the transmigrators interested in bidding, there were also several native Europeans present. He Fanghui recognized some of them but didn't know why they had been allowed to attend. Apparently it was at the Intelligence Bureau's request, perhaps to demonstrate the Senate's power. Since the executive committee had approved foreigners attending, there must be a reason. He had no time to ponder further. He raised his small wooden gavel and struck 3 times. The hall fell silent. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we're offering 17 S-grade white slave women. The details have been posted on the internal network. Let's start with the first one." The first slave woman was led up to the display stage by a maid. 2 other maids pulled back the curtain on a large display board showing her name, ethnicity, height, hair and eye color, measurements, and various other detailed data. "I'll start the bidding at 200 yuan, he announced. Bids came from all directions below the stage, rising and falling. Observers watched every tiny movement from the seats. A touch to a collar, a raised finger, a lifted pen. 250, 275. "Will anyone offer 300? He Fanghui called out with passion. "Someone on the right offers 300, 300. Any takers?" Marina watched the auction tensely. The first sale ended quickly. A 17-year-old Persian girl sold for 475 yuan. "It seems Zara is very popular here. You know her. I met her at the Basra slave market. We were auctioned by the same slave trader together. You could say we're friends," the golden-haired girl said. "You made friends with an infidel." Marina was puzzled. "We're slaves first." The golden-haired girl sighed, then pointed at 2 Europeans drinking in the distance and whispered, "That's the Englishman who bought us in Basra. He's a big slave trader, bought 200 slave women from Basra at once, so this place has such wealthy customers. You must have suffered greatly. The Englishman treated us quite well. It was absolute hell in the hands of the Barbary pirates." The golden-haired girl shuddered, apparently unwilling to remember. "Fortunately, they wanted to sell me for a high price, so they didn't abuse me, God bless. Every slave trader who handled me thought I could fetch a high price." Marina could hardly imagine what terrible experiences this golden-haired girl might have had. She shivered, praying she could be rescued smoothly. The foreign mares were brought out one by one for auction. Lin Hanlong kept his attention on the golden-haired girl and paid little attention to the other slave women's auctions. But he could sense that slave women with more Caucasian features were clearly in much fiercer competition. Golden-haired, blue-eyed girls had multiple bidders fighting over them. That golden-haired girl was one of the later ones to appear. Clearly the government office understood how popular certain slave women were. The later ones were obviously the star attractions, and their prices wouldn't be low. He worried, while hoping that by then everyone would have bought their big white foreign mares and wouldn't compete with him. But Dongmen Chuyu obviously also had his heart set on that girl. He hadn't bid yet. As far as Lin Hanlong knew, Dongmen Chuyu normally spent little and hadn't spent much on maids either. He had basically just used his maid allowance. He probably had substantial savings, just like Lin Hanlong himself. However, in terms of money, Lin Hanlong had a distinct advantage. He enjoyed many allowances: technician-grade allowance, harsh environment allowance, heavy labor supplement. All these added up to a considerable sum. The auction proceeded quickly. Marina noticed that lighter-haired slave women seemed more popular, with sale prices all above 800 yuan. Young ones with good measurements exceeded 1,000. One Polish blonde, despite being a bit older, still fetched 850 yuan. But Persian slave women with brown hair and large almond eyes also sold well. Bidding climbed steadily, with every sale price at least 600. In no time, the 10th slave woman had been auctioned. The 11th was the golden-haired girl. When maids came to take her to the stage, she smiled at Marina. "Don't always look so worried. What's your name?" Marina suddenly realized she didn't know the girl's name. "I'm Sonia Lily Shapur, a naturalist from Lisbon. May God bless you." With that, she was led up to the stage. End of chapter. Chapter 12:15. The struggle. The moment Sonia Lily Shapur stepped onto the stage, she piqued the buyer's interest. Before the auctioneer had even finished announcing the start of bidding, Lin Hanlong lightly waved his cigar. To his great alarm, the transmigrators waiting for this girl numbered not just two, himself and Dongmen, nor even 3 or 4 as he had estimated, but a full 10. While Yuee was still incrementing the bids by 25 per gesture, Dongmen Chuyu impatiently extended his right hand with all 5 fingers spread. 500 circulation notes. That instantly doubled the bid. Lin Hanlong didn't hesitate. He extended his right hand with thumb and pinky spread, signaling 600 circulation notes. Who's afraid of whom? Dongmen Chuyu turned to glance at Lin Hanlong, then extended his thumb and index finger at a right angle. 800 circulation notes. But turning his head had cost him a moment. The 800 bid had already been called by someone else. It was Yuee from the Grand Library. "Never expected you, with your honest face, to also be interested in big foreign mares," Lin Hanlong thought, waving his cigar again. 850. Sonia's price soared from 200 yuan upward. In just a few minutes it surpassed the previous record of 1,200 yuan. The venue grew lively. Many whispered among themselves, some faces showing excitement. After that price, only 3 transmigrators continued this fierce competition. Lin Hanlong, Dongmen Chuyu, and Yuee were practically biting at each other's heels, adding 50 at a time. Soon the bid reached 1,800 yuan. After the price exceeded 2,000, Yuee dropped out, leaving Lin Hanlong and Dongmen Chuyu to intensify their battle. Finally, the price soared to 2,500 yuan. Even the transmigrators present thought this was excessive. Some began shaking their heads, others murmuring quietly. Beads of sweat appeared on Yuee's forehead. He feared some kind of political incident might erupt. 2,500, Yuee shouted. 2,500. Does anyone else want to bid? Dongmen Chuyu leaned forward, expression twisted, eyes fixed on the golden-haired girl on stage. He himself didn't notice, but the transmigrators at his table had all shifted their seats slightly. subtly putting distance between themselves and him. At this point, each bid increment was 50 circulation notes, and it had already reached 2,800. Dongmen Chuyu ground his teeth until they cracked. He suddenly raised 3 fingers of his right hand toward the stage. 3,000 circulation notes. The whole room fell silent. What did 3,000 circulation notes mean? The transmigrator's account certainly held far more than that, but to prevent the auction from spiraling out of control, the government office had stipulated that tonight each transmigrator could only access 3,000 circulation notes from their savings accounts for the auction. Beyond that, without someone to front cash, this was the limit. By naturalized citizen income standards, an ordinary worker earned less than 100 circulation notes per month, enough to support a family of 4. 3,000 notes would take over 3 years of going without food or drink. For this reason, the naturalized workers at the auction were not only few in number, but entirely composed of maids under the government office's direct control, ensuring the entire auction process and contents remained confidential. Lin Hanlong's heart skipped a beat. He didn't have much cash on hand. If he continued bidding, he had room for only another 700 or 800. His previously confident feeling vanished. But there was no time for deliberation. He immediately called out 3,100, 3,500. Dongmen Chuyu jumped ahead, apparently trying to crush him outright. 3,600. Lin Hanlong was starting to lose confidence. His total cash was only 800, meaning he could bid at most 3,800. 4,000. A buzz of commotion swept through the room. Lin Hanlong was utterly frustrated. He hadn't expected Dongmen Chuyu to be this stubborn. And with so much cash on hand, he was just a military-industrial otaku who had worked in commerce and now sat in the general staff office. What could he possibly have in common with a science otaku girl? As 4,000 going once, going twice, was about to become going 3 times, he suddenly felt someone poking his arm. He turned to see Speaker Caiyan Shuiding. Caiyan Shuiding said nothing, just slapped his own admission ticket into Lin Hanlong's hand. Lin Hanlong's spirits surged. He immediately raised his hand to signal an objection. On stage, Fang Huey had just raised his hammer, about to declare the third call and strike. This stopped him cold. He hadn't expected anyone to continue bidding after the limit was reached. Very well, I understand. Please wait a moment. The auctioneer signaled a naturalized worker beside him to hurry over and inquire. The room immediately buzzed with whispers. Lin Hanlong saw the golden-haired girl standing behind the auctioneer, still looking completely unconcerned, hands behind her back, eyes roaming everywhere. This girl is quite interesting. The worker walked over to Lin Hanlong, examined the 2 admission tickets, exchanged a few words with Caiyan Shuiding, then turned and walked back to the stage to whisper to the auctioneer. The auctioneer nodded. Sir, your bid is valid. The current bid is 4,500 circulation notes. By auction rules, above 1,000 the increment was 100. To continue bidding now meant sparring with Lin Hanlong for several hundred more notes, possibly even over 1,000, requiring substantial accumulated savings. At 2,500 no one had stepped up to compete. At 4,500 there would be even fewer challengers. 4,500 going once. Dongmen Chuyu's face contorted. He grabbed the transmigrator next to him. Brothers. Does anyone still have an unused admission ticket? 4,500 going twice. Everyone at the table shook their heads. They were sitting in the front row. They had all come determined to get a big foreign mare. After all these rounds of auction, everyone had succeeded. By the rules, 1 auction opportunity per person. Winners had to hand their tickets to staff for processing, who still had one now. Going to find someone else would take too long. 4,500 going 3. Bang, the hammer fell. Dongmen Chuyu slumped dejectedly in his seat. The room erupted in scattered applause. Lin Hanlong handed both admission tickets to the worker, then turned to find Caiyan Shuiding, but he had already left. Unable to spot Caiyan Shuiding's figure in the darkness, Lin Hanlong gave a thumbs up toward the crowd, nodded, then walked over to Dongmen Chuyu and patted his shoulder. "Brother Dongman, I owe you one this time. I hear there'll be another batch later this year. I'll give you my quota then, how about it?" Marina had watched this scene tensely. Though she didn't understand Chinese, she could tell from the atmosphere that these people had fought fiercely over Sonia. That's good, she thought. They value her so much, they surely won't mistreat her. Marina was the last to be brought out for auction. She was led to the stage, and a maid indicated she should stand in the auction position, where the lights were brightest, allowing every detail to be seen clearly. Doña Marina de Arellano. Spanish, 19 years old, noble birth, measurements. Someone loudly read out the display board contents. Yuee began calling for bids, starting at 200, 300. Dongman Yuee bid again. Someone raised the price, but Dongman Yuee immediately followed, 500, adding by the hundred as if venting frustration. The room fell silent. Marina looked at Labe Trini and saw he had no intention of opening his mouth. 600. Another bidder immediately jumped in. Though Marina wasn't the golden-haired, blue-eyed type the transmigrators favored most, her distinctive Latin beauty and noble birth sparked another round of fierce bidding. The price quickly shot up to 1,000 and bidders noticeably thinned. That's when Labe Trini joined the competition. 1,200 circulation notes. Dongman Yuee immediately called 1,500. Then another transmigrator joined the bidding, Zhao Bailing. Yuee found this strange. Throughout today's auction, Zhao Bailing, notorious as a big foreign mare enthusiast, hadn't bid once. Could he have had his eye on this Spanish girl all along? 1,800. The room quieted. Marina looked at the dark-skinned man with muscular arms and saw his eyes gleaming with cruelty and contempt, full of lustful desire. At the thought of what fate awaited her in such a master's hands, she felt her blood run cold. 2,000. Trini's voice broke the silence. 2,100. Dongman Yuee immediately followed. 2,200. Zhao Bailing sneered. "I want to let her savor what a Chinese man tastes like." His gaze fell upon Marina as if already stripping off her clothes. 2,300. Trini's bidding gesture had begun to tremble. Marina knew this price already exceeded his means. 2,500. Dongman Yuee bid stubbornly. Another buzz of discussion swept through the room. Marina looked pleadingly at the Italian, who was now sweating profusely, his face dark. 2,800. Marina shuddered with alarm and quickly looked at Mr. Trini. He remained silent. This was far beyond his resources. After a long hesitation, the Italian raised his hand with the expression of a martyr. "Someone bids 3,000 circulation notes. 3,000 circulation notes," Yuee called loudly. "Does anyone else want to bid?" Zhao Bailing rose calmly and called out himself. 3,500 circulation notes. 3,500. Anyone else want to bid? Yuee's gavel hung suspended in midair, his arms seemingly frozen. Everyone stared with wide eyes, waiting for the decisive hammer to fall. 3,500 going once, 3,500 going twice. End of chapter. Chapter 12:16. The final bid. Marina turned her pleading gaze toward Mendoza. Miss Mendoza's face was half hidden in shadow, her expression impossible to discern. But Marina could see her hands twisted together against her chest, and a bead of sweat glistening on her chin. Marina quickly crossed herself, then turned her gaze to the floor, hoping to spot the good Mr. Trini that Mendoza had pointed out to her. Marina saw a maid carrying a bright glass lamp slowly approach a table and stop, then raise the lamp to illuminate it. The light shone on none other than Mr. Trini. He sat at the table, apparently holding some documents. Behind him stood 4 men who appeared to be totters, all leaning over to examine what he held. Marina noticed Mr. Trini's hands were trembling. After a moment he wiped his forehead with his sleeve, closed his eyes as if taking a deep breath, then picked up a pen and wrote rapidly on the document. The 4 men took the document away, apparently satisfied. Marina vaguely understood what Mr. Trini had just signed, but she dared not think too much about it. He grabbed his paddle and looked up. His eyes met Marina's. She saw he was drenched in sweat, pale, his eyes full of exhaustion and fear. 4,000 circulation notes. Trini called out a new price. 5,000. Zhao Beiling's expression didn't change. Feng Yui had to pause the auction and send a worker to ask Zhao Beiling, could he actually produce this much cash? I don't need to. Zhao Beiling arrogantly produced 3 admission tickets. Is this enough? I'm going to have this Spanish mare, even if her ass is small and her tits are tiny, just to spite that little Dutch pretty boy. Feng Yui thought he was being obstinate. When it came to matters of national dignity, Zhao Beiling was bound to get fired up. Bidding resumed, now jumping 500 at a time, with Zhao Beiling directly adding 1,000 to each of Trini's bids. When the price reached 9,500, a murmur swept through the room. Most transmigrators thought this was absurd. Even Feng Yui's normally composed face began to look unnatural. Trini's face had completely contorted, his features twisted together. He looked as if he might collapse at any moment. 10,000 circulation notes. Feng Yui finally called out tonight's unbelievable price. Trini could hold on no longer and fainted to the ground. 10,000 going once, 10,000 going twice. At this tense moment, a figure rose from the back rows. He wore black, a black cloak, black gloves, and even a black velvet mask over his face. Utterly unconcerned with the astonished looks around him, he strode up to the stage. Feng Yui slowly lowered his gavel, but didn't strike, as if he had been expecting this person all along. Do you have an objection to the auction count? What's the final bid? 10,000 circulation notes, sir. I'm a guest here with only 1 admission ticket. Is there a limit on my bidding? As long as you have enough circulation note cash to pay, silver or gold coins would also be acceptable. The man addressed as Count glanced at Marina, who was on the verge of fainting, and said, I'll double it, 20,000 circulation notes. Feng Yui opened his mouth in somewhat theatrical surprise. 20,000. That's right, I could produce 20,000 pesos in cash if necessary. The newcomer spoke with utter confidence. Bastard, who authorized him to do this? Zhao Beiling flew into a rage and started to rise to object, but 2 men grabbed him and pushed him back into his chair. Before he could react, someone stuffed a cigar in his mouth. No one else bid. Feng Yui tapped his gavel lightly on the table. 20,000 circulation notes sold. Marina watched this tall man approach her. He removed his velvet mask, revealing the handsome yet rugged face of a Latin man. It was the Jesuit priest who had brought her medicine. She cried out in astonishment. The man's black cloak swirled and wrapped around her body, then effortlessly lifted her to lie across his powerful arms. Don't be afraid, the man murmured in Italian. I am a nobleman of Sardinia at your service. Doña Marina de Arellano fainted once again. When she awoke, she was lying in a large, lavishly furnished room. The black-clad knight sat with his back to her at an elegant desk, writing something. Hearing her stir, he rose and walked toward her. How imposing he is, so tall and large. Marina had rarely seen such a tall, athletic Latin man, broad chest, solid shoulders, arms full of muscle. Atop this powerful physique was a face both weathered and handsome. Curled hair, the mark of a gentleman, fell about his head, truly a rare specimen of masculine beauty. You're awake, he said. Would you like some wine? I have excellent wine here. Marina said nothing, just nodded. Her lips were indeed parched. The man took an engraved glass goblet from the bedside table. It was already filled with red wine. Marina drank it down. Where am I? Aren't you a priest, father? No, I'm not a priest. I only disguised myself as one of those venerable fathers to gain entry to the quarantine camp. The man bowed elegantly. I am Senzo Lando de Fananohua, Count of Fananohua in Sardinia. Where is this place? Marina looked around. You're now in my temporary residence. This place is called Lingao. Lingao? Correct, it's right next to China on an island. This is an Australian colony. They've established a city here. Are they Chinese pirates? No, they're not pirates, Lando said. They're excellent merchants and industrialists. Why are you here? What do you intend to do with me? Marina suddenly grew wary. She had long heard that not all Christians showed charity to their fellow believers. The Barbary pirates counted plenty of Christians among them, and they showed no mercy to Christian ships. And this self-proclaimed Count of Fananohua of Sardinia, his every gesture betrayed that he wasn't a true nobleman. Besides, she knew that Sardinia, as a minor Italian kingdom under the Spanish viceroy, was not strict about conferring noble titles. At least knighthoods could be bought. This man was very likely an Italian adventurer who had made his fortune through illegal activities in East Asian waters. Marina shuddered at the thought. Her companion seemed highly perceptive. He had already noticed her unease. "You needn't be afraid. I had no interest in you whatsoever originally," he said, pulling up a chair to sit across from her. "It was Miss Mendoza's plea for help that finally made me bid to buy you. Otherwise you wouldn't have been scared half to death by that useless Trini. I never expected him to be so poor. Miss Mendoza. Yes, she'll be here to see you shortly." He clapped his hands, and an East Asian maid entered carrying a bundle of clothes. "Please change your clothes first. What you're wearing isn't quite dignified," he smiled. "I hope my taste in selecting garments won't displease you." The maid spread the clothes on the bed. Marina recognized them as clothing from her own luggage. "I redeemed your luggage. Unfortunately, your silverware and jewelry couldn't be recovered. They refused." Seeing her puzzlement, Mr. Lando explained. "Thank you, sir," Marina said quietly. "Change your clothes first. I'll return shortly." With the maid's assistance, Marina changed into her own clothes. Despite the cumbersome layers that made breathing difficult, wearing her own garments somehow made her feel more secure. From what this Mr. Lando had said, it seemed she had good hope of escaping this terrible predicament. Just then Miss Mendoza arrived. After quietly congratulating her on gaining her freedom, Marina couldn't help but throw herself into Mendoza's arms and burst into tears. If not for Mendoza's tireless efforts throughout this ordeal, she would certainly have fallen into the hands of these Australian heathens like the other poor slave women. "Please don't be like this. You should thank Mr. Lando and Mr. Trini," Mendoza said. "Mr. Lando spent nearly 30,000 circulation notes for you, at least several thousand pesos. Without his generosity, I truly don't know how I could have saved you." She explained in detail how she had sought Lando's help. At first, Mr. Lando hadn't wanted to get involved, as he had business dealings with the Australians here and didn't want to offend them. So they had arranged for Trini to step forward instead. But they never expected anyone to bid against Mr. Trini, let alone at prices far exceeding his prepared funds. Mr. Trini had to sign a usurious loan agreement on the spot just to scrape together enough money to bid for you, Mendoza sighed. And it still wasn't enough, so I rushed off to Mr. Lando in desperation. "I will never forget your great kindness," Marina said gratefully. She felt especially moved toward Lando. She was nearly brought to tears again. She knew that if not for Lando's generosity tonight, she would now be in the hands of that dark-skinned, muscular man, suffering who knows what depravities. "Whatever the cost, I will have my fiancé and father repay you double." Lando smiled faintly and made a magnanimous gesture. "You'd better repay poor Mr. Trini first. His loan agreement will bankrupt him within 2 months. Poor artist." End of chapter. Chapter 12:17. Jin Wushuns' whereabouts. "Your next step must be to leave as soon as possible," Mendoza warned. "The Australian transmigrator who was bidding on you particularly despises white people. He won't let this matter rest." "Of course, I want to go to Manila immediately," Marina said hastily. "But I have no money and don't know how to get there." "Let Mr. Lando take you," Mendoza sighed. "Since he purchased you, he can't remain here either." Marina felt a pang of guilt. "Thank you so much," she said quietly. "Think nothing of it. Saving the honor of a Spanish noblewoman is my privilege." Mr. Lando twirled his small mustache with evident satisfaction. "Besides, I've grown rather tired of this place. Perfect time for a change of scenery. We'll depart in a week. There's a Chinese merchant vessel bound for Manila." "What about my 2 maids?" Miss Mendoza lowered her head sadly. "They were sold several days ago. Widow Tolosa went to an Australian nobleman as a Spanish tutor. The 2 maids were likely sold to Australian nobles as well. Could I ransom them? I'll pay everything once I reach Manila." "I'm afraid that would be exceedingly difficult," Miss Mendoza replied. "The Australians are quite fond of white slave women." Marina knew Mendoza was right. She could only resolve silently to find a way to ransom them later. For now, escaping this terrible place was the priority. She wished she could sprout wings and fly away. This young noblewoman has some conscience at least, still thinking about her maids. On the other side of the wall, Li Yan, head of the Intelligence Bureau's Ming department, observed their conversation from a darkened room. Lando's temporary residence was actually a luxury suite in the Dongmen Market Trading House, fully equipped with surveillance facilities and a monitoring room. Under the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's orchestration, Lando's Manila infiltration plan proceeded in an orderly fashion. "You don't understand," Jiang Shan remarked, sipping mint-flavored ramune soda while listening to their conversation with an amused smile. "This young lady crossed the ocean to marry a stranger. Her accompanying maids are practically family. How could she not care about them? And there's still Widow Tolosa to consider. She deliberately left her out, perhaps," Wang Ding shrugged. "Elites always consider themselves naturally superior. Everyone else is just grass beneath their feet. Widow Tolosa obviously isn't someone she cares for." "What about Widow Tolosa?" Li Yan asked. "Did someone actually buy her to be a tutor? Of course she's still in the quarantine camp, under the government office's management." Jiang Shan appeared to be evaluating the new flavor of soda, savoring it thoughtfully as he spoke. "Widow Tolosa merely dresses like an old woman. Miss Mendoza and Lando are both talented actors." Li Yan was full of praise. "I know Lando, but I never expected Miss Mendoza to be so professional." She spoke with genuine feeling. "She's not acting, that emotion is real." A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Shan's mouth. "When the counterfeit becomes genuine, the genuine becomes counterfeit. Miss Mendoza is currently in that state, but it's fine. It only makes her more believable. With this little lady paving the way, Lando's work will be considerably easier." Though Li Yan headed the Ming department, the actual work wasn't divided so rigidly. He'd contributed substantially to this Manila infiltration plan. "But now I need to go calm Zio bailing down. He was deliberately making trouble," Jiang Shan said with displeasure. "We'd clearly communicated with everyone that bidding on this Spanish girl should be kept moderate. I think it was actually a good thing. Now it's become real as well. Look how effective, just like shooting a film." Wang Ding was quite pleased. The idea of putting Marina up for auction had been his. "The next step is up to Lando." Jiang Shan rose from his seat. "Let's see what secrets the Spanish in Manila are hiding." Nioran returned from the auction to his office at the General Hospital and lit a cigar. On his desk sat thick medical examination booklets for the latest batch of slave women, several large volumes that had just been delivered. He decided to review them in a few days. The material gave him headaches. At some point, he'd have to train graduate students specifically to handle such reviews. Speaking of which, Ma Jia had written asking him to commit to taking Guo Fu as a graduate student. Graduate student. Your Guo Fu's level, even generously estimated, is merely vocational school, and the crash course kind at that. Though the hospital director thought this privately, he also knew that among naturalized medical personnel, Guo Fu was already in the top 5. If not her, there was hardly anyone worth training. The atmosphere at the auction had shown him the transmigrator's ambitions, filling him with concern about the future of maternal and infant healthcare at Lingao General Hospital. He opened the latest quarterly report on transmigrator sperm vitality. Overall vitality had risen several percentage points compared to the previous quarter. At this rate, transmigrator sperm vitality would return to normal levels before long. Considering that most transmigrators were young with a handful of middle-aged members, and that since D-Day they'd been living exceptionally healthy lives, their sperm quality would necessarily exceed what it had been in the old timeline. Moreover, their hormone levels were high, their libido strong, and maid coverage was approaching universal. The second baby boom would arrive faster and more powerfully than the first. He clearly remembered the number in the Transmigrator Children Registry, 51, with 35 registered pregnant women. So many children and pregnant women. Maternal and infant health care alone was overwhelming the general hospital. Never mind that the maternal and infant department also handled external outpatient services and deliveries. Prenatal checkups and hospital births consumed an enormous amount of manpower. No matter how he calculated, the medical personnel currently in training weren't sufficient. Enrollment had to be expanded. What a headache. When Director Shi thought about having to go cap in hand to the Planning Commission again for additional funding and personnel, he couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps Deng Bajan's Guangzhou revenue generation plan had some merit after all. At least that would be self-financing without having to beg for everything. While he was pondering, a nurse came knocking. "Dr. Ning requests your consultation." "Which patient?" Shi Nioran asked. "A burn patient sent from Jeju Island, special care in the burn ward." "I understand. I'll be right there." The patient Shi Nioran was going to consult on was Jin Wushun. Feng Zong's had been determined to save her life, and when the executive committee heard of the case, they too instructed the general hospital to do everything possible to save her, to let her live on as a banner, a beacon. With the executive committee's instructions, all parties naturally spared no expense. A 901 gunboat was immediately dispatched from Hong Kong at full speed to Jeju Island. On board were medical personnel and necessary drugs and equipment, including a transmigrator doctor, Ning Jinghai, who had originally been scheduled to make rounds in Taiwan, but was redirected to Jeju Island instead. When the ship arrived, Jin Wushun was transported aboard as quickly as possible. Under the direction of personnel from Lingao General Hospital, a special isolation ward had been set up on the ship with thorough disinfection. For the following weeks of the voyage, medical staff would care for the Senate's hero here, stabilizing her condition so she could safely reach Lingao and receive treatment from the Australian chiefs, as though blessed by divine intervention itself. According to Ning Jinghai's diagnosis, though Jin Wushun's burns were severe, 2nd degree, they hadn't damaged her tendons. However, based on his medical school knowledge, there remained a possibility of further wound tissue necrosis. Currently, Jin Wushun didn't need to consider skin grafting or flap repair urgently, though of course, the only place in this timeline with conditions for such treatment was Lingao General Hospital, and surgery certainly couldn't be performed on Jeju Island. But during the long voyage, Jin Wushun still required continued debridement and dressing changes. Once fresh granulation tissue formed, skin grafting surgery could proceed. Though the burned skin had already been excised by Feng Zong's, and theoretically new skin could grow on its own, anyone with basic medical knowledge understood that Jin Wushun's now unprotected wounds lay wide open to pathogenic microorganisms of every kind. She needed a substitute for her original skin as protection. Therefore, before departure, Ning Jinghai had formulated a plan. Xenograft transplantation using specially processed deep-sea fish skin to protect the wound surface. As Jin Wushun's new skin tissue grew, the foreign skin would naturally shed after completing its mission. In the medically undeveloped 1970s of the original timeline, using animal skin to rescue burn patients had been a widely employed technique in burn departments. Under the Senate's leadership in this new nation, industrial safety standards fell far below old timeline levels, with accidents of every variety occurring regularly. To rescue workers burned in the myriad industrial mishaps, the transmigrators, constrained by conditions, had revived this method. The health department's pharmaceutical and equipment factory used fresh skin from large deep-sea fish. After descaling, disinfecting, soaking, and then immersing in glutaraldehyde, used for sterilization and leather tanning, to remove antigenicity, it was stored in cold storage and cut to size as needed. For this purpose, the ship's lower hold had been packed with ice from Hong Kong's cold storage as ballast, keeping the fish skin refrigerated. The 901 gunboat set sail, and the test for the rescue team began. According to the burn treatment principles in Ning Jinghai's medical textbooks, serious burn patients had to pass 3 critical hurdles: shock, infection, and skin grafting. In the 2 to 3 days immediately following burns, safely passing the shock phase was crucial, for after burns, massive amounts of body fluid, including protein and water, are lost from the wound. Jin Wushun had already safely passed this hurdle on Jeju Island, thanks to Feng Zhang's unstinting use of his personal supplies and meticulous nursing. During those days, besides closely monitoring her blood pressure, pulse, and respiration, the transmigrators and inexperienced local naturalized medics, drawing on their intuitive physiological knowledge, advocated breaking with convention by appropriately increasing blood transfusions. End of chapter. Chapter 12:18. With all their might for this purpose, they found 20 blood cattle, donors whose blood type matched Jin Wushun's, who would supply plasma to maintain her normal blood volume until they reached Lingao. Plasma and saline solution flowed into her body through an intravenous line that Ning Jinghai had personally opened. Medical staff carefully flushed this lifeline with precious 1% heparin to prevent clot formation. It could only be attributed to luck. A week later, when the ship arrived at Lingao, granulation tissue had gradually begun forming on Jin Wushun's wounds. The moment she came ashore, she was transported by the waiting transfer team directly to Baron General Hospital. When Baron General Hospital was originally designed, no one had thought to include a dedicated burn ward. When the first serious scald patient, a boiler worker injured by an exploding boiler, arrived alive as their inaugural such case, the hospital temporarily repurposed the then relatively empty infectious disease ward for treatment convenience. With its clean dirty separation design, it converted nicely into an isolation burn ward. This became one of the nascent medical system's early lessons learned. Subsequently, burn patients grew increasingly numerous. At the peak, they actually had double-digit burn and scald patients receiving treatment simultaneously. As a result, they had to specifically expand the burn department's ward. Setting aside political propaganda factors, naturalized citizens capable of working in factories were the transmigration nation's precious assets, and their work injury medical care was entirely covered by the Senate. For a while, this left Comrade Ma Kaianju rather embarrassed when reviewing health department accounts forwarded from Wudyaku. After Jin Wushun was admitted to the ward, Ning Jinghai still felt pessimistic about her situation. During the voyage, antibiotics, bacteriophages, polymyxin, the drugs loaded onto the 901 had waged a fierce tug-of-war against the high fever and sepsis born of infection. Yet in the second week after Jin Wushun arrived in Lingao, though the dead skin on her burns had almost completely sloughed off, her sepsis kept recurring. Laboratory tests indicated that Jin Wushun might become the first naturalized citizen in this timeline to develop antibiotic resistance. At this point, Jin Wushun's overall condition was relatively stable. After consultation, the transmigrator doctors all understood that, although she had missed the optimal window for early skin grafting surgery, applying skin grafts as soon as possible to seal the wounds would cut off the source of sepsis and restore her life. However, on how to proceed with the next phase of treatment, Lingao General Hospital's handful of transmigrator doctors had a disagreement. At the previous consultation, Shi Nioran had proposed that both of Jin Wushun's hands were seriously injured, especially her left hand, which was quite severe and healing slowly. Therefore, the sepsis likely originated from the left hand, which should be amputated. But Ning Jinghai believed that, although the left hand showed severe infection, with knife wound surfaces all over her body still unhealed and infected, the left hand infection was only part of the problem. Moreover, the degree of hand infection wasn't extremely severe and remained confined to the distal end of the upper limb. Blaming the systemic sepsis on the left hand alone lacked sufficient evidence. The debate over this issue continued for several days, with no clear treatment plan emerging from consultations. In the meantime, they continued only targeted treatment for the sepsis. Fortunately, In this timeline, antibiotic resistance among various microorganisms wasn't yet widespread. The strains and antibiotics they'd brought were numerous and varied, still offering multiple options for treatment. Moreover, the Planning Commission had already notified them that many old timeline antibiotics were approaching their expiration dates and were no longer under first-tier controlled use, which added more tools for treatment. Nioran donned an isolation gown and entered the ward. Ning Jinghai and several other transmigrator doctors were already present. Jin Wushun lay in bed, both arms wrapped in bandages. An IV drip continuously infused saline, glucose, and antibiotics into her veins. Her face had shrunken a full size, gaunt and sallow, but her spirits seemed good. "Chief." "Good." Seeing Doctor Shi enter, Jin Wushun tried to raise her head and greet him in her still substandard Mandarin. "Don't be polite, just call me Doctor." "Director," she suppressed the thought. "Can't you make your Mandarin a bit more standard? How are you feeling today?" It was the customary small talk, but it had to be asked. Though Jin Wushun's pronunciation wasn't great, she could understand simple conversations well enough. "I'm fine. No problem," she said with an effort at smiling. Nioran smiled and nodded. He reached out his hand and a nurse immediately placed Jin Wushun's chart into it. He leafed through the recent day's records. The patient's sepsis had improved, indicating the previous targeted treatment was effective. "The situation is acceptable, so I believe there's no need for amputation. We should immediately begin preparing for skin grafting surgery to seal the wounds and cut off the source of infection as soon as possible," Ning Jinghai said. "All right, proceed according to your treatment plan." Nioran was preoccupied with other matters and no longer dwelt on this. He found the situation acceptable. He understood Ning Jinghai's thinking very clearly. Preserving an intact hero was more demonstrative of the Senate's greatness and omnipotence than preserving a disabled hero. As for himself, he was more concerned with saving this poor girl's life. "For the skin grafting surgery, I plan to harvest a flap from the posterior interosseous artery of the patient's forearm and transplant it to the wound," Ning Jinghai explained. "The advantage is that it reduces the number of surgeries. Given her current physical condition, she probably can't withstand too many operations." Nioran knew that conventional treatment typically used abdominal flap transplant surgery. But that required multiple operations and often necessitated thinning the flap. Hence Ning Jinghai had conceived this alternative approach. But doing it this way will leave ugly scars on her forearm, and it could affect her arm joint mobility. She'll also need scar release surgery and physical therapy. The recovery time will be very long, and it will probably be difficult to fully restore all function, Nioran observed. "Those surgeries will have to be done sooner or later, better sooner than later. We can use this case to train several physical therapists. As for time, that's not a problem. 1 year, 2 years, will definitely get her rehabilitated," Ning Jinghai continued to insist. "I did advanced training in hand and foot surgery at a higher-level hospital and performed similar operations myself. I can train naturalized medical workers. Since that's the case, proceed according to your plan." Then Nioran nodded to Jin Wushun. "Don't worry, we'll definitely cure you." "Thank you, Chief," Jin Wushun replied with another smile. He had heard about this girl's story and knew that since arriving at the hospital, she hadn't complained of pain once or voiced a single grievance. He greatly admired her for it. With the treatment plan decided, his involvement in the next steps was unnecessary. Skin grafting surgery wasn't advanced technology. Back when Dr. Shi was doing surgery at a domestic hospital in the old timeline, he performed it himself. Not difficult, just a few hundred yuan in cost. The biggest challenge in treating burns was fighting infection. Nioran thought that Jin Wushun's treatment had only just begun. He changed out of his isolation gown and returned to his office. Looking at the transmigrator reproductive reports and slave women examination reports on his desk, an idea occurred to him. He should have a talk with AI Bebe. But at that moment, AI Bebe was occupied. The third outpatient department of Baron General Hospital, commonly called the Mother and Child Center, now occupied a newly built 3-story building. It consolidated Barron General Hospital's reproductive medicine, obstetrics, and neonatal departments. Of course, these departments existed only on paper and in signage. The only person who could truly be called a doctor was AI Bebe alone, and she was neither an obstetrician nor a pediatric specialist, with little research in reproductive medicine. She was getting by entirely on the foundation built from cramming textbooks in medical school and doing grunt work during her hospital internship. Because prenatal checkups and hospital deliveries had proven remarkably effective, both maternal and infant mortality rates had dropped dramatically. This policy had quickly been promoted throughout Lingao. Not only did naturalized employee families follow it, but ordinary naturalized families also began accepting this practice. Of course, non-acceptance wasn't an option. Traditional midwives had been completely banned in Lingao. If midwives didn't attend study classes to retrain and officially join the health system as certified birth attendants, they had to quit. If they continued delivering babies privately, they'd be arrested and sent to Fu Yaodi for thought reform. This welcome development meant the Mother and Child Center's workload was rising steeply. The first and second floors were packed with pregnant women and their accompanying family members, while obstetrics occupied the third floor. No one could say when things might quiet down there on any given day. Right now, AI Bebe and 2 other naturalized birth attendants were scrubbing up. A thought flashed through her mind. How annoying. Why do women giving birth always come in clusters? Either nobody delivers or a whole bunch deliver at once. Sometimes, for hours or even days, work proceeded in an orderly fashion, delivering babies one by one at a leisurely pace. Then suddenly 6 women in labor were all ready to deliver at once, causing utter chaos. That's exactly what was happening now, and all 6 women in labor were maids. AI Bebe sighed silently. Poor women. Technically, transmigrators' children should be delivered under her personal supervision, but right now she simply couldn't manage, not just her, but even the naturalized birth attendants she'd personally trained weren't enough. She'd originally thought that accepting midwives could fill part of the birth attendant gap, but she was quickly disappointed. Lingao was a small place with only 2 professional midwives. Some women who weren't really midwives, but occasionally helped with births, lacked even the most basic delivery and birthing knowledge, basically just boiling hot water and cutting the umbilical cord. When faced with difficult births, they could only burn incense and drink ash water. They had no training value whatsoever, so she'd had to pull some people from the already stretched nursing resources to learn the birth attendant curriculum. End of chapter. Chapter 12:19. The rescue. While scrubbing up, AI Bebe kept a watchful eye on the birth attendants' hand disinfection procedures, ensuring they followed protocol precisely, all while listening to the nurse read patient charts. Of the 6 women in labor, 5 had no major issues. Their prenatal exams showed correct fetal position, normal fetal heartbeat, and satisfactory indicators across the board. They should be able to deliver naturally. But one pregnant woman had a narrow pelvis, and it remained uncertain whether she could deliver without intervention. What worried her was that all the maid patients were first-time mothers. Compared to women who'd given birth before, their probability of difficult labor was much higher. Moreover, the first batch of maids, owing to regional and ethnic factors, tended to be petite with a high proportion of narrow pelvises. Having scrubbed, donned surgical gowns, and disinfected, she was already sweating. She followed the birth attendants into the delivery room, hands raised, monitoring them as they entered. Unless there was a difficult birth, she wouldn't intervene personally. She needed to remain ready at any moment for a cesarean section, while also monitoring whether the attendants' procedures were correct and thorough. Since the natives don't understand why things have to be done this way, just teach them that they must be done this way. That's what director she had said at the health department training meeting. AI Bebe could only adopt this approach. The pregnant women were wheeled in one by one. AI Bebe gazed with some pity at these women who could only be called girls. In the old timeline, they should still be in school. She asked casually, "Are the family members here?" By convention, families were to be notified before delivery, especially when it involved transmigrators' dependents giving birth. 3 chiefs have come. The other 3 said they'd come after the baby was born. A representative from the government office is also here. The government office representative was there to register the household registration. Once a child was successfully born, they would be entered into the government office's transmigrator family register. At least 3 transmigrators came. At least they're treating them decently. AI Bebe felt somewhat comforted. Though all 6 were already dilated to 10 fingers, delivery would still take at least 1 or 2 hours. She was about to examine each in turn when a nurse suddenly rushed in. "That naturalized patient is showing signs of difficult labor. Fetal heartbeat is unstable." "Don't panic, which bed?" AI Bebe said with weary patience. These basic rules still couldn't be taught, though she knew perfectly well which pregnant woman it was. This was a naturalized citizen's wife. The husband worked at the shipyard, the wife at a clothing factory. Because the woman was older and a first-time mother, and prenatal exams had revealed incorrect fetal position, they'd planned to schedule a cesarean section. But now the fetal heartbeat had become unstable. AI Bebe quickly instructed a naturalized female medic to stay and supervise, while she herself ordered the pregnant woman wheeled into the operating room immediately for surgical preparation. "Get Dr. Zheng for anesthesia," AI Bebe ordered while hurrying toward the operating room. "Spinal anesthesia, inject 12 milligrams of tetracaine hydrochloride. That's the standard dose. Then position supine." Zhang Tumu spoke while performing the puncture anesthesia with clean, precise movements. Behind him, a naturalized anesthesia medic watched intently, as if trying to absorb every detail whole. The anesthesia proceeded smoothly. AI Bebe examined the patient carefully, waiting for the anesthetic to take effect. She was just testing the block level when the patient suddenly stopped responding to questions. AI Bebe's heart lurched. She noticed the patient had lost consciousness. "Cardiac arrest," screamed the naturalized nurse monitoring the equipment. She'd been trained to be extremely sensitive to all data on the oscilloscope. "Respiratory arrest. Quick, prepare the laryngoscope. Oral intubation." Zhang Tumu, who'd worked emergency medicine, reacted fast and shouted, "Prepare for CPR. 1 milliliter epinephrine intracardiac injection." AI Bebe was startled. This was total spinal anesthesia, the most feared complication during surgical anesthesia. She quickly assisted with external cardiac massage. Finally, the lines on the ECG began moving again, but the heart rate was rapid and irregular. "Please get Dr. Shi for consultation." AI Bebe had to invoke this trump card. She was essentially a research physician with extremely limited emergency experience, and being a doctor meant relying on accumulated experience. When Dr. Shi arrived, after about 15 minutes of resuscitation including artificial respiration, Zhang Tumu reported. The patient showed no signs of consciousness or breathing recovery. She had cyanosis over her entire body, blood pressure 180/90 mmHg, temperature 38, 5 degrees C, no urine output. The ECG showed supraventricular tachycardia, with frequent multifocal ventricular premature contractions, accompanied by frequent whole-body convulsions. The fetal heartbeat, however, was still normal on auscultation. Amid the somewhat chaotic resuscitation, the transmigrator doctors at Barron General Hospital unanimously diagnosed the patient with post-cardiac arrest hypoxic brain injury. "Begin brain resuscitation. The sooner the better," Shi Nyoran commanded. "Prepare ice cap and ice packs." The nurses scrambled to retrieve ice caps and ice packs from the refrigerator. Because medical conditions in this timeline were so poor, some early medical techniques had been revived. Barron General Hospital had improvised ice caps early on. Dr. Shi, According to the latest international medical journal articles, focused head cooling in this situation has no practical significance. AI Bebe said cautiously. Significant or not, we can only try and see, Shi Nyoran replied. Focused head cooling, whole body ice pack cooling, diuretics for dehydration. But these measures produced no obvious effect. Watching the patient remain in a coma with no spontaneous breathing, urinary retention, flushed skin, frequent multifocal ventricular premature contractions, and increasingly frequent convulsions. How to proceed? Barron General Hospital was at a complete loss. In the old timeline, there would still be various techniques available, but without identifying the cause, targeted treatment couldn't be implemented. In a flash of insight, Shi Nyoran remembered a similar case he'd seen in a medical journal. He immediately proposed his theory. At this point, the pregnant woman's abdominal muscle tone and diaphragm tone had completely disappeared. The huge uterus was pushing the diaphragm up into the chest cavity, drastically reducing thoracic volume, displacing the heart, causing incomplete lung expansion, twisting the great vessels at the lung hilum, and causing insufficient gas exchange. Therefore, although the patient wasn't severely hypoxic under artificial respiration, the coma and convulsions were increasing, blood pressure remained high, ventricular arrhythmias persisted, temperature was elevated, and skin was flushed and hot, all indicating that carbon dioxide couldn't be fully eliminated from the body. Based on these signs, he judged that besides being in a post-hypoxic brain injury state, the patient was also in carbon dioxide narcosis. The coma, frequent convulsions, and multifocal ventricular premature contractions were all caused by impaired carbon dioxide elimination, leading to severe accumulation in the body. If the carbon dioxide buildup wasn't resolved promptly, the result would be another cardiac arrest with no hope of resuscitation. Accordingly, Shi Nyoran believed they should immediately and decisively perform a cesarean section to remove the fetus, relieving the upward pressure of the diaphragm on the chest cavity and improving respiratory gas exchange. Performing surgery in this condition, she won't be able to handle it. Although AI Bebe agreed with Shi Nyoran's diagnosis, the thought that the patient might die on the operating table, one body, two lives, made her eyes redden. She wasn't like the other transmigrator doctors who'd done long-term clinical work in the old timeline and had already hardened their hearts. If we don't do this, she won't make it anyway. Zheng Tumu also supported Shi Nyoran's plan. At worst, at least we can save the baby. I know that proposing a cesarean section in this clinically critical state is taking an enormous risk. Shi Nyoran acknowledged that by conventional wisdom, performing major surgery with the patient in such critical condition seemed like malpractice unthinkable. But this is the only measure that can save her life. We have no other choice. Should we get the family to sign? Zhang Tumu reminded. Though they were naturalized citizens, they should still respect their basic rights. Where's the family? At work. According to regulations, paternity leave isn't allowed until after the baby is born. He said he'd come after work, the nurse answered. AI Bebe couldn't contain herself. What kind of person? No humanity at all. She's dying. She could barely hold back her tears. Fine, no need for family signatures, Shi Nyoran decided. I'll sign. Proceed with surgery immediately. The cesarean section delivered a healthy baby boy. The patient's color immediately began normalizing. Her dilated pupils gradually recovered. Heavy sweating stopped, and ventricular premature contractions essentially disappeared. Her condition clearly improved, but she remained in a coma with urinary retention and whole-body convulsions. Shi Nyoran ordered continued aggressive brain resuscitation and follow-up care. Over an hour after surgery, the patient's spontaneous breathing finally returned. Shi Nyoran breathed a sigh of relief at last. Go to the delivery room, Shi Nyoran told AI Bebe. They need you there too, and give this baby a thorough examination. Make sure there are no lasting effects. Right, I'm going now. AI Bebe hurried off. Shi Nyoran instructed Zhang Tumu to keep watch. then stepped out of the operating room, removed his gloves, dropped them in the disinfection wash tank and walked to the rest area. A nurse wiped his sweat and lit him a cigar. Something about this case was peculiar. Similar incidents rarely occurred in the old timeline, and the anesthetic used was from the old timeline, not a homemade product from the pharmaceutical factory. Frankly, with the pharmaceutical factory's current level, he wouldn't be surprised at all if an allergic reaction to antibiotics or a vaccine problem caused a fatality. That was practically unavoidable. But this tetracaine hydrochloride was authentic goods, first-tier controlled material never used unless for major surgery. Shinayorn suddenly shuddered, remembering the Planning Commission's recent notice. Due to approaching expiration dates, first-tier controls on multiple drugs had been lifted. Could this tetracaine hydrochloride be expired stock? He wondered. Though in this timeline he could basically do as he pleased, this incident was a very bad sign. If something like this happened to a transmigrator, that would be terrible. End of chapter. Chapter 12:20. The babies now. With public medical care already creating such tension with Wujaku, adding an obvious malpractice incident on top of it would leave the health department trying to explain away mud in their pants. It seemed they needed to conduct a comprehensive inspection of these soon-to-expire drugs to see if any expired products had gotten mixed in. But drug procurement came through diverse channels, and there was a possibility that different batches had been mingled together. He smoked half a cigar, then scrubbed up again. The rescue wasn't over yet, but first he would check the expiration date on that tetracaine hydrochloride. After leaving the operating room, AI Bebe disinfected, changed clothes, and re-entered the delivery room. 4 women had already delivered successfully, including the narrow pelvis patient she'd feared might have a difficult birth. They'd all been wheeled out. One woman's amniotic sac had stubbornly refused to rupture, so they'd performed an artificial rupture. She was crying in pain. AI Bebe personally supervised the delivery and soon delivered a healthy baby girl, weighing in at a full 4 kilograms, breaking the month's record. The children of transmigrator families really do get better nutrition, AI Bebe mused. The naturalized employee children delivered in obstetrics were doing well if they exceeded 3.5 kilograms. Most weighed between 2.5 and 3 kilograms. By old timeline standards, a full-term baby at 2,500 grams was already underweight, and here there were even full-term babies under 2.5 kilograms with developmental issues. Maternal and infant malnutrition remained widespread even among naturalized employees with stable incomes, let alone the general population. Miscarriages and stillbirths due to malnutrition were common. Improving people's lives would clearly be a long and arduous task. She examined the baby carefully. Finding no issues, she signed the birth certificate and ankle band label, then personally watched as the single-use label was fastened around the infant's ankle. Matters involving transmigrators' bloodlines couldn't be handled carelessly. Having done all this, she changed clothes, washed her hands, and headed to the obstetrics inpatient ward. The obstetrics inpatient ward was separate from the general hospital's inpatient ward. The interior was well lit. The premium ward sat at one end of the corridor with their own staircase and entrance, exclusively for female transmigrators and transmigrators' dependents. They came in single and double rooms. Besides the service personnel assigned by the government office, no family accompaniment was needed, given the current shortage of professionally trained nurses. Having nurses provide all accompaniment would be an impossible luxury. Visiting hours hadn't begun yet, so it was very quiet inside, with only occasional infant cries. AI Bebe spotted 2 government office clerks already in the corridor. Despite their masks, she recognized one as Li Yuan, a government office secretary. She held a document folder. They were here to register transmigrator children. According to government office regulations, every transmigrator's child had to be registered within 24 hours of birth. AI Bebe knew this registration was extremely detailed and meticulous, not just weight, height, hair color, and eye color, but also palm prints and footprints to be recorded and filed. Needless to say, the babies born yesterday now had ink-black hands and feet. The government office's female attendants were probably cleaning them up right now. "How's it going? All registered." "Done," Li Yuan said cheerfully. "The little ones are so cute. I want to pinch every single one of them." "If they're so cute, hurry up and have one yourself," AI Bebe said with a smile. "I will. You can have a few more too." Li Yuan gave as good as she got. "Give Duoju a little brother or sister, wouldn't that be nice?" AI Bebe smiled, but she knew the truth. She truly didn't have the courage to bear more children under such rudimentary medical conditions. As a medical professional from the old timeline, she understood that even under the Senate's aegis, there were still too many missing links in the modern medical chain they needed. Even the links that had been patched together were full of flaws. AI Bebe checked the ward round records, then did a walkthrough of the wards. She instructed nurses to urge the new mothers to get out of bed and move around. She was scornful of traditional Chinese postpartum confinement practices. She required that except for cesarean section patients and those who'd had episiotomies, who could stay in bed to rest, all other natural birth mothers had to get up and move daily and must bathe. Then she came to the nursery. The nursery corridor was decorated with various color tones. This section of the building had been constructed to reflect the new fashion for spaciousness and abundant light. AI Bebe approached and, as usual, heard infant crying, some wailing at full volume, some whimpering intermittently in falsetto. She always stopped here to peek into the nursery through its 3 thick glass walls. It had become a habit. As usual, the cribs were almost all full. Obstetrics was always bustling. She looked at the neatly arranged cribs. Cribs with blue labels held boys, those with red labels held girls. Transmigrators' children weren't separately marked. Apart from the specialized nurses and doctors, no one else was permitted in the nursery. A female nurse pushed a wicker cart down the corridor, densely packed with swaddled infants, all waving their arms and kicking their legs and crying. Children just returned from the bathroom after their baths. "Hello, Dr. AI. Hello." AI Bebe responded politely, carefully observing each child's condition. They were all healthy with rosy cheeks. Though small, they looked full of vitality. Across from the main nursery was a smaller nursery. It was quiet inside, individual premature and underweight babies, each in a separate incubator. Babies born before 28 weeks or too underweight were extremely difficult to save with current medical conditions. The incubators they'd brought could keep premature babies of 28 weeks or more alive. Everyone entering the premature nursery was held to the same requirements, wear sterilized gowns and masks. Inside, there was air conditioning and humidity control. Family visits were restricted to looking through the large glass partition from outside. AI Bebe pushed open the door and went in. Inside was another layer of glass separating the nurse's station from the nursery. AI Bebe nodded at the nurse on duty, then looked through the glass at her newest patient, the baby that director she had risked a cesarean to deliver earlier. Though already at 37 weeks, technically full term, they'd put him in the incubator as a precaution. "How's the new little guy doing?" Crying lustily. "We've already given him glucose water," the nurse reported. "Should we use formula feeding?" "Yes, formula feeding," AI Bebe affirmed. "He should be fine. Observe for 2 days. If there are no problems, transfer him to the regular nursery." She then wrote out her medical orders in the usual orderly fashion. On her way out, a nurse led someone in a sterilized isolation gown down the corridor. From his clumsy manner and nervous demeanor, she knew this was a naturalized citizen. From his thick hands and feet and broad shoulders, he was probably a heavy laborer. The nurse led him to the large glass window, and the nurse inside pointed at one of the incubators in the row so they could look in. "This baby boy is your son." The man stared wide-eyed at the little infant sleeping in the glass box, as if unable to believe this wrinkled, red, old man-like baby had anything to do with him. "Why? Why is he sleeping in a glass box? Lu Xiaoyang stammered. Though he handled hammers and pliers with great dexterity and commanded his work crew with ease, now standing in this place that made his clean hands and feet feel like they had nowhere to go, he suddenly felt he couldn't even speak properly. Lu Xiaoyang had just gotten off work. The moment his shift ended, he'd received news of his wife's difficult labor. He was immediately flustered, and not just him. Even his father Lu Yushan panicked. In Lingao, nothing was scarce except women, especially young women suitable for marriage, who were extremely rare. If not for Lu Xiaoyang being a technical backbone at the shipyard, and his father the foreman of the ironwork shop, Lu Xiaoyang would have had great difficulty finding such a suitable and satisfactory wife. Though she was a bit older, at least she was unmarried, and worked at the clothing factory with decent income. In ancient society, difficult labor often meant one body, two lives. For ordinary families, this was nothing short of catastrophe. Don't worry, he was delivered by cesarean section and they put him in there just to be safe, the nurse reassured. He's a very strong baby boy. What? Cesarean section? Lu Xiaoyang's face went white. He wasn't illiterate, he roughly knew how those characters were written. Cutting open the belly to take out the baby, could his wife even survive? My wife, how is she? His tongue was so tied he could barely speak. A child without a mother, how could he, a grown man, raise it? Don't worry, the nurse reassured him. The transmigrator doctors are treating her right now. With transmigrator doctors, you can rest easy. AI Bebe returned to the operating room. The transmigrator doctors took turns monitoring, adjusting the patient's internal environment, continuing focused head cooling with ice cap to maintain rectal temperature between 33–31 degrees C, administering intermittent diuretics, running regular blood chemistry tests, maintaining water electrolyte and acid-base balance, and providing various targeted treatments. After more than 10 hours of unrelenting rescue efforts without leaving the operating table, convulsions gradually stopped, and the first drop of urine appeared, with urine output steadily increasing. Everyone was overjoyed. Subsequently, the patient's consciousness gradually recovered. She opened her eyes spontaneously and even indicated that she couldn't tolerate the endotracheal tube and wanted it removed. After extubation, the patient could partially understand commands. Brain resuscitation had achieved satisfactory results, and the patient's life was saved. End of chapter. Chapter 1221. Selective. Though the prognosis remained uncertain, Shinayorn still represented the health department in informing the anxiously waiting Lu Xiaoyang, whose expression was a tangle of emotions, that his wife had regained consciousness. Hearing that his wife was out of danger, Lu Xiaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. For wealthy families, an official promoted and wife lost was considered a joyous occasion, but for common folk, it was a catastrophic blow. Marrying his wife and buying a house had cost him and his father all their savings from years of work at the shipyard. While overwhelmed with gratitude for the chief's life-saving grace, he remained anxious. After all, his wife would be hospitalized for a month, and how to care for the child had become a major problem, especially since nursing was involved. Fortunately, AI Bebe had considered this aspect too. She explained that the child could continue staying in the nursery with formula feeding by nurses until the mother recovered and was discharged. Go handle the paperwork first, then go home and bring back clothes and supplies for both mother and baby. Also bring your medical card. With your child being hospitalized, you'll need both spouses' cards. Yes, I'll go get them right away. Thank you, chiefs, for your great kindness. Lu Xiaoyang was so overwhelmed he didn't know what to say. Forgetting all propriety, he immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed. AI Bebe finally managed to extricate herself from the effusive gratitude of the emotionally devastated but ultimately overjoyed and slightly manic Lu Xiaoyang. She returned to her office. Her whole body ached, but the day's work wasn't over. She was also the pediatrics director, a position that weighed heavily on her. Though she'd studied pediatrics in university, she'd never worked a single day in a pediatric ward. When it came to pediatric experience, she was less experienced than Zhang Zi, the nursing supervisor who'd actually rotated through various hospital departments. Moreover, AI Bebe was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see children suffer. The third outpatient department's pediatric unit, besides treating transmigrator and naturalized citizen children, was also responsible for children in the quarantine camps, especially treating and caring for the large numbers of orphans they'd taken in. These children had mostly been chronically malnourished, with extremely poor immune resistance. They often succumbed to very minor illnesses. For general internal and surgical diseases, the Senate's current medical standards could provide some degree of treatment. Even when cure wasn't possible, they could at least provide some relief. Maternal and child health care had also seen qualitative leaps, especially with the preparation of a batch of vaccines that provided effective prevention and treatment for many fatal childhood infections. The local infant smallpox infection rate in Lingao had plummeted to less than 2 per 1,000 after their vigorous promotion of cowpox vaccination, dramatically reducing mortality. But pediatric treatment was different from adults, especially for newborns and infants, whose organ functions were not fully developed. Medication had to be administered with extreme caution. Moreover, the drugs and vaccines produced by the health department's manufacturing facility, limited by technical capabilities, all had purity issues. Often it was a matter of treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. In short, pediatric mortality was high, something she'd always found emotionally difficult to accept. These past few days, there was a naturalized citizen's child in pediatrics with a severe respiratory infection. Days of treatment with factory-produced antibiotics had proven ineffective. AI Bebe knew that if she couldn't use old-timeline anti-inflammatory drugs on him, he probably wouldn't survive. Though many anti-inflammatory drugs were no longer first-tier controlled materials, actually using them on naturalized citizens still required Director Xi's approval. AI Bebe shook her head. This was precisely why she didn't want another child. Such differential treatment felt too stark and too cruel. Regardless, she'd at least get an X-ray today, X-ray authority she still had. She'd assess the severity from the film, then consider whether to apply for medication. Early the next morning, Nioran, having finally slept through the night, ate a hasty breakfast and went to check on Lu Xiaoyang's wife. Though her thinking was somewhat sluggish and she couldn't get out of bed, her memory was basically unaffected. She could answer questions from Nioran and her family, and even asked to see her baby. Nioran arranged for the child to be brought from the nursery so she could hold her newborn son. After head nurse, Zhang Zi personally changed the dressing on her post-intubation wound. Director she called Traditional Chinese Medicine Department Director Liu San to the ward to give her acupuncture, claimed to have brain awakening and spirit-calming effects. He also instructed Liu San to prescribe some nerve-nourishing medicines and tonics for the patient. Only then did he leave the ward and return to his long-neglected health department office. Ever since becoming director and hospital chief, administrative matters had avalanched onto his head, and the avalanche grew larger month by month. These past few days, occupied with medical duties, performing several surgeries in a row, plus consultations and teaching, paperwork had piled up on the side. Now the director's massive desk was buried under mountains of documents. The documents had been sorted by his health department and general hospital secretaries into neat, categorized piles. But Nioran knew that just signing and stamping all these documents would be enough to give him carpal tunnel syndrome, never mind actually reading them. Yet he had to read them. Who knew what private agenda Deng Bajan might have slipped in? That man was most skilled at such covert maneuvers. Nioran had to stay vigilant. Director she sat before his desk for a while, painfully raised his head, and was about to reach for the first document when Zhang Zi pushed open the door and entered. Zhang Zi held up an X-ray film and handed it to Nioran. Director Xi, here's a film that Dr. AI would like you to look at. Nyoran turned to catch the sunlight, held up the film and read it against the sun. The lighting wasn't ideal, but he made do. Reduced translucency, dense, patchy shadows, the apex seems dull. Remember to install a film viewing light in my office. Can't see clearly outside the reading room. Hopefully it's just lobular pneumonia, not atelectasis. Looks like a child's film, which transmigrator child? Zhang Zi replied. No, it's a naturalized citizen's child. 1 year and 3 months old, fever for over a month with coughing. On admission, physical exam showed poor spirits, coarse breath sounds in both lungs with some wet rawls, liver about 2.5 centimeters below the rib margin. Sulfonamide treatment in hospital has been ineffective. Bilateral lower limb edema appeared yesterday. Dr. A.I. Bebe decided to take an X-ray, and besides bronchopneumonia, she confirmed bilateral pleural effusion and interlobar effusion. Nyoran frowned slightly upon hearing this. Didn't we say the X-ray tube is who knows how many generations from being reverse-engineered, and for non-transmigrators and family members, use requires careful signature authorization. Then he immediately switched to a smile. Haha, though we infectious disease doctors can play omnipotent doctors like in that American TV show House MD. There are still unfamiliar conditions, haha. Actually, infants' respiratory tract local immunity is incomplete, with poor ability to localize airway inflammation. Lobular pneumonia develops at the drop of a hat. At this stage, children's airway diameter is relatively small, mucosal tissue is rich, secretory glands are active, and respiratory infections easily lead to small airway obstruction, so wheezing sounds occur easily. Infant lung compensatory capacity is insufficient, plus the diaphragm fatigues easily. After pulmonary inflammation, respiratory failure develops easily. Since most pneumonia is accompanied by bronchial inflammation and obstruction, it mainly manifests as type II respiratory failure. When nursing, pay attention to keeping the patient's airway clear, clearing respiratory secretions, turning and back patting, relieving airway spasm. Nyoran finished his round of deflection and finally managed to send Zhang Zi away. He knew very well why A.I. Bebe had sent her, but he truly couldn't bring himself to decide. Even these nearly expiring antibiotics were becoming scarcer. He just started processing a few documents when suddenly the door was pushed open forcefully. In came an irate A.I. Bebe. Oh my, Dr. A.I., what brings you here? Seeing the situation wasn't favorable, Nyoran quickly adopted his busy but still caring for fellow colleagues' smile. A.I. Bebe spoke seriously. Old she, the patient's lower limb edema appeared after multiple days of sulfonamide treatment, indicating the condition is worsening to the point of cardiac-induced bilateral lower limb edema. Shouldn't you at least mention upgrading the antibiotics? As for this X-ray film, though the chemical department can't produce photographic film yet, at the last planning commission briefing they said both celluloid and silver halide photosensitive materials will be producible domestically soon. This shows there are always more solutions than problems. Eventually, we can make X-ray tubes too. Why be so stingy with naturalized citizens loyal to us? For that exploiting class gentleman Liu Dalin, who doesn't know farming from weeding, you sent medicine and doctors, even sent Zhang Zi to care for him for so many days. Now when ordinary people need treatment, you won't spend a single hair. Nyoran was growing embarrassed. Liu Dalin was by instruction of the executive committee, the Senate. Little AI, I'm actually a human rights advocate too. You know how many military otaku wanting to test their killing machines at our clinical experimental base in Fu Yaoti's place I've driven off with scolding. But you have to understand, human rights aren't heaven-given. They develop along with society. Before we transmigrated, our laws and government work reports said we all enjoyed basic medical care. After transmigrating, with productivity levels dropping, didn't the basic medical care we used to enjoy also disappear? Isn't our health department fighting hard for universal public medical care right now? Of course, conditions aren't quite mature yet. In my opinion, these barefoot doctors were training in 3-month batches are basically mass-produced quacks. At least after they've gotten their Class A diploma, systematically studied for 2 years to reach vocational school level, then received 2 years of clinical training under our guidance to reach the level of a county-level quack from the 60s or 70s, they can show their faces. But training them now can still fill gaps in grassroots healthcare, can still play an indispensable role in historical development. Besides, the natives of this timeline are already used to early childhood mortality. End of chapter. Chapter 12:22. The dispute. Hearing this, AI Bebe laughed coldly. Director, I have no objection to how we took care of Liu Dalen before, and I agree with training barefoot doctors now and providing public medical care for workers. But what does that have to do with what I'm talking about? Stop dancing around the issue. I'm asking you one question. Will you or won't you use the antibiotics we brought from the old timeline on this child? I know your difficulties. You can mock me for being sentimental. You can mock me for being a naive universalist. I came to you today simply because I'm also a woman, also a mother, with the same natural maternal instinct as any ordinary woman. Every day I see this child's mother being utterly respectful to each of us, rushing to help clean the ward, studying nursing knowledge hard, patting the child's back, all so the child can get more care and get better sooner. It breaks my heart. She paused, her voice rising. Yes, you've always been someone who cares about human rights, but people can change. Before you turn into a bureaucrat who only pays attention to reports, summaries, and statistical tables, think carefully. Why did we come here? Though we all fantasized about being aristocratic lords for 1,000 generations, didn't we cross over to realize a possibility for the world that's better than the original timeline? I don't agree with many people's goal of forming a rigidly stratified class society in the future, ruling over the ignorant poor at the bottom with scraps, with us at the top. If that's how it's going to be, then what's the point of all our efforts? If you're indifferent to naturalized citizens today, tomorrow you'll be indifferent to transmigrators without position or power. If you only act like a lord, sooner or later you'll be opposed by the angry masses below, overthrown. After these words, AI Bebe's face was flushed with agitation. She was breathing heavily, frowning and glaring at Shinayoran. Shinayoran stood behind his desk, at a loss for words and awkwardly uncertain what to say. Just then, the door was pushed open again. Zheng Bajan, the Health Department Office Director and Chief of Medical Affairs at Baron General Hospital, came in with a smile plastered on his face. Ignoring the awkward atmosphere, he greeted both she and AI while walking in, heading straight for Director Shi's desk. He fished out a document from the pile and said to Shinayoran, Director, this regulation was sent over quite a while ago, regarding healthcare for female workers during their menstrual, pregnancy, childbirth, and nursing periods, the 3 periods. It's time to sign it. Shinayoran glared at Zheng Bajan. Not this again. Didn't I say when I have visitors, no one's allowed in demanding signatures? Zheng Bajan continued with an ingratiating smile. Director, this wasn't easy to put together. Think of how much grief we suffered caught between the Planning Commission, the Civil Affairs People's Committee, the Native Rights Protection Committee, and the Women's Federation. Duwen just got back from Jeju Island yesterday and came to the health department to raise hell. She said, if you don't sign this regulation, riddled with the ruling class's hypocritical nature, she, as the lead unit, will have them scrap it and start over. Let's not suffer through all that twice. Shinayoran knew this regulation well. Originally drafted by the Women's Federation, it had been through the ringer for over half a year before finally being finalized. Because 3 periods healthcare involved labor efficiency issues, and the original draft was a direct copy of old timeline systems, it had faced fierce opposition from the Planning Commission, Manufacturing Directorate, and multiple other departments. If implemented as written, female workers' annual available work hours would shrink, a significant number for industries and agencies currently severely short of labor, especially skilled labor. Moreover, the Planning Commission had other concerns. Among the large numbers of female immigrants they were bringing in, women of childbearing age comprised a high proportion. They could soon ease the current situation in Lingao and elsewhere of too many men and too few women, making it difficult to form families. But this would immediately trigger an even larger baby boom. Large numbers of female workers simultaneously pregnant and nursing would have an enormous impact on productivity. Therefore, the Planning Commission hoped to minimize the negative effects as much as possible. After months of carousel-like consultations, debates, public feuding and backroom deals, the final version was complete. Of course, no party was entirely satisfied. The health department had been quite supportive of such a regulation. But on key issues like whether menstrual leave was necessary, whether maternity leave should be 42 days or 4 months, and how heavy a workload pregnant women could handle, the health department had been cast in the role of technical experts, inevitably getting drawn into the vortex of factional battles. Each faction demanded professional certification favorable to their side. Naturally, there were also people from various factions coming to lobby and work the relationship. Nyoran was well aware that being captured by interest groups meant having to spout nonsense and be mocked as an expert with an agenda. So he had refused all lobbying and made only very cautious, purely academic statements on the physiological effects of the 3 periods on women, which essentially said nothing at all. The regulation that emerged was largely based on the opinions of the Planning Commission and Manufacturing Directorate, drawing serious displeasure from Du Wen. But displeasure aside, she understood that a small step was still a big step. The moment she returned, she'd pressured the health department to co-sign so it could go to the Senate for a vote. Nyoran pulled out his personal seal from his pocket and stamped it, muttering quietly, "Du Wen making trouble. Du Wen has been making trouble long before this." He stole a glance at AI Bebe and swallowed the rest. Then, while sneaking peeks at AI Bebe from the corner of his eye, he said to Deng Bajan, "I've been away from the department so long. What other urgent matters are there? Tell me quickly, so as not to delay everyone's business." The Agricultural Committee Biological Laboratory has successfully produced trial inactivated and attenuated type of meningitis vaccines. Here's the report. Here's the funding and materials application for developing the polio vaccine for children, and the mandatory immunization plan. Here's that report. These reports involve quite a few technical issues, so please review them at your leisure. Regarding the scope, implementation methods and limits of public medical care, people have been working hard on this all week. We've done considerable work with Director Wen and several key transmigrators. We've set up a major special project. Now the Executive Committee has conveyed a directive. Until a conclusion is reached on how the public medical care system should operate, any diagnostic and treatment activities that assist transmigrator healthcare, as well as new drug clinical trials, can be conducted at Barron General Hospital or other hospitals with transmigrator doctors, under transmigrator doctor guidance, with costs coming from the government office's special fund. Director Wen and Zia Ozishan have both signed. Please sign as well. Nyoran quickly leafed through this document, thinking finally there was a loophole to exploit, and hurriedly stamped it with his personal seal. This morning Ma Qianju sent over this, regarding establishing a maternal and child health clinical center at a location separate from Barron General Hospital, mainly to treat non-employee naturalized citizens and their families, to develop medical staff capabilities and practical experience. Construction funds and operating costs will be fully covered by the government office, with supplies allocated by the Planning Commission. Wu Nanhai says he's preparing to set up a mutual aid fund among commune members under his agricultural division, which can provide us interest-free loans for some working capital. He also promised to mobilize some naturalized citizens for volunteer labor during the construction phase. And those nuns Wu Shimeng has been sending to Baron General Hospital for internships. They've agreed to be on loan to us for another 2 years. So we've got personnel. Shinayoran didn't even look. He hurriedly stamped his seal. Here's a memorandum from the Education Department and Political Security regarding establishing medical class academic years. Also, Fang Qiadi is preparing to admit progressive young intellectuals from the mainland for study, including medical and nursing specialties. Please review when you have time. Related to this is also a project in cooperation with the Commerce Department, Foreign Medical Services, Medical Tourism, and the plan for establishing the Guangzhou General Hospital. Please review when you have time. Shinayoran carefully reviewed the documents related to cooperation with the Commerce Department, then looked up at Deng Bajun. You're improving, even though you still piled the sensitive issues at the end. At least you know to mark them with pencil now. Director Li's gold notes are generous indeed, you little. It's all off-budget income for the department. The sheep's milk in the hospital cafeteria every morning, the experimental animals, they all come from there. Deng Bajun wore a knowing smirk. Shinayoran often stayed overnight at the office and had gradually gotten used to eating experimental animals without waiting for someone to taste test first. He understood the implication in Deng Bajun's words, so he rolled up the memorandum into a tube with a straight face and symbolically bonked Deng Bajun on the head with it. Among the byproducts of the Manufacturing Directorate's spring development process were formidable-sized iron clips, used in the health department as chart clips. Deng Bajun was the only person in the entire health department, and a transmigrator at that, who made Shinayoran feel the urge to whack him on the head with a chart clip. I'm not approving that last document. Who knows what private agenda you've slipped in? How many people are on the department roster now? Last time Wujiaku came to make me look bad, saying health department personnel numbers were second only to the security agencies. Wasn't that all you're doing behind my back? Before Deng Bajun could speak, Shinayoran had already issued his eviction order. Deng Bajun grinned cheekily, said yes, Minister, to Shinayoran, and walked toward the door with the approved documents. Speaking to the heir in AI Bebe's general direction, he called out, "The government office is implementing living allowances for transmigrators on short assignments away from Baron. The overseas ones like Hippo already have long-term policies. If you want more benefits this month, you'd better sign." Shinayoran propped both hands on the desk and stood up. As he rose, his hands clenched slightly. Walking toward the office door, he said to the